You know when you need to get...
ABC News, good evening, I'm Yvette Gray. Administrators for Rex have told a creditors' meeting that the airline is $500 million in debt. Sam Wilkinson reports.
The first creditors' meeting, held by administrators from consultancy giant Ernst & Young, has heard that Rex's debt totalled $500 million, owed to 4,800 creditors. The airline was placed into voluntary administration late on the 30th of July after grounding its services between major cities. Several creditors are former employees of the airline who were told it could take months before they're paid their entitlements. Administrators also said the capital city services were not viable and would not resume, even if a buyer for that division of the business is found. However, administrators are confident that Rex's regional business will continue.
Victoria's Chief Health Officer says she's confident the peak of the deadly Legionnaire's disease outbreak in metropolitan Melbourne has passed as the latest test results confirm the source. Ruth Brooke reports.
While the number of confirmed cases has grown to 107, Chief Health Officer Dr. Claire Looker says the figures show a trending down in case numbers compared to earlier last week. She says latest test results confirm the source of the outbreak is a cooling tower in Laverton North in Melbourne's west.
Today's development is significant.
Since the outbreak, at least 70 cooling towers have been visited and disinfected. Dr. Looker says visits will continue as a precautionary measure. There are 5 suspected cases and around 103 confirmed cases have spent time in hospital. Most are adults aged in their 40s. 2 people have died after contracting the disease. The CFMEU has hit back at the federal government's move to introduce urgent legislation into federal parliament next week, seeking to appoint an independent administrator to take charge of the union. Political reporter Evelyn Manfield has more.
In a letter to members, CFMEU National Secretary Zack Smith says the government's proposed legislation is a full frontal attack on the union. The letter accuses the government of undermining the democratic rights of union members to control their future. The fiery response follows the federal government announcing that it needed legislation to appoint an administrator because it had become clear the union wouldn't consent to a court-appointed administrator anytime soon. But the union says its discussions with the Fair Work Commission that filed the court application for a takeover are continuing.
Russia says Ukraine has carried out a big drone attack northeast of Kursk, where it claims Ukrainians are carrying out an incursion. BBC's Ali McConnell has more.
The regional governor said Lipetsk had been subject to what he called a massive UAV attack. The target appears to have been a military airfield. Images posted online show a huge fire. The governor, Igor Artamonov, declared a state of emergency because of the danger posed by explosions and ordered the evacuation of 4 settlements near the site. The Defence Ministry in Moscow claims to have intercepted and destroyed 75 drones overnight over several Russian regions, as well as Crimea and the Black Sea. But this cannot be verified. Meanwhile, Ukraine's cross-border ground incursion into the Kursk region appears to be continuing.
St Kilda has ruled out pursuing former North Melbourne player Taron Thomas after the AFL club's recruitment boss met with the 24-year-old earlier this week. Thomas was handed an 18-week suspension by the AFL and was sacked by the Kangaroos earlier this year after the league found him guilty of inappropriate behaviour towards a woman. In May, Thomas was charged by Victoria Police for allegedly harassing a former partner and breaching a court order. The 24-year-old's due to appear in court in November. The mother of Australian boxer and Olympic medalist Caitlin Parker says her daughter has made sacrifices to get where she is. The bronze medalist from Victoria is the first Australian woman to win an Olympic boxing medal. Her mother, Kerry Parkers, told ABC Radio Melbourne she's proud of her daughter.
She's sacrificed a lot, my brother-in-law recently passed away and she couldn't come back. She was in a training camp, and that kind of gutted her a little bit. Yeah, she's sacrificed having to be bridesmaid at her best friend's wedding last December, all that sort of stuff, and big family events.
Australia is currently vying for a top 8 spot in the rhythmic gymnastics on day 14 of the Paris Olympics, which would put them through to the final tomorrow. In the pool, divers Cassiel Rousseau and Jackson Beaushire are also looking to secure a spot in the men's 10-metre platform semi-final, and Alabir and Ali Bull are through to the final of the women's kayak double 500-metre event. To the weather, partly cloudy, tending mostly cloudy in the east with the slight chance of showers in the southwest. For Melbourne, partly cloudy tomorrow, a top of 17 after an overnight low of 7. Sunday, sunny 18. Monday, sunny 20. Tuesday, a possible late shower 20. It's currently 11 degrees. ABC News.
Do you have a favourite ABC show? Perhaps a favourite ABC personality? Tony Armstrong, maybe? Or Sarah Ferguson? How much do you love Gardening Australia? Gruen, Four Corners, Muster Dogs and Bluey? Well, show them some love by voting for them and others in the 2024 Logie Awards. Simply head to tvweeklogies.com.au and cast your vote today.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
The moment of truth has arrived.
If you think you have anything other than a split second in this game right now, you're kidding yourself.
It's all to play for. Every single bloke has stood up.
They are leaving nothing out there. I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From 55, Simon launches, goal! The Crows Magpies are on top of the AFL world. They win a spellbinding game of footy. Collingwood are greatness.
This is ABC Sport.
The umpire holds the footy up.
You want your very best players having the ball in the moments that matter.
Take your moment. This is that moment.
Listen to the roar.
The pressure's certainly gone up. Punches the air with the right hand. That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch. Stand by. The arms are outstretched as he pumps his chest out.
Fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
Wherever you are, do not move.
We're going the full journey.
'Cause here it comes.
This is the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
From outside 50, goes bang with everything he's got.
Former bad boy looking to redeem himself with kicks like that.
Something big is coming.
One step nonchalant banana finish. Wow. Charlie Cameron snaps. Goal.
Something big is coming.
Hey Siri, play John Denver.
AFL.
From deep in the pocket. Oh, that is amazing.
Fill your lungs. Are you ready for it?
This guy wants it at home on the biggest stage.
And Gordon can finish from 35. Oh, Errol.
It's there.
Superb finish.
What a hanger.
He joins the party.
Walks through the goal. Oh, what a moment.
Brilliant, wasn't it?
There's nothing this man can't do. Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment.
Stolen, snapped it over his shoulder. He's kicked an absolute ripper.
Spins around and buries it.
Lightning speed, Bobby Hill. He's Bobby Thrill.
This is just football at its best. Weaves around an opponent and gets a brilliant goal.
Gathers, snaps, she'll bring the house down. Time to steady and pull the trigger. Right foot drop punt is pure. We're not done yet.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season on radio, Sport Digital, and take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming. I know.
It is the most volatile premiership race in living memory, and no team understands that like the Sydney Swans. The team that looked invincible a matter of weeks ago, seemingly storming towards the minor premiership, has hit a significant slump. 5 defeats in their past 6 starts, 3 in a row to barely maintain their mantle as ladder leaders. And now tonight, they host the title holders, Collingwood. Desperately clinging to keep their premiership defence alive. They had life and death with their bitter rivals Carlton last week, and tonight they head to the Harbour City full of belief. It's been part of their DNA under Craig McRae, and they know full well nothing but victory will suffice in these remaining weeks if they are to achieve the rare feat of back-to-back flags. It is a hell of a way to get this third to last round of the AFL season underway. Welcome to Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. The Sydney Cricket Ground is tonight's stage. Brett Sprigg is my name, and Daniel Garb will call it all alongside me. Hello, Garby.
Good evening, Spriggy. Great to be with you. What an evening we have in store. This place will be absolutely chockers. And the aspect of it, I think, that is so fascinating for everyone, wherever you're listening around the nation, is that we just do not know what to expect from the Sydney Swans. I mean, their premiership hopes feel like they're on a knife's edge, and no one knows which way they will fall. I don't even think the Swans know, to be honest, and that is what is so interesting about tonight. And as you say, Collingwood need to win to keep their finals hopes alive as well. Can't wait for it.
We'll go inside the Swans camp shortly with so much of a spotlight on them and this free fall therein. Leon Cameron, their GM of football, will be our pre-game guest. You can text us as always 0437 774 774. The team news here is there are no late changes. The Swans have made a few, though. Coming off that 112-point belting at the hands of Port last week, Dane Rampy headlines the inclusions. He's back from a calf. Joel Amati, who was the late out last week, he's back in, as is Braden Campbell and Caden Cleary for just the third game of his career. Out goes Aaron Francis, Sam Wicks, Peter Laddams and Corey Warner, and Caden Cleary will in fact be the sub. So Luke Parker into the 22 this week. Collingwood lose Jordan De Goey to a season-ending hamstring injury, and one of this year's debutants, Joe Richards, comes back in for the 8th game of his career. He will be the sub as Collingwood tonight celebrates Jeremy Howe's 250th AFL game, of course, coming off the celebrations for last week, Scott Pendlebury's 400th at a packed MCG. Our experts tonight are former Eagle and Swan, Callum Sinclair.
Hey, Spriggy. Fantastic to be here. There's been a fair bit of talk about the Swans, but I just want to congratulate Scott Pendlebury on his 400 games, and we all love Scott, don't we? Like, he'd be renowned in the AFL that could do no wrong, Garbs. That kind of fair. Well, what he does do wrong, he hasn't crossed the street properly. My partner caught him jaywalking this morning in Surrey Hills on Crown Street.
Wow. She
actually beeped him. And Scott Pendlebury, Darcy Cameron turned around, gave her a pretty nasty look, and my partner put her hand out the window and, had a fair crack. So the spotlight for me is on Darcy Cameron and Scott Pendlebury tonight. But no, in all seriousness, very excited. I'm with you, Garbs. I don't know. The Swans are probably a little bit unsure where they're at. We had a chat to Leon Cameron, which is going to come on air shortly. Bit of soul searching for them this week, Spriggy.
Scott Pendlebury does know his way through traffic, so I'd back him in if he is jaywalking.
Like you did there.
Someone who I always introduced as Giants captain. She's no longer the Giants captain. She's handed that mantle over, but she's still a superstar of the game, a two-time All-Australian, one of ABC Sport's sharpest footy minds, Alicia Eva. Nice to see you.
Thank you, Spriggy. We were discussing how you were going to intro me, but I'll take that tonight. But, gents, look, the stage is set for what I think is going to be a cracking game. And, it's a funny one because all the pressure seems to be on the Swans tonight, despite the fact that they're still top of the ladder. But, of course, that always comes after a big loss like that, 112 points. But, of course, Collingwood, this is a must-win game for the Pies if they want to go any further in, season 2024. Every game from now on, they need to win. So it's funny. It seems like all the pressure is mounting on Sydney, but, I can't wait to see what Collingwood bring in. The first 10 minutes of this game is going to be on.
We'll know, won't we? And the Swans have been notoriously slow starters all year, but you're right, Alicia, that the Pies have had their finals campaign underway for a couple of weeks now with that sudden death nature of their season and how it hangs. And let's be honest, with that win against Carlton last week, it's not like they won that for Scott Pendlebury. It was gifted to them by the slippery side of Mitch McGovern's boot. But it's not like they lack big game experience. So we'll see how it all falls early on. We'll know how these two teams are tracking early on here tonight at the SCG. There are some serious questions around the Swans. We haven't seen the ladder leader cop a loss that big this century. I think most of us knew that a lull was coming. And I always sort of come back to the fact that you can lose players because injuries happen. You can lose games because you simply can't win them all, and that downturn has to come at some stage. But you cannot lose belief. And Cal, 3 wins in a row, 5 of your past 6. That's worrying. That's confidence. That's a lack of it.
Yeah, mate, to be honest, they look a bit banged up. Look a bit exhausted. I'm kind of watching Brodie Grundy a little bit the last few weeks, who's definitely been the barometer for them, particularly in that midfield. But he's getting up off the ground a little bit slower than probably usual. But their midfield's just kind of collapsed in terms of clearance. The reality is I think they really struggled when James Rowbottom went out of that side. He did a lot of heavy lifting and a lot of grunt work for guys like Heaney, Warner and obviously Goulden. What you'll find with Goulden over the last few weeks, he's found a lot of his possessions backwards of centre. Where he's most damaging is when he gets the footy forward of centre and he's be able to penetrate inside 50. So I think what opposition players are doing, they're not too fussed if the Swans midfielders are finding a little bit of ball in the back half of the ground. They're just not letting them penetrate the corridor. They're sending them more to the boundary. So they're not getting it their own way, the Swans midfield at the moment. And I think it's very easy to talk about probably at the moment, particularly last week, probably the form of the forwards. But they just haven't had any supply for 2 or 3 weeks now. Particularly last week, I can definitely say there's a few guys that are necessarily out of form. But as a forward, you really are as only good as the supply you get. So they'll need a response, and it's got a bit of finals-like atmosphere tonight.
When they're being called bruise-free or that they're not responding to pressure the way that perhaps they used to, that's not the kind of team that John Longmire wants to coach. That's not Swans football, as I suppose he would know at Alicia, and that is to make that assertion about the Sydney Swans not being a good contested ball team. Minus 24 last week. Yeah. That is a major deficit.
It was, and I think John Longmire used the word, it was completely unacceptable. And when you look at this team, we've seen teams be beaten by 100 points before in the past. Okay, that happens, but top of the ladder, and when you've got the names like Goulden, Warner, Heaney, you just don't expect it. And then when you look at some of those numbers, contested possession, both pre and post clearance, they were belted. And then you look at what Port Adelaide were able to do. I think they scored 90 points from the Sydney Swans turnovers. That's massive. So you just don't see that from a Swans outfit, and certainly not this year. So Port last week just absolutely demolished a side that you wouldn't expect, because you just need to look at some of those names, and you need to look at some of the performances from earlier in the year. Every team in the competition has been trying to emulate what the Swans from round 0 to 6, 7 were doing. So to fall away so dramatically in those areas, there would have been some hard truths told in the change rooms post the game in Adelaide, and a few days off may have done some of these boys a world of good, and I'm more than certain that the first 10 minutes of this game, the pressure and the contested footy is going to be hunted.
We'll touch on the Swans shortly. We'll look at things much closer to the bounce down, which is still about 25 minutes away here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. On to Collingwood, though. Usually they are the ones making the comeback. That's been their DNA. They've come back out of nowhere and finishing strong in games. But last week, they had to try hold up the damn wall as Carlton banged through the last 5 goals of the game. And I just wonder, Cal, whether having that sort of mindset, a game they very nearly lost, having to come here and maybe make some improvements to their defence, because that wasn't a good last quarter at the MCG last week.
No, I certainly echo your words there, Spriggy. And it's not something that you really want to be, known for. Just being that side that can just hang in there and certainly scrap over the line. I think they've done a lot of that, but they need to start winning convincingly. And I think this year the area that they've probably struggled is probably forward of centre. They probably just haven't had much consistency, particularly in their keys and actually a central target to go to. Nick Dacos, his name gets brought up so much. He definitely needs a lot more support around the traps. But I think, there's sides like Collingwood, the Western Bulldogs, Essendon, now Carlton, who have fallen off. They're playing a brand of footy now that's really, really desperate. They're all really, really hungry to just nail the top 4 spot, just to even go nail the spot in those finals. If Swans lose today, they can fall apart too.
Yeah, can't wait to see how it all falls in the next 20 minutes or so here on ABC Sport. This is your Friday Night Footy. We're seeing celebration of the Swans Hall of Famers as well. They had their Swans Hall of Fame, the Club Hall of Fame inductees, with Paul Roos elevated to Bloods champion, and 2012 Premiership players Heath Grundy, Kieran Jack, Jared McVeigh and Nick Smith all being introduced to the crowd here as part of those celebrations. Mike Brady will perform as well while that takes place. Let's head down inside the Sydney Swans camp as we say a very good afternoon or evening, and a warm welcome on ABC Sport to Phil Pryor.
Yeah, thanks very much, boys. I'm down here on the SCG and the conditions are just absolutely beautiful for footy. We can't wait for this one. I'm joined with Swans General Manager of Football, Leon Cameron. Leon, first things first, how was this week? How was it for you, for the coaching staff and, of course, the players as well, and just the club as a whole?
It's a good question. Look, probably one of those weeks you just can't get around to the next weekend quick enough. We're here Friday night, which is great. But after the initial shock on Saturday night, you've then probably got to kick into, what decisions do you make? You can't just sit there and go through the doldrums and go, well, let's just roll on and think we'll get out of this. We've been down for 2 weeks. We've had a really consistent season up until then. But last weekend was unacceptable, as John said. And our players are proud and they want to fight back. And we've got a really tough challenge against Collingwood tonight. But we've freshened them up a bit. It was discussed even before the game last week against Port Adelaide. Do we need to give them a little bit of time away just to spark them up again? hopefully that works tonight.
How do you approach a week like this in terms of addressing certain issues? Because it's one of those things where you probably can't fix everything all at once. So how do you sort of compartmentalise that?
And you're right. Look, you can't if there's all facets of the game we weren't in actually, and so then you can't go to a review and say Monday or Tuesday, listen, we've actually got to address 15 different areas here. You just can't do it, and so you've got to be really careful. I mean, the line coaches have played a really big role. John's played a big role in just individually getting around to players, getting them back, making sure that we can get them back to playing the good footy, which then adds up to our system. Because if we can't get our players in form, then our system will break down. Doesn't matter who you are, whether it's us or Collingwood or West Coast Eagles. And so we need to get our players back into some form and believing, that they are really, really good players again. And, there's an art to that. It's either through the senior coach, it's through leadership groups, it's through assistant coaches, and that's what's happened throughout the week. But equally, they've got to put that in the show. And it doesn't mean that all of a sudden you can just, wave a magic wand and go, we're back, because we know we've got a really good opponent in Collingwood tonight. But equally, we have been out of form for 2 weeks. We need to grind our way back starting tonight, over the next couple of weeks, leading into hopefully a really strong finals campaign.
I'll send it up to our wonderful team upstairs. We're led by experts Callum Sinclair and Alicia Eva, of course. Give Leon your best shot, guys.
Leon, Cal Sinclair here. Mate, good to hear your voice. And not to make light of the situation, but I was very happy as a retired athlete not to rock up to the club on a Monday morning last week, mate. So to be transparent. But enough about that. I am a bit curious in your role. You've gone from coaching into the head of the academy. Now you're the general manager, director of football. How are you finding the transition from, I guess, being blowing the whistle to now being in front of the desk and behind the computer?
It's a good question, Cal, and yes, it was tough rocking up on Monday. I should have rang you and told you to come in, shouldn't I?
I wouldn't have picked up.
Look, we've all been there, and we know, over the enormous amount of time playing, coaching, we've had some bad losses here and there, and so, we had ours on the weekend, and, we were disappointed, and we acknowledge that, but yeah, look, it is different going from coaching into, being that footy manager to make sure all our program ticks, and, our high performance are talking to our coaching and coaching the medical, and goes around in circles to make sure you can produce the best possible result each weekend. Now, clearly last 2 weekends we haven't done that, but for most of the season we have. But, it's intriguing. It's getting used to. I normally use boundary line as a bit of a guide when I'm watching training. I don't step over it, so I get a little bit itchy about coaching at times. But equally, we've got an enormous experienced coaching group in John and Dean Cox and the McVeigh brothers and Amon Buchanan and Benny Matthews. So, I don't need to be out there. I play my role, as you said, behind the desk and making sure all of our program talks and functions so we can actually produce on weekends.
Has that been an adjustment for you in terms of, obviously you're very still hungry and a very strong football mind and definitely very capable to be definitely head coaching in the system. Has that been a bit of a struggle to kind of hold back and not kind of dive in there and just blow the whistle?
I think it would be different if we didn't have an experienced coach.
Yeah.
Cal, I mean, John's been in the system for 14 years just as a senior coach, and then, a great apprenticeship as an assistant coach. So he's been around longer than me. And so you don't you go, okay, the experience will come through, and that's what happens in these sort of situations. Sometimes you can jump too early if you're really a first or second year coach and you're under the pump from the outside world and internally things aren't working. So I've just sat back and watched, and again, just play your role like anything. Football clubs can get out of hand if all of a sudden the general manager of footy jumps in and says, hey, listen, we need to do this, this, this and this. And then someone else jumps in and someone else jumps. That hasn't been the case all year, and it hasn't been the case this week as well. We get back to work, we play a role in making sure that we can give our boys the best chance to compete against Collingwood tonight.
G'day, Leon. Alicia Eva here. Long time no speak, but I'm looking at you from above at the moment. Coming back to tonight, Leon, look, there's been a lot of external commentary this week about individual performance and team performance and as such, but do Do you as a footy club take any notice of that and use it as motivation this week, or have you tended to want to block that out and look internally for that motivation?
As a group, no, Alicia. It's a really good question, and I hope those boys are looking after you up there, Alicia. As a group, no. I mean, John's, probably always trying to move forward, review, but move forward. How can we get our boys playing the footy we want to play? Individuals, clearly, we'd be lying to each other. We think that it doesn't happen. You don't get stung into action throughout your playing career. And, whether the players have seen something on TV or radio or socials saying, that effort wasn't good enough or you dropped off, no doubt that stings a bit as an individual. And, when I was playing, you would hear it as well. But, that's the good thing about footy. We're 6 days later. We've got an opportunity to right a few wrongs, individually and collectively. And every team will go through that. We're just going through ours at the moment. But we know that, we've acknowledged last week was unacceptable, and we know we're a better side than what we turned out last weekend, and even the weekend before against the Bulldogs. We've been really consistent for most of the year, and we need to find our DNA again to make sure that our contested ball and all the little things that add up into footy that you guys know and commentate about each weekend is there tonight against Collingwood. Because if it's not, then all of a sudden, Collingwood are fighting for their life as well. So that's the uniqueness about tonight's game.
Leon, Brett Sprigg here. People talk about the extra long season. It's only an extra week or two with, of course, an extra bye as well. But how much of a factor has that been in, I guess, how you approach weeks like this with the extra days off and just the fact that it is a longer season? How much of a factor has that been overall?
Yeah, look, my answer to that, Brett, is all 18 sides have to deal with it. So all 18 sides have to play 23 weeks. Clearly, there'll be 10 that miss out come finals time. So it's not as if one side should be up against another. What I will preface to say on that is that you've also got to make sure you manage your 6-day breaks, and depending on how banged up you are, and some clubs will have an enormous amount of luck at the right time of year or throughout the year with corkies, shoulder injuries, just pulling up generally really sore depending on what happened in the game, what it served up. And so you've got to be able to manage that week to week. We actually discussed having a shorter week this week, even before, the disappointment of the Port Adelaide game, just because, in interstate side, you're always going backwards and forwards. You're on the plane every second week. But equally, there's players that have been up for a long time. So, but it's no different to the side we play this weekend, in Collingwood tonight. I mean, we all play 23 home and away games, and we all need to find a way to manage our playing group so we can be playing some great footy towards the back end of the year.
G'day, Leon. Dan Garb here, mate. Hope you're well. Just a couple of players I want to ask you about. You spoke about picking up players' confidence. Your key forwards, Logan McDonald, just 2 goals in his last 3 games. Joel Amartey, 4 in his last 6 since kicking that bag of 9 against Adelaide. What's been done with those young key forwards, and it's tricky when the team's struggling, of course, to pick them up and make them believe again that they can dominate football matches?
Yeah, it's again a good question, Garby, and you're right. Probably the first thing you said is that our inside 50s haven't been great. Actually, probably been so limited the last 2 weeks. They've been rushed. The 2 sides that we've played have put enormous pressure on us, and so we haven't got much continuity or flow going inside 50. But equally, those guys will be looking at themselves. They're hard at work during the week, working on those little intricacies of the game as being a key forward. And I've always maintained that as a young key forward, whether it's Amartey, whether it's McDonald, whether it's McLean, whoever it's coming through, it doesn't matter whose tools are on what lists. They always take a little while. And yes, we had some really good moments throughout the year. Yeah, but if you actually look closely, our young tools are probably tracking pretty well compared to a lot of other young tools as well across the competition. They might be in form for a couple of weeks and then they find it really hard for 2 or 3 weeks and then they bounce back. I'm confident. We clearly had to make a choice on Joel last week because of his history and his injuries, that he's going to be ready to go tonight. And young Logan, he's working his way through it. He's only 4 or 5 years into his career. There's a lot of expectation on those guys because, this time last year, Buddy Franklin would have been running around and taking those big key defenders. And so now these guys have those and they work, they have some really good moments, but then the moments, the they've got to learn from the opposition key defenders.
Leon, we appreciate your time. Best of luck tonight.
Good on you guys. Cheers. See ya.
Leon Cameron, the Swans footy manager, with us on ABC Sport, getting your Friday evening underway, and with it AFL round 22. This tight, volatile premiership race finds a new chapter here in the Harbour City. The Swans are out there, the Pies are out there at the Paddington end of the SCG. We'll have the bounce down here only about 10 minutes away. Your text remain welcome, 0437 774 774. Don't forget to add your name. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport, right across Australia.
It's the most magical time of the year, right? Footy season. This season, you can get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. Unbelievable. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered. Every goal, try, mark and tackle, called by ABC Sport's expert commentary team.
A wonderful goal! Game, set, bingo!
100% pure footy, live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
Welcome to ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL Premiership season.
Footy's biggest weekly stage, Friday night footy. Footy's back now.
Oh, footy's back, baby.
Pulls the trigger on goal and goes bang. 'Cause here it comes, here it comes.
AFL. This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Something big is coming, I know.
Collingwood under Craig McRae has built its identity around taking it step by step, and now every result is existential to their season, and with it their premiership defence. They've experienced firsthand what it's like to be the hunted, difficulty in back-to-back flag wins, and in some ways their opponents tonight, the Sydney Swans, have felt that in the more recent immediate term. Sitting on top of the ladder for so long, they've watched that buffer wither away to just half a game, and would be well aware that to secure those all-important two-home finals, such is the nature of this tight competition, they better get winning and start right now, here under the Friday Night Lights at the Sydney Cricket Ground. This is ABC Sport. Welcome if you have just joined us. My name is Brett Sprigg. Daniel Garb is alongside me. Garby?
Good evening, Spriggy. Great to be here. Both teams out on the ground now. Crowd building beautifully. It is going to be an awesome atmosphere inside the SCG this evening. Deja vu of the 2022 prelim final a little bit.
Yeah.
Saturday night on that occasion, Swans won by a point, but on that night we all knew how well both teams were going. We don't know tonight, and that is the fascinating aspect. Can Collingwood keep their finals hopes alive? And although Sydney, we are certain, are going to come out wanting to breathe fire, can they actually do it? Have they got the energy in the legs, because James Rowbottom admitted during the week they are mentally and physically exhausted. Can they get over that hurdle? It's just a fascinating watch. Can't wait for it.
Our experts are former Eagle and Swan Callum Sinclair and two-time All-Australian, now former Giants captain Alicia Eva. We've spoken about the pressure of this occasion. The Swans haven't responded to pressure in recent weeks, while the Pies really have no choice. We're going to get a fair idea early on in this game, aren't we, as to the pressure of this game?
We certainly are, and I'm actually pretty surprised, Spriggy, that James Rowbottom would make those sort of comments. Generally, those are kind of things you keep to yourself, but I guess that's the space we're in. Just watching, I guess, the body language and the attitude and the effort out there for the warm-up. Swans very physical with their stoppages in that warm-up. Look, I couldn't agree more. It's got a bit of finals-like atmosphere for kind of both clubs. Collingwood are just going to have to play with a ton of desperation tonight, and I think probably, and this is probably a bit harsh towards the Swans from last week, they probably just want a little bit more respect back in the competition. I think probably teams looked at them and thought, wow, they're really vulnerable and very gettable. So pumped, conditions are awesome, and the Collingwood army's filling up, so it should be a good, great game.
Yeah, I can't wait for this. And I asked Leon in the build-up. There's been a lot of external commentary this year, and we know how proud a club the Sydney Swans are, and we know that there are some genuine stars that make up that lineup. So I'm sure if they have been looking at social media or watching, some of the footy talkback or footy shows during the week, they'd be pretty keen to be making amends, I think. But look, massive occasion for Collingwood tonight, and of course, massive congrats to Jeremy Howe, game 250 tonight. What a player he's been for the Collingwood Football Club, and of course the Melbourne Demons prior to that. But I'm sure, like they did last week, get the win for Pendles, they'd be pretty keen to get a win for Jeremy Howe.
You speak about the occasion it feels finals-like. Well, it feels grand final-like because Mike Brady is here.
Yes.
He's sitting up there for Sydney as part of the Hall of Fame celebrations. Here is the great man.
Like an angel, you're out there to win.
Oh, this is good.
Never gets old.
It's awesome.
Things don't come that easy when you're up against the rest. You have to show your courage when you want to be the best. Cause Ailey's inspiration of winning do or die. We want to show Australia, now watch these big birds fly. Ready, go! Go! 3, 4. I'm playing for Sydney. In there and fight. Out there and Adam. Show them your might. Out there for Sydney. Sydney, come on. High-flying, red-blooded, we're the Sydney Swans. Up there for Sydney. In there and fight. Out there and Adam. Show them your might. Up there for Sydney. Sydney, come on. High-flying, red-blooded, we're the Sydney Swans.
Oh, it does set the tone quite well. And he's performed that song since the Swans moved here in the early 80s. Here he is again.
Don't ruin a classic. He's changed the lyrics. Come on, let's be fair.
No. Up there for Sydney was a version he did bring out of the a few years after the original Kazali. So anyway, he's belting it out now as he has done 50 million times for big occasions, any variation of that song.
Katy Perry's great. And all we need on Grand Final Day is that on loop. It's all the crowd need. I mean, Robbie Williams was actually awesome, but Mike Brady gets the crowd going like no one else. Great to see.
The crowd's building here as well. This is a fantastic way to start the third last round of this AFL home and away season. The Pies and the Swans are out there warming up. The opening bounce here is just a few minutes away. I looked at the sample size of the past decade. The Swans have a 7-5 head-to-head lead in recent encounters. We've seen 5 results decided by single figures in that time. Of course, the last time these sides met here was that 2022 prelim, which the Swans did win by a point. That'll be fresh in the memories of both sides, I'm sure. Plenty of big game experience out there for both teams. But into the footy and how it all currently stands, Cal and Alicia, over the last 6 weeks, only Richmond has given up more score from defensive turnovers than the Sydney Swans, who looked mighty, they looked invincible, destined for the premiership a few weeks ago. And that's just one example, Alicia, of where the Swans have to turn things around.
It very much is, and I mentioned that scores from turnover that Port kicked against them last week. It was a massive number, and I think it was off the back of just a belting around clearance and contested ball as well. So when you're not winning the footy, you're not getting your hands on it, and then you finally do, and you haven't put a score on the board, pressure mounts and it goes up, and then you force turnovers, you try to pick off kicks that aren't necessarily there, you fumble, and what good sides do is they score off the back of it.
And it was an interesting decision that the Swans made this week to have a couple of days off in the week, which, it might have been planned for a while out, but I think generally, I can imagine, back in John Longmire and Leon Cameron's day, if you lost by 100 plus points, you wouldn't be having a few days off, but you'd be bringing the mouthguard and the runners to training.
Can I ask you, just with your insight on this playing group, Callum Sinclair, Luke Parker's 5th game this year. He's been sub 3 times. He was sub 2 weeks in a row. Why was he the sub last week? And I guess what is having him now in the 22 to release him in a big occasion like this? What does that do for the Swans?
It would be massive. And to be fair, I think we had a chat off air to be transparent of what I thought, but I think it was
share it with us.
It was an interesting,
in a polite way.
It was an interesting. I think it's fair to say it was an interesting decision to keep him a sub. I think Luke going into finals needs to be playing 4 games of football. He's had probably a very challenging year. One with probably on selection, he's been suspended, and he also had a nasty injury at the start of the year. He needs to be, if they want to actually play him in finals, he needs to be getting real big game experience. I thought it was a very unusual selection Spriggy, to be fair. But I think tonight, I think he's destined for a big game. He'll have a point to prove, I think, for himself and obviously for his spot in the side.
The toss won by Collingwood's milestone man, Jeremy Howe. They'll kick the Paddington end to start here. Friday night footy at the SCG. Yeah, the Pies with back-to-back wins. A tight one last week. Mitch McGovern's missed shot after the siren at a packed MCG kept Collingwood's premiership defence alive, and tonight they'll bring the pressure, I'm sure. Even without Jordan DeGoey, it's a big loss for the Magpies, but still 17 premiership players out there tonight for them. So it gives you some idea of the big game experience out there as the Swans look to roll on and keep top spot, having to overcome what was nearly a 20-goal loss last week in Adelaide. Let's get a feel for things. Boundary side, Phil Pryor is there for us this evening. G'day, Phil.
G'day, guys. Yeah, the players have just hit the benches now. Conditions, honestly, you couldn't ask for a lot more down here at the SCG tonight. The temperature is just about perfect. Any warmer and you're worrying about cramping later on in the game. There are a couple of spots of rain, which is a concern for us here down on the boundary. But here you go. Caden Cleary and Joe Richards are the subs for this one. We're looking forward to it, of course. One team defending a premiership, the other defending top spot. Let's go.
Let's get underway. Here's Daniel Garb.
Swans premiership hopes hanging by a thread. Which way will it go? Grundy wins the first hit out straight down to James Rowbottom, and the Swans go inside 50. Coming out to meet it was McLean and Parker. Frampton gets hands on the football, sweeping handball out to side bottom, and his handball evades Johnny Noble. We'll have a boundary throw in right half forward for the Sydney Swans. Dacos and Warner were opposed to each other inside the opening bounce. Now we wait and see if there's a tag straight on
there is.
Nick Dacos, and there is, from the man they call the Padlock in James Jordan.
Back in it comes. Brodie Grundy, of course, played a lot of his career as a Magpie, belts it back out of bounds for a throw, and expecting a big game from Brodie Grundy and Taylor Adams. Of course, they know tonight's opponents well. The Swans have to turn things around urgently as the crowd continues to build here. The umpire heaves it back in. Grundy and Cameron knocked out the back there. Chad Warner gets there first, pops it inside 50, diving out with the football. Parker in the forward line, dumping the tackle. Hayward. Mills out to meet the football, but Hayward's going to get the free kick here. There's a little overzealous down there by the Magpies defence, and Jeremy Howe gives away the free kick. So it'll be a set shot here for the Swans at the Randwick end through Will Hayward. He's 35 out directly in front.
Probably a bit of a statement there from Jeremy Howe in regards to some physicality that the Collingwood are putting on. Interesting to see Logan McDonald now starting in defence. Seems like the Swans are going to pursue with that move, lining up on Hoskin Elliott.
It's a bit sore, Will Hayward, after that tackle. It was a bit overzealous, but as you said, it was a big hit. Jeremy Howe, leader of the Collingwood Football Club.
His 250th, Jeremy Howe. It's also his 150th game for the Pies. So he played a clean 100 games for his previous club, Melbourne. Out there he stands the mark here as Hayward looks for the first score of the game. And he makes no mistake. Swans are on the board. No slow start tonight. They're one straight 6. The Magpies yet to score. 2.5 minutes played in the opening term. Final up for you on ABC Sport.
Sorry, Stu, I'm just getting stuck into a cherry ripe.
Goodness sake, Kelsey's there. Well,
come on, Les, help me out here.
Oh, sorry. No, I was just looking at the replay, but all the Collingwood players get straight to Jeremy Howe. Look, there's not much in it. Early, it was a scrap kick out of centre bounce, a stoppage. We've seen the Padlock, Garby, go to Dacos here. I'm really interested to see how that tag plays out. But a good start for Sydney, exactly what they wanted.
Well, they'd only kicked one goal in their last 3 first quarters, Sydney, and they've got one in the first 2 minutes. So that's the perfect start. 1 straight 6, Collingwood yet to score. And James Jordan, straight to Nick Dacos. No Jordan DeGoey. So a lot of pressure on Dacos. No surprise, the Swans have said, let's try and lock him down completely. Grundy wins the tap again, but side bottom enters the square and slaps it forward for the Magpies. Warner can't get hands on it. Grundy against his old club. Can't pick it up cleanly. Eventually he does and handballs it forward. Straight to Darcy Cameron, though, his opposing ruckman. His kick goes to centre half forward. It's gathered by Nick Dacos, but there was a free kick paid to Nick Blakey. McStay went through the back of him. So Blakey has it at centre half back. Swans 1 straight 6. Collingwood yet to score. 3 minutes gone. Friday night footy at a packed SCG on ABC Sport.
He goes wide of the Bondi wing, where it's marked by Harry Cunningham. That left half back. Called to go now. Kicks up the attacking flank. It drops out the back to Hayden McLean. They're all surging forward now, attacking side of the wing. McLean looks at the options, holds it for a moment. Swans have the first goal of the game. As McLean drives it long with a hot spot here for the Swans. The outward 2-on-2. Big leap from the back. Haywood, one down there for Noble. Grundy dumps him and the umpire says give it to me. Ball up 20 out from Sydney's attacking goal at the round weekend. They're 1 straight 6, the Swans. Magpies yet to score. 4-gone opening term, ABC Sport.
Heath Grundy's come with a real attitude.
Brody Grundy.
Sorry. Brody Grundy's
He has. There was a strong tackle he laid inside 50. Now it's gathered by Parker. Handball back to Rowbottom for 2 for the Swans. It's just wide. He had a lot of space there, Rowbottom. Parker at the source. Farmed it out to him. He probably had a bit more time than he thought. He's missed to the near side. 1-1-7 Sydney. Pies yet to score.
Well, he's okay too. His attitude's okay. He was in the Hall of Fame celebration earlier, Reg Grundy. Here's Josh Dacos in the left back pocket. Drives it long beyond offensive. 50 out to a big pack. McStay up there. Wins it down, although only as far as Mills. Swans it back. Grundy kicks on the outside of the boot. High towards that 2-on-2 inside 50. Belted away by Frampton in defence. Out the drop, Noble. Round of it by Haywood. Hand pass comes from Crisp. Off to McCreary. Picked off by the Swans and Rowbottom. Amati's hand pass. Almost intercepted by Pendlebury. Comes back to Noble now for the Magpies. Hand pass over his shoulder out the back here. Mills gathers now for the Swans. Puts them back inside attacking 50 now for Sydney. And Parker is beaten through the air by Darcy Moore. But a free kick will come back for Jeremy Howe, who was being held. That's why Parker got that separation, because he did have a bit of Jeremy Howe's jumper. And the milestone man has a free kick from fullback here for the Magpies. It's the Swans with the first 7 points of the game.
That's an awesome kick from Howe to centre half back to find Maynard on the move. They want to move with it, the Pies, and take the advantage, but Maynard will have to go back behind the mark, which doesn't suit Collingwood. They were away there for a moment. Now the Swans are all behind the football. Inside 50s, 5 to Sydney. None for Collingwood, 5.5 minutes into the first term.
Could be the first time Collingwood move it into their forward half.
Maynard switches it out to Frampton, but it evades him and goes over the boundary line. Under the Bill O'Reilly stand. They'll have a boundary throw in on the outer wing, so the Pies struggling for any sort of energy and cohesion early. Sydney putting them under all sorts of pressure. This is the response the Swans fans and players wanted.
The Magpies playing sudden death every week to get their premiership defence alive. The Swans looking to reclaim their rightful place as top team. Well, they would think it's rightful anyway. As Pendlebury's wrapped up, we're balled up again. Only half a game clear now of Brisbane. They have a chance otherwise to pinch top spot with a win tomorrow. Sidebottom's hand pass out here, picked off by Roberts. He breaks a tackle, shares it with Goulden, leaves it behind though into the end, Goulden. And again, they pile it on from all angles, and the umpire will ball it up. 7 gone first term. Swans are 1-1. Magpies yet to score. This is ABC Sport. Umpire wastes no time. Grundy falls over Cameron, gives away the free kick going Collingwood's way.
Darcy Cameron, the former Swan, played 1 game for Sydney.
Or as he would say, 40 minutes.
Your old teammate, Cal Sinclair.
No, he's a good guy, Darcy, having a terrific season too.
He gave it a Jack Bytel. He sends the Pies inside 50 for the first time tonight, but Nick Blakey from the back flies over the pack and smashes it over the boundary line. Boundary throw in just inside 50. Right forward pocket for the Pies.
You can definitely see the Swans' reaction time just around the stoppage has really, really lifted. It's the response they want, suffocating Collingwood every time they get the ball.
Nice of former Eagle and Swan Callum Sinclair on ABC Sport. One down here by McStay. Bursting through Lipinski. Shares it now here with Lockie Schultz, who fires on goal. It's away to the right-hand side. That's Collingwood's first score of the night. They're 1 behind. Swans are 1-1-7. 8 gone first term. ABC Sport.
Just looking to see when Phil puts his raincoat on. There's a bit of rain coming down out there.
Swans move it quickly out to the wing. Amati on a long lead. Back into the team after being taken out of the side for the Port Adelaide massacre last week. Got it just behind the wing, Amati. Kicks to half forward now. McLean got a little shove in the back and the umpires paid it. Maybe just accentuated that a touch, Hayden McLean. Umpire thought it was a push. So he'll take the free kick from 65 out, decides to square it up to Matt Roberts in the corridor. He'll get onto his left boot now and guide it inside 50. Heaney's on a lead. It's over his head. We'll have a boundary throw in. Couple of metres away from the behind post in the forward pocket for the Swans, down to Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Yeah, denim jacket was not a good choice down here. Everyone's putting the hoods on. The match programs are starting to get wet as well. There is some rain now and it's picking up.
Otherwise, fine day in Sydney today. The rain about as we get this game underway. Cameron wins it down here. It's snapped on goal from James Jordan. Clean work from the stoppage. He read the hit out. Even though it was one down by the Pies, it went straight to James Jordan, who snaps in the pocket and curls it around the post for their second. 2-1-13. Magpies one behind. 9 gone first term. ABC Sport, your experts, Alicia Eva and Callum Sinclair.
I think I know what James Jordan will be saying to his direct opponent after that one. Nick Kay, just man up on me at a forward 50 stoppage. They'll do wonders for his confidence and the Swans' confidence going forward. But I think, Alicia, as you can see, I just made the comment before, but they're just hot at the moment. Their reaction time is better. They're not, you wouldn't say they're playing clean football, but you can just see they're playing with a little bit more desperation compared to how they started the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, energy around the contest has been really good. They're in for the fight. And you'd love that as a tagger, James Jordan there. You know, it can be a tough job sometimes, so just take those opportunities when you get them.
Only 7 touches last week, James Jordan. He started nicely. That's a big goal on Nick Dacos early on. He's got the job on him. And that's another strong tackle from Brodie Grundy against his old teammate Steele Sidebottom. He's got some vigour in his game, the former Pie, at the moment. Isaac Heaney with the clearance, kicks it to half forward. It's a free kick, though. Heaney was dumped after he disposed of it. So a downfield free, and the Swans will go inside 50 again. Hayward has it just outside the arc at the moment after the downfield free on Heaney. Swans 2-1-13. Pies just the one behind. Hayward's kick isn't clean in front of Robbie Fox down there, and he's wrapped up by 3 Pies. So we'll have a ball up on the paint, right half forward for Sydney.
12 points. The Sydney Swans lead early on here. Friday night footy at the SCG. Ball in the air. Cox and Grundy. Spilled by Crisp into Sidebottom, and the umpire will ball up again.
Pretty interesting. I just haven't seen one player go to Nick Dacos and try and help him out.
One down again.
And he has the ball.
There he is now. Gets away from his tagger, James Jordan. Room to bounce as well. Defensive side of the wing. Kicks up. They're looking for Jamie Elliott, but coming across and marking is Tom McCartan. So the Swans intercepts. McCartan's kick retreats back inside defensive 50 for Matt Roberts, and now he'll look to drive them forward off half back. Standing still bounce. It was like a basketball dribble. Now goes across the defensive goal mouth. Out to Blakey. He evades the tackle of Hoskin Elliott. His kick just slides out to the outer side. Adams gets them going as well. Just hacks it on his boot here, but getting back with a flight, Jeremy Howe for the Pies intercepts at right half back.
The Pies just need to find a way to control the football at the moment. They're not hanging on to it for very long. So Howe goes short to Darcy Morey, skipper. And now to Josh Dacos, their club champion in their premiership year last season. He's got Sidebottom on a lead out on the wing, so he puts it out in front of him. Sidebottom gathers it, now kicks to half forward. Elliott's on a long lead. A good leap by him, but he couldn't take the mark. Supporting him is Crisp. Handball's back to Sidebottom on the wing. He now sends Collingwood inside 50. It's slapped away from the contest by Jake Lloyd. Players will fall on the football. Braden Campbell, in fact, was certainly taken high. Umpire hasn't seen that. We'll have a ball up just outside. Attacking 50 for the Pies. Sydney 2-1-13. Collingwood 1 behind. Friday night football on ABC Sport.
Ball up at right half back. Laid down by Cameron, who was being held. Wins the free kick here. So free kick Collingwood at left half forward.
It's been a good battle so far between Darcy and Grundy. Both very aggressive, particularly Grundy with his follow-up work, having a couple of strong tackles already.
He's going back to set himself here, Darcy Cameron.
He's going on top of the square, I'd say, Spriggy.
He's in front of the old grandstands here. As Gully mentioned, debuted as a Swan 6 years ago. Now a premiership ruckman. Goes short inside 50 and finds the chest of Jack Crisp.
Sydney looked like they were putting all their attention to the top of the square, as you called, Cal. Big Mason Cox was down there, so they were getting all their numbers back in front of him. And Crisp just popped up late in the pocket.
And he's within range here, Jack Crisp, so he'll cross the 50 to kick. Look for the Pies' first goal of this Friday night. On his left side, brings it back superbly. Good looking set shot, and Jack Crisp has the Magpies first tonight. Closes the gap back to 6 points. It's Sydney 2-1-13, Collingwood 1-1-7. 13 gone first term on ABC Sport, your experts in the increasing rain. Callum Sinclair and Alicia Eva.
Well, certainly it was. They needed to do something just to kind of stem the concern that the Swans have really dominated the play in that first quarter, Alicia. Probably be disappointed a little bit there as a defensive group. Just the Collingwood defenders just the Collingwood forwards putting the Swans defenders just asleep to Darcy Cameron to find someone inside 50. But I think this might be getting reviewed, guys. Maybe it skipped the...
Shaved the post
shaved
maybe on the way through. He did bring it back from a wide angle. The goal umpire was pretty confident as it was given.
It's a free kick.
It's going to be a free kick. Wow. So this is going to be on top of the goal. Jamie Elliott is receiving a free kick, top of the goal square. We're not entirely sure what's happened, but Nick Blakey is the guilty party. I'm sure we're going to look at this as Jamie Elliott goes back and cannons that ball into the second tier of the Bradman stand. So they get two in a hurry and scores a level. 2-1-13. The Swans, the Magpies on ABC Sport. We're still not exactly sure what that free kick was for, but we are seeing a few curious pictures in the Sydney Swans coach's box.
There was a bit of a... after Jack Crisp kicked the goal, there was a bit of remonstration in the goal square, so I'm wondering...
There had to have been something else as the ball was going through, because there aren't many circumstances where you would have a free kick awarded on top of the goals that's going through. So there you go. Goals to Jack Crisp and now Jamie Elliott scores a level at the SCG.
Having a look here, it's just on the screen.
Oh, Rampy.
No,
Blakey's come in, yeah.
He's given a big hip and shoulder to Jamie Elliott.
That was foolish. There were some jumper punches from Dane Rampy on Jamie Elliott, but it was Blakey who came in and flattened him.
Side foot soccer from Mason Cox out of the middle in the meantime. So Collingwood have levelled things up in an instant. Game on here at the SCG, 2-1-13 apiece. The guilty party in Blakey picks it up. Just behind the wing. Well done by Campbell to dance through a couple of would-be tacklers from the Pies. Now they move it out to Robbie Fox on the wing. Kicks to half forward. Amati's underneath it, over his head, punched away from him by Frampton. Heaney gathers it on his left. Looks for Robbie Fox, off hands, ball in dispute, deep inside 50 for the Swans. Adams is there, Hamble to Campbell, now Fox, one more to Hayward. Can they get free for the snap? Hayward eventually runs into trouble. Pies still haven't cleared the area though. Eventually Noble throws it on the boot. Lloyd comes out to meet it, just shoves it forward to Heaney. He snaps it across the face and it'll bounce through 4A behind. So bit of wet weather, high pressure football here at the SCG. Swans 2-2-14, Pies 2-1-13, 16 minutes gone in the first.
Unsure how Will Hayward didn't get caught on the footy there. He took on about 5 or 6 guys and dropped the ball, but that might be looked at by the umpire review panel early in the week. Magpie skipper Darcy Moore drives them long beyond defensive 50 out to a pack where Dane Rampy makes the spoil off for a throw-in.
There's great feeling in this game early though, isn't there, from both sides. Big numbers around the stoppage. There's the pressure's up. There's a bit of feeling in it. It's what you want for Friday night footy.
And a play fall for both sides. Swans by a point early. McLean contests the ruck with Cox. Heaney tries to tunnel it forward. Tackle there from Rowbottom. And again, the umpire will blow it up on the wing. Members side of the SCG. Close to a sellout tonight. Cox lays it down here. Heaney bursts through. Pendlebury taps it back the other way for the Pies. Meanwhile, free kick which will go the way of Nick Dacos for a hold at left half back. Swans by a point. Dacos retreats back inside defensive 50.
A free kick against James Jordan, who is tagging Nick Dacos. Frampton, it's a dangerous kick and he's turned it over on the wing to Robbie Fox. He was looking for Jack Bytel. Just a little bit short. Fox has got Taylor Adams against his old club in a long lead. Marking it left half forward. Been waiting for this day for a long time, Taylor Adams, to take on the Pies. Missed the opening round fixture. He kicks inside 50. Warner didn't mark. Jordan tries to gather it. Amati throws it on the boots and just misses near side. 2-3-15 Sydney, 2-1-13 the Pies, 17.5 gone in the first.
Maynard kicks out short to Noble. Recent 100 gamer. Slows things down here. 18 minutes played in the opening term. Swans by a couple of points. Noble drives it long back to the wing. Cox up in front. Second, third grab.
Great mark. It's very hard in those situations. He gets to run and jump at it. Not many players can outmark him. Key for him is just keep him on the ground, not let him get a run and jump at it.
One of those 17 premiership players from last year. Short back to Noble. Just went the required 15, said the umpire. Quainer marks middle of the SCG. He slows things here as well. Isaac Quainer. Drives it long. Deep down the corridor now for Collingwood. Hoskin Elliott wants the jump, but Heading back there, McLean takes a defensive grab for the Sydney Swans. They'll start again from fullback. He miscues the kick though. McCreary comes late to close down Campbell and sees it out of bounds for a throw-in. So a stoppage deep inside 50 for the Magpies at the end of the SCG. Swans by 2 points here. Phil Pryor on the boundary.
You can just see the impacts that Dane Rampy is able to make in that behind the ball and just how it frees up Nick Blakey. There's clear evidence of it here tonight already.
Swans by 2 points. Throwing it on the boot for Collingwood. It's a goal, I think, to Ned Long. It is Ned Long out of nothing. Just threw it on the boot from the stoppage and through it went. And in an instant, the Pies have the lead here at the SCG. 3-1-19, Sydney 2-3-15. And Ned Long in his 11th game has put them in front with an opportunistic goal in the right forward pocket.
Alicia, you would know this. One thing as a coach you hate is that's defensive 50 stoppage, goals from defensive 50 stoppage. This one will get reviewed pretty heavily. Someone from the Swans has let him goal side, but as you said, Garbs, just a slap it on the bird and maybe just a little bit of wishful thinking, and that's gone through. That's a terrific goal.
Oh, they're reviewing it. They're reviewing this one now. Touched off the boot.
I think it's caught James Rowbottom's thumb. I think this will be brought back. That'll be a behind. Sorry, Ned Long. Didn't take long, that review.
No, scrub that one. So a minor score. Swans keep a lead only by 1, 2-3-15 to 2-2-14. As we just hit time on here in the opening quarter at the SCG. You can text us throughout the evening, 0437 774 774. ABC Radio, News Radio, and of course the world famous ABC Listen app. As Blakey buys some space and left that pocket, drives it long beyond defensive 50. It missed Heaney out the back towards Darcy Moore for the Pies. Sweeps it wide to Noble, and now Josh Dacos. Left foot kick to the wing. Running out into space is Bobby Hill. He evades Lloyd, so too Rowbottom, and his kick is precise to Scott Pendlebury. Goes back on the 45 now, Pendlebury, to find that man in Ned Long. Had that goal scrubbed a short time ago. He's at left half forward. Goes back to the former skipper. Pendlebury controls the ball, attacking side of the wing. A jaywalker, as Callum Sinclair informed us earlier.
He can do something wrong, Spriggy. He's got to keep our stars accountable here at ABC Sport.
Josh Dacos can pump it long inside 50 here for the Magpies. Mason Cox wants to sit. Not quite reaching for it though in time. At the drop, Jamie Elliott back to Pendlebury. Hand pass back here to Long. He's 55. Throws it on the boot now. High to the teeth of goal here for the Pies. Up goes Florent in defence. Oh, careful here as it's socked forward by Bytel. Did it carry? He seems to think maybe it did. He stuck out the left boot. It's come off the inside of said boot. And Jack Bytel has the goal here for the Magpies. Again, it was much like that previous one. It was something out of nothing, and they do have the lead eventually. 3-2-20. The Swans are 2-3-15. 22 gone opening term. ABC Sport. Cal Sinclair, Alicia Eva.
Well, it'll be some sort of goal if it's cleared. I'm sure they're looking at this as they take it back to centre bounce as well. But that's twice now where Mids have got out goal side. Jack Bytel taking himself back to centre wing here. So you mentioned it earlier, Cal. Might need to be some tightening up of some Sydney midfielders.
I think Collingwood have actually done pretty well this quarter just to absorb probably the response that Sydney have had to give, particularly off what happened last week. Just looking at the replay now, not sure if that was
whether Matt Roberts gets a touch to it.
Not, but apparently not. It's not. We're game on. Sorry.
Collingwood are the last 3 of the first term after Sydney kicked the first 2. Rowbottom has won the free kick though. Smack bang in the middle of the SCG. Goes straight down the corridor inside 50. Leaping forward is Parker. Stuck the left arm out. Couldn't mark it. And that should be insufficient intent against Jack Bytel, who kicked the last goal. And it is. Just socketed it straight towards the boundary. Didn't try and pick it up. And Luke Parker is awarded the free kick in the right forward pocket. A chance to respond for Sydney.
How quickly you can go from hero to villain.
Parker subbed the last 2 weeks. Runs around now. The banana effort on the right is through.
Good on him.
A favourite son with a big major for the Swans. The sub 2 weeks in a row. A massive impact by Luke Parker in the first term when the Swans needed it to go back in front here at the SCG. Lovely check side kick from the boundary.
I think it's fair to say, Alicia, you just need a little bit of luck sometimes, a bit of confidence to kind of get a free kick and put one through Luke Parker. They do absolutely wonders for him and his confidence, particularly with the season of, probably a few ups and downs and uncertainty, hopefully that, spearheads him into a great game tonight, but also hopefully a really strong final series. But what a great deal, what a great goal.
Beautiful finish. And the crowd loved it too.
And he looked like he's enjoying his footy. Big smile on his face. Crowd getting around him. Look at that.
Luke Parker, who replaced Corey Warner as the sub last week, replaced him in the 22 this week. Restart back in the middle. It's going to be a free kick from the centre bounce. All go the Swans' way. Advantage paid. Rodham's kick goes inside 50. It's come off the chest of Haywood. Overrun by Sidebottom. There is Lloyd now for the Swans. Tracks it, needs support by Hand. Knocked away by Noble again for the Pies. Haywood off to Rowbottom, who's dumped. In fact, it was Mills down there who was tackled. Footy comes loose. Noble again tries hard. Shares it with Debris. Hand pass goes straight back to Lloyd. Swans get it back. It's with Rowbottom again, 52 from goal. Pops it high towards goal now. McDonald. In fact, it was Fox who couldn't control the grab. And Maynard rebounds for the Pies.
Maynard's quick kick was straight down the throat of Brodie Grundy in the middle of the ground. He couldn't take the mark, but there are Swans around it. Warner emerges with it. The 1-2 with Rowbottom, and then Warner left it behind, was quick enough to go back and get it. Back edge of the square. Just grubbers one forward to Callum Mills. The captain throws it on the boot inside 50. It's a good mark back there by Darcy Cameron. Relieves some pressure for the Magpies. Sydney by a point. 25 minutes gone in the first term. Errol Goulden yet to touch the football. James Rowbottom, though, profiting from that. He has 9 disposals in the first term.
The Swans' form lull was certainly highlighted by that absence to James Rowbottom, or low-lighted. We've got an idea of how important a player he is for the Sydney Swans. Here's Isaac Quainer. Defensive side of the wing. Drives it long here, wanting up that mark is McStay. Socket forward by McCreary, and now Roberts slides out, ball and all, for a throw-in on the eastern side of the SCG. Down to Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Yeah, Errol Goulden's just looking a fraction upset. He's been stuck down here on the bench for about 6 minutes now.
25 touches against Port Adelaide last week. He was averaging 28 on the year, Errol Goulden, but a quiet start tonight. Swans by 1.
Grundy's having an impact. Good palm down to Callum Mills, who's also been busy early as he struggles to find his best form, the captain, after that long layoff. Now Darcy Cameron, that's a clever kick forward. It's marked by McStay. He's 2 kicks from goal. On his left, he tries to pinpoint a target. Well done, Ollie Florent, though. He got in front of Jack Crisp in a dangerous spot and fisted it over the boundary line. Right forward pocket for the Magpies. It's tight here early at the SCG. Sydney 3-3-21, Collingwood 3-2-20.
Definitely used to calling Errol Gould's name a little bit more than we have. So we usually a bit more I can't speak. I'm shocked he's on the bench.
Donald's playing down back as well for the Swans. That's why Fox is up front. So it's a little change as well, as we've seen occasionally. Donald's drifted back in defence, but he's sitting back there now in defence for the Swans. Out of bounds for a throw-in again.
I'll try again. We're not used to seeing Errol Goulden spend this much time on the bench.
3-3 plays 3-2. Swans by a point. Out of the ruck, Grundy. Hacks it forward now. Intercepted by Maynard. He's Soccer's in danger on Warner. It goes inside 50 back to Josh Dacos, and he can watch it be slapped through by, again, that man leaving all in defence. So minor score Collingwood, 3-3-21 apiece is the score here at the SCG. 27 to go on first term.
Logan McDonald. Rongamai said he'd move him back into defence a little bit more. He's back there now. The kick up to find Haywood. Well done. He had 3 Pies around him. At right half back, he took a very important mark, Will Haywood, to control the football for Sydney. Scores level. 27 minutes gone in the first term, and now Goulden's got a possession. He's taken a mark at right half back.
He worked hard for that, came straight off the bench.
And he wanted a touch early, eventually got one. Took it up to the wing. Bounces off the chest of Jordan. Here goes Blakey trying to stream through the pack. He had the ball stripped of him, basketball style. The Swans win it back. Warner back to Blakey. His kick is now smothered. Bouncing ball at centre half forward. Florent lost it. Pies pick it up through Josh Dacos. Lipinski had to get rid of it. Amid a tackle, did so to Quainer, who has space now at right half back.
Looks upfield now, goes deep to the flank where McStay's in the contest with McCartan. Coming through Blakey. McCreary is goal side now. He's too quick for McCartan. Pops it inside forward 50. Cox! It was a 2-on-1. Cunningham was outnumbered and outbodied by Mason Cox, who will take his set shot from 20 out directly in front.
Well, this shot on goal just comes from pure desperation by Collingwood forwards, getting up the ground, chasing Nick Blakey, forces a turnover. They win the footy back and they move it back inside 50 with speed. Looks chaotic at times, but it's effective.
Kicked a couple of goals against the Blues last week, Mason Cox. Here he is on the approach and he steers it straight through. Magpies have the lead back. A little shush there as well from Mason Cox to this buoyant SCG crowd. 4-3-27, the Magpies are in front. The Sydney Swans are 3-3-21. 29 gone in the opening term on ABC Sport. Your experts, Alicia Eva and Callum Sinclair.
It was an interesting shush. He didn't really shush anyone. It was a bit of an awkward U-turn, how he kind of...
Yeah, sort of ran towards the goal umpire.
Yeah, he didn't do it, but interesting how he got... But I couldn't agree with you more, Alicia. Just probably their desperation and chase and kind of 1%ers up the ground, particularly on Blakey, who tried to break the line 3 or 4 times there in the middle of the ground. Good contest there from McStay, really clean from McCleary, just at ground level under pressure from McCartan and Blakey, but not too sure how Mason Cox got free there, and good effort there and a good finish and a great shush.
Always the antagonist, Mason Cox. Big mark inside 50 and converts it. Now they pumped it straight down to Nick Dacos. Shimmies away from the stoppage as he loves to do. Kicks to left half forward. A good contest between Hoskin Elliott and Braden Campbell. A hip and shoulder between them. The ball goes over the boundary line just forward of the wing for the Magpies. 4-3-27, Sydney 3-3-21. Close to quarter time, and now that they've broken from the stoppage, James Jordan straight back to Nick Dacos.
Down it comes from Grundy, Goulden, Heaney, hand pass through, trying to pick up from McCreary, and now Nick Dacos pops it back inside 50 here for the Magpies. Big leap from Elliott. At the drop though, Quainer bursts through. Good crumbing, slams through the goal as well. Isaac Quainer, an unlikely goal scorer. It's his first for the year. And Collingwood's attacking drive continues. They lead by 12 points. 5-3 plays 3-3. We've just ticked past the half-hour mark at the SCG. Friday night for you on ABC Sport.
It's pretty interesting, Alicia. I'm be curious on your thoughts as well, but every time the ball hits the ground inside 50 for Collingwood, their Smalls seem to be able to get goal side, and they're scoring from stoppage and congestion at ground level quite easily. I think that's something that will be reviewed by the Sydney Swans defence staff. It's definitely a concern. It's happened from stoppage a couple of times now. Very curious to see how Isaac Quainer, not a regular goal kicker, but
it's his 4th career goal, by the way, in 106 games.
He is well goal side there for a defender.
And Sydney actually had the +1 behind the ball there. Correct. From that stoppage. So that +1's looking to get involved aerially, but at ground level, Collingwood are winning that battle.
His first goal, Isaac Quainer, since round 9, 2022. He enjoyed that one. He's put the Pies out to a 12-point lead, and they've gone inside 50 again. Rampete punches it away from McStay. Heaney's under pressure. It'll be locked up now, though Cunningham does manage to get hands on it, and then Blakey's tackled. So under the pump here, the Swans. Heaney's now very hurt, slow to get up, finds its way to side bottom. He tries to knock it back. Goulden now tackles him, and eventually we'll have a ball up. No, it's a free kick to side bottom for a high tackle against Goulden. And side bottom will kick from just inside 50, slight angle to the right, and the Pies can extend this lead to 18 points.
Again, just the pressure on that ground ball, that loose ball. If Collingwood aren't winning first possession, the pressure to win it back is huge.
It's absolutely mental. It's really strong and ferocious. I think when they first came out in the first 10 minutes, Alicia, you would have thought the Swans are really on, but wow, haven't they absorbed it really well?
So 7 goals in his last 2 seasons, Steele side bottom, but one of them was oh so important at the end of that grand final win over Brisbane. This one's across the face and through for a behind. It's a 13-point lead to the Magpies, 5-4-34. Sydney 3-3-21, close to quarter time.
And just as this ball comes back in the last 4 weeks, Collingwood have been 17th in the comp for inside 50s, but they're going at number 2 for scores per inside 50.
Roberts' long-range kick is picked off by Darcy Moore. So ball intercepted it on the outer wing for Collingwood. 13 points, the visitors lead. And their skipper pumps it long, back to the flank. Pack forms, Roberts from behind on Cox. And now Elliott breaks to a flying tackle out of bounds for a throw-in. Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Did go out to Heaney, and he was pretty much shrugged off straight away. It does seem as though Isaac Heaney is fine.
So outscored again in this opening term, the Swans. It's not quite the calamity that was last week in Adelaide. The Magpies do lead here by 13 points. Bobby Hill gets it from the stoppage. Hand pass wide to Nick Dacos, and neither he nor James Jordan, his close accompaniment, can keep it alive.
The late stages of the first term. Boundary throw in, just outside 50 for the Magpies. Feels like Sydney's really been in this first term, but Collingwood have just been more efficient. And they'll take the quarter-time lead. By how much, though? Cameron down to Nick Dacos. Gets away from trouble again. But then his kick skews off the side of the boot. The Sydney fans enjoyed that. It's out of bounds on the full.
Certainly finds it at stoppage, even though he's getting a hard tag from Jordan tonight.
Tom McCartan brings it back into play in the left back pocket. Jeremy Howe in his 250th punches it clear. Dacos overran it. And then Ned Long is well tackled by James Jordan. We'll have another boundary throw in at right half forward for the Magpies.
He's had it the 5 times, Nick Dacos.
All up, in fact.
It didn't quite go out, so Rucks go at it. Cameron and Grundy towed forward by Heaney. Breaking the tackle, Roberts sends it back down the wing. This one's out of bounds on the full in the dying seconds of the opening quarter. Magpies by 13, and that will do it. An opening term in which the Swans kicked the first 2 goals of the game through Will Haywood and James Jordan, and then from there we saw Crisp and Elliott bring the game back to level pegging at 2-1-13. The Swans did get one through Parker. It's the other goal scorer, and also on the board for the Magpies in that first term. Jack Vitell, Mason Cox and Isaac Quaynor. Just his 4th career goal, most recent of those in the game here at the SCG. It's Collingwood 5-4-34. The Swans are 3-3-21. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Looking for an easy way to find out what's happening in the world of sport? Stay up to date with the week's best sports stories, highlights and analysis with the ABC Sport newsletter.
Oh, that is amazing!
It's sports content to make you think or allow you not to. Delivered to your inbox every Saturday.
Game, set, bingo!
To sign up and get the latest sports news each week, head to abc.net.au/connect, scroll down and select ABC Sport. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Cameron wins it down here. It's snapped on goal from James Jordan. Clean work from the stoppage. He read the hit out. Even though it was one down by the Pies, it went straight to James Jordan, who snaps from the pocket and curls it around the post for their second. Long, he's 55. Throws it on the boot now. High to the teeth of goal here for the Pies. Up goes Florent defence. Oh, careful here as it's socket forward by Vitell. Did it carry? He seems to think maybe it did. He stuck out the left boot. It's come off the inside of said boot. And Jack Vitell has the goal here for the Magpies.
Parker stuck the left arm out, couldn't mark it, and that should be insufficient intent against Jack Vitell, who kicked the last goal, and it is. Parker subbed the last 2 weeks. Runs around now. The banana effort on the right is through.
Good on him.
A favourite son with a big major for the Swans.
Goulden, Heaney, hand pass through, trying to pick up from McCreary, and now Nick Dacos pops it back inside 50 here for the Magpies. Big lead from Elliott. At the drop though, Quaynor bursts through. Good crumbing, slams to the goal as well. Isaac Quaynor, an unlikely goal scorer. It's his first for the year.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Collingwood on top late in the opening term here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport. It is the Magpies 5-4-34, hitting the Sydney Swans 3-3-21. Desperate stuff for both sides. The Magpies, every game must be a win from here to keep their premiership defence alive, while for the Sydney Swans looking to end a 3-game losing run and 5 of their past 6 and arrest the form slump which sees them in danger of surrendering a top 2 finish, which looked all locked up a matter of weeks ago. It is intense stuff here at a slightly rainy SCG. A few light showers in the opening term, but an intense opening quarter nonetheless. 13 points is Collingwood's lead. Brett Sprigg alongside Dan Gubb calling the action. Your experts are Callum Sinclair and Alicia Eva.
Yeah, well, I think, Alicia, we made comment during that first quarter, just Probably really impressed with probably just the response that the Swans had to give. You know, they got a couple of goals there. Obviously, one goal was a free kick in which Jeremy Howe obviously ripped Will Hayward ferociously to the ground. But I think what you'd be really impressed with is how Collingwood, it just seemed like they absorbed it really well. It's like they kind of came prepared, knowing that the Swans are going to come out and be quite ferocious. I don't think even though the scoreboard would say Collingwood's in front, I wouldn't say they're just in front because the Swans have just allowed them to leak a few goals, if that kind of makes sense. I wouldn't say that, yes, there's probably been a free kick. There hasn't been any easy marks inside 50. They're certainly making it a lot more difficult for the Collingwood forwards than what the Swans have in previous weeks. But probably just a couple of concentration areas, allowing players to kind of go goal side. A concentration area, a concentration moment from Nick Blakey in the goal square, giving away an unnecessary free kick. We've seen a vision of the coaching box and what that kind of looked like when that occurred. But probably been all Collingwood in the back half of that quarter. I thought the midfield clearances were really, really strong by them. In total, they're 13-9 in favour of Collingwood clearances. They're 4-3 in centres clearances, and stoppage clearances around their ground. They're 9-6. So that's where the game's won, and that's where we spoke about pre-game.
Yeah, it's been... That was a really entertaining first quarter. I think maybe the first 5 minutes the Swans just owned the footy in their front half, and then once Collingwood got going, and I mentioned it during the first quarter, they don't need a massive amount of inside 50s to score. So I think they're scoring at 67% per inside 50. So they've had, I can't find the stats right now, but when they go in, they look dangerous. And I think, that's been the difference, Cal. You mentioned it. When the ball hits the deck, Collingwood are first to pounce on it. Isaac Quaynor, of course, playing across half back. He's first to that loose scramble and kicks a goal off the back of it. So it's just been little opportunities here and there. As you said, Mason Cox takes a mark inside 50 unopposed because Nick Blakey runs the footy up the ground and unfortunately turns it over. That's how Collingwood get the +1, I guess, in front of the ball. So, it's the way Nick Blakey wants to play. It's high risk, high reward. But that's why, if he does turn the ball over in the forward half, the Swans have got to be able to defend in behind it to allow their defence to reset.
And that seems to be a theme over the last couple of weeks, is not allowing Nick Blakey, Chad Warner as well, not allowing them to have that explosive pace. It just seems like whenever they get the ball, they have just got teams, players in droves, putting heat on them and not allowing them to get any clean run.
0437 774 774. We are ABC Sport. Keep up the good work, says one correspondent. I'm trying to listen to the Collingwood game via the app, via a very patchy internet in Cairns. Go Pies. Don't forget to add your name, loyal correspondent. Bill says Swans are clumsy and indecisive and slow. And someone else says here, Swans may have hidden concussions from earlier, may have some hidden concussions from earlier rounds. Yes, they haven't been in good form, the City Swans. Sounds a bit nasty. Anyway, 0437 774 774. A few more numbers, Gaby, to quarter time.
James Rowbottom, 11 disposals, has been impressive for Sydney with 4 clearances. Josh Dacos, 7 touches. Darcy Cameron enjoying the battle with Grundy. He has 7 possessions and 4 clearances. Grundy has 7 touches as well. Just the one for Errol Goulden.
Back underway, there is Grundy and Cameron the rucks. Some of them sticks out the boot here, but Dacos, that's Nick who runs onto it, snaps across his body here toward the outer side. Lipinski dumped in the tackle of Cunningham. Heaney there for the Swans. Off to Amati, and now Jordan fires from 60 across the face of goal, but leaping down there, back with a flight, Luke Parker. It was well watched. I'm surprised he got there, to be honest. But Luke Parker has it in the left forward pocket here, a set shot from no more than 20 out.
Certainly good pick. Very good pick up there from Nick Dacos, but terrific fight from Harry Cunningham. Almost got beaten 1-on-1. Just got a fingertip in there to affect the disposal. And that's what the Swans are good at when they're at their best.
And the earlier check side goal in the first quarter, Luke Parker. He snaps here from the left forward pocket. Curls it around beautifully. And the Swans with a positive start in the second term at the SCG. Margin 7 points. It's Collingwood 5-4-34. Sydney 4-3-27. That's the opening minute of the second term on ABC Sport. Friday Night Footy, your experts, Callum Sinclair and Alicia Eber.
He looks lively every time the ball is in his area, Luke Parker. 2 goals to start this game.
Certainly trying hard. He probably not a forward that you would think to have a explosive in his lead, but he's a natural footballer. He's very good overhead, believe it or not, but there's a terrific kick there, just to advantage side, which is what you want what you want as a forward, particularly not as a natural forward, and Luke wouldn't be, but that's where the Swans are at their best, is when they can actually score quickly from turnover, penetrate inside 50. And at the end of the day, you have to finish, and Luke certainly did. It was a great goal.
Hard to believe he was the sub for the last 2 weeks. Collingwood lead by 7 points. Luke Parker with 2 goals in the first of the second term. Here's Warner, well tackled by Pendlebury. Got the handball free, though, Warner to Rowbottom, who kicks it to centre-half forward, and Amati takes the mark. Out in front of Darcy Moore. Just inside the square. High ball inside 50. McLean will leap and grab it. He had eyes on that from 15 metres away, Hayden McLean. Has timed his leap to perfection in the end. No one went with him and took the grab. Outstretched, he'll kick from directly in front, 15 out.
What was really interesting with that is Luke Parker's role on Jeremy Howe then just kept an arm to him, kept him engaged. Generally, Jeremy Howe's going to run and jump at those and cause great intercept marks, but great effort from Parker just to keep him on the ground, not let him jump.
2 goals last week in the massacre at Adelaide Oval. 2 in a row for the Sydney Swans in the second term. McLean on the board, margin back to a point, and it is on in the goal square. After that McLean goal, there is a lot of pushing and shoving. We did a bit of Mason Cox there, Hayden McLean. Gave it to one of the Pies defenders. They didn't like it. Now they will break up. 5-4-34 Collingwood. Sydney 5-3-33.
Phil Pryor on the boundary.
The tall ball lineup has worked for the Swans. It's the same bench that they started the first quarter with the second quarter as well. Adams, Campbell, Fox, and also Florent down there. So all those bigs are out there, and McLean certainly found a mismatch up forward that time.
Well, he was opposed to Billy Frampton then, and Frampton got lost as that ball was in flight and could not put any body on Hayden McLean then. Just gave him an unopposed run and jump at the ball.
Restart back in the middle. Grundy slams it down here, but Cameron's onto it. He follows up here. High ball goes up and under. Knocked away by Ned Long, onto it McCreary. Tracks it towards half forward. Roberts off the deck though for the Swans. She has it with Blake. It was almost a throw. Out to Mills, his captain. And now on the bounce received by Chad Warner. Works his way through traffic. Fires the hand pass back to Blakey. Out wide for Heaney. Run down from behind by Sidebottom. Warner breaks through as well. 3-man tackle greets him. Socked forward by Blakey. Slapped away by Sidebottom. There is Nick Dacos for the Pies off the deck towards Quaynor. He can just nurse his kick inside forward 50. It was a little too deep down there for McStay and Logan McDonald, who's playing defensively now. Rebounded by Cunningham for the Swans. Beyond offensive 50 and now knocked out of bounds for a throw-in. 75 around from Collingwood's attacking goal at the Randwick end. They still lead by a point, the Pies, but the Swans have kicked the first 2 goals of this second quarter on ABC Sport. 4.5 played second term. Collingwood by 1.
I wouldn't be surprised if Steele Sidebottom was running a bit of a tag on Errol Goulden. He's following him everywhere. I watched him do it the first bounce of the game, and he's not giving Goulden any space.
And it's having an impact. Here is Sidebottom. Goulden put the tackle at him, but he got the hands free to his partner in crime in Pendlebury. His kick goes inside 50 on the bounce. Blakey couldn't get free. Long wins it. Back to Josh Dacos. Bouncing ball deep in attack for the Pies. McStay is tackled, and tackled well by Logan McDonald, who's playing key defence now for Sydney. What an interesting change. Collingwood lead by a point. Ball up. 20 out from their goals. Mason Cox palms it down. McStay gathers it. Wanted Pendlebury, missed him. Set up nicely for McCreary though. Schultz on the snap. And back there playing goalkeeper is Logan McDonald. And he's taken the mark in front of the goalpost. Pies lead by a point.
It's been their spearhead for so much of this year, Logan McDonald. As I said, playing defensively tonight. Goes beyond defensive 50. Out to a 2-on-2. Leaping from behind down there, Haywood. It's won away by the Swans. McLean back to Chad Warner. Off balance, awkward left foot kick goes up in the air. Knocked away by Grundy. Umpire's got a whistle here, which will be going the Swans' way. Grundy receiving the free kick. That's his old side. Off to Chad Warner. Overcooks the kick for Roberts. Picked off by McCreary. The Pies are away through Pendlebury. On the overlap they go. Towards centre-half forward McStay. 70 from goal. Needs a neat entry. Cox getting back there. 2 to beat. Cunningham rushes it through for a minor score. Magpies have a 2-point lead here. 5-5-35. Plays Sydney 5-3-33. 6.5 played second term. ABC Sport.
He's definitely got a roll on Goulden Sidebottom. It may not be a hard tag, but that is the matchup that Collingwood are going with. And wherever Goulden goes, Sidebottom is following.
Sidebottom tagging Goulden. Jordan tagging Nick Dacos. A couple of big matchups to watch. And Logan McDonald moved into a key defensive role. He did say at a press conference a couple of weeks ago, John Longmire, that he believes he can play at both ends of the grounds. Maybe it's a way to get him involved in the contest a bit more after a quiet spell. Roberts goes short to Lloyd. He switches it out to Hayward on the wing. He takes a really good mark and tested, opposed to John Noble. Collingwood leading by 2 points. 7 minutes gone in the second term. Hayward goes short, but it wasn't the required 15 to Cunningham. Gets it back from Cunningham and kicks just inside 50. Underneath it is Parker, roving it well is Rowbottom. Gets it out to Heaney, darts inside. The handball now for Warner. He's got space and he will finish it off. The Swans midfielders combining beautifully, and it's goal number 30 for the season for Chad Warner. Sydney back in front by 4 points.
Not sure who it was there, but great finish there by Chad Warner, who's definitely had some attention, Alicia, in this game. But I think it was Scott Penderbury who unfortunately just got sucked in a little bit to the contest, perhaps caught ball watching in that in-between kind of category. And then Chad Warner just kind of holds his width, and he's found right in the middle of inside 50 and be able to put it through like that. But they're getting back in this game. They're playing with a bit more energy. But I was just going to say before, there was a passage of play with Heaney, Blakey and Warner, and they just couldn't break clear. Just such a clear focus at the moment from Collingwood that it just seems like they've gone with a strategy to say, whenever these guys look like they're going to get the ball, react. Get on them. Don't let them any space and time to penetrate the corridor.
Swans by 4 points. Friday night footy at the SCG. From the restart, Cameron lays it down here. Nick Dacos, hand pass off to brother Josh, with Jordan in pursuit. Josh goes bounding off half back, but he kicks a turnover straight down the throat of Dane Rampy. One of 4 inclusions. 5 if you count the sub Parker. 22 this week. Rampy's kick goes down the line. Rowbottom in the contest with Quaynor, and he takes Josh Dacos high. That will be a Collingwood free kick near half back.
He's amazing, James Rowbottom. I just watched him a moment ago. He was limping in the middle of the ground. He's managed to shake it off, then attack that contest, gave away a free kick. He is the barometer for pressure at the Sydney Swans, and he's showing that early. 13 possessions, 4 clearances. He set up that goal for Warner a moment ago. He's having an impact. Here's side bottom, back edge of the wing. Goes short to Bytel. Sydney now leading by 4 points after trailing by 13 at quarter time. 9 minutes gone in the second. Kick to half forward. McDonald, much taller than Jamie Elliott, punches it over the boundary line, just outside 50 for Collingwood.
10 minutes played, second term. Great to have you company on ABC Sport. Keep your texts coming throughout. 0437 774 774. We'll update the Olympics at half-time here as well. Jordan off to Rowbottom. The Swans are away up the outer side. Amati in the contest with Frampton. Both players out after it, and eventually it will come loose and over for a throw-in. Fran from Melbourne says we'd like to thank Port. That'll be right. It just had to be the Pies going up against the Swans tonight after their huge loss. Go Pies. Thank you, Fran. Well, it's been a tight contest so far. It's only a 4-point lead the Swans' way. Led by 13 points at quarter time. The umpire tosses it back in. McLean down here. Nick Dacos is there first low for the Pies. His kick to half forward. Bobby Hill, little 1-2 with Lipinski. Lipinski's kick goes across towards half forward. McCreary is waiting. He's 55 from goal for Collingwood.
Had Bobby Hill on in the pocket.
He's just held up McCreary, and he fancies the distance.
Yep.
And a bit of Babe Ruth here, calling his shot. The left arm's gone up. He might just decide to spot it up, top of the goal square. He will do that. McLean's there, he punches it away, and this will bounce over the boundary line, right forward pocket for the Pies, who trail by 4 points. We've got 11 minutes at the SCG. It's just a fascinating contest, and halfway through the second term, it still feels that way. We just don't know how it's going to break.
Still Nick Dacos, hard tag, 10 possessions already. Very clean as well.
Back in it comes, round weekend. Rowbottom is wrapped up down there by Pendlebury. Ball up again. Umpire wastes no time. Bucks go at it. McLean spills away from Crisp. Hill had it stolen away over here by Florent. On his hands and knees, shares it with Campbell. It's rolling towards the boundary line. Ball up, deep, very deep in that right forward pocket for the Pies at the Randwick end.
It's impressive, isn't it? 10 disposals, 7 clearances with a hard tag as well.
Amazing footballer. His brother's got 10 touches as well, and that should be out of bounds on the full. It is, so it'll be a Collingwood free kick. It's against Braden Campbell, who tried to spin on his left and clear the area. All he did was kick it into row J. And that's being polite to Braden Campbell. It'll be Jack Crisp who'll kick from the area that Luke Parker converted from a free kick in the first term. Deep in the right forward pocket. Two-time best and fairest winner Jack Crisp on the left has hit the post. Never really looked like it had the accuracy. So 3 points the margin. Collingwood 5-6-36, Sydney 6-3-39. 12 gone in the second term. Friday night footy at the SCG on ABC Sport. Here's Brett Sprigg.
Roberts had 20 touches against Port last week. One of very few highlights in that 112-point loss. He's kicked wide to Lee McDonald. Now comes back inboard to Braden Campbell. He's among the inclusions this week for the home side. They lead by 3 points, the Swans. Campbell, it's a patient build here from half-back as Heaney from the flank goes down the eastern wing, and it's marked by Jeremy Howe. So Collingwood can start again from the offensive side of the wing. Back to his skipper, Darcy Moore. He's the furthermost offensive player on the ground at centre-half back. It's mostly between the arcs here. Moore drives it long. Pack forms. Mason Cox, second bite, pulls it in, 65 from goal. Looks to wheel and go. No, in fact, just dummies the hand pass and slows things down for a moment. Cox on the entry. Deep wide to the pocket. And it's spilled by Campbell. Gets the free kick anyway. Free kick for the Swans. In the right back pocket, they lead by 3 points. 6-3 plays 5-6, 14 going second term.
Well done by Campbell. He's got a booming left boot. He sends us up to the wing, but straight back to Mason Cox. He couldn't take the mark. Josh Dacos is there. He's well wrapped up by Robbie Fox as he tried to sprint away from that contest. Ball spills over the boundary line. Underneath the Bill O'Reilly stand here at the SCG. Pies attacking the right of your radio dial or ABC Listen app. Ball just forward of the wing, favouring Collingwood. Grundy taps it over his shoulder to Jake Lloyd. Well done by Pendlebury. Watch that closely. Knocked it down. Kicks Collingwood inside 50. Blakey couldn't take the mark. Gathered at those and hit the turf. Inside defensive 50 for the Swans. Now they try and rebound. Grundy to Warner. His handball, though, is straight to Josh Dacos.
Josh Dacos can go wide to find by Tell. Attacking side of the wing. Pops it down the line now to find the chest of Jamie Elliott. He's 65 from goal. He has kicked goals from there before. But he's going to send it back to Scott Pendlebury in game number 401. Errol Gould is still just one disposal in the game so far, Alicia.
Just the one. Ollie Florent, just the one.
Here is Pendlebury, high inside 50. Mason Cox! Strong grab, too strong for Brodie Grundy. He'll have a set shot from deep in the left forward pocket, 25 metres out.
Now, he has his critics, Mason Cox, but what Collingwood do really well is that they utilise him. They had Elliott just spotted up Pendlebury there, just gave Mason Cox enough time to get down to the top of the goal scorer. But that's not what you got to do, the Swans. You can't allow him to have a run and jump at it. You've really got to block his run and keep him on the ground, because once he has that, the guy's just so long, Alicia.
Outmarking his old ruckmaster, the old apprentice, for his second goal tonight. Pulls it a little short. And then it was an attack, though. Hand pass comes, hospital it back to McCreary, who can snap, and they get the result in the end. McCreary with the goal. So Bo McCreary with his 50th, by the way, AFL career goal, and the Magpies take back the lead, 6-6-42. The Swans are 6-3-39, 16 gone second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport. Your experts, Alicia Eva and Callum Sinclair.
Well, I don't think we were expecting a goal to be scored in that fashion, in that 20 seconds of play. Mason Cox's kick fell short. Was not too far out, probably just a miss kick, but fell short, was punched or brought to ground level. And as we've mentioned in this first half of footy, Collingwood just pouncing on the loose ball. On that occasion, it was Bo McCreary, and lovely snap, lovely finish.
It's interesting with Bo McCreary, just no one manned him up either. He just kind of walked into that spillage, and once again, another legged goal against the Swans.
Collingwood get the lead back by 3 points. Nick Dacos on the bench now. No surprise, James Jordan's gone there as well. The old-fashioned tag. When you go to the bench, I'll go to the bench. Here is Braden Campbell. Gathers it back edge of the square for Sydney. Back to Matt Roberts, who kicks to half forward. Callum Mills outstretched, couldn't take the mark. Over his head it goes. Well done by Heaney. Roved it nicely. Ran onto the football. His handball inside 50 is gathered by Crisp, though. And now it's a loose ball just outside the arc. Noble falls on it, as does Luke Parker. Ball up, left half forward for the Swans.
The lead has changed hands 6 times in the game so far. Cox, one away by Heaney. He can fire on goal from 45. Swings it back. Just hits the post. Minor score for the Swans. 6-4-40. Trailing Collingwood 6-6-42. 17 gone second term ABC Sport.
Garbs was spinning the finger.
That just looked like it was all the way through. Just faded at the end. Fires by a couple of points. Mason Cox is having a good game, isn't he? Ball just goes over his head on the wing. And then McCreary, the last goal of the game, watches it go over the boundary line, as does Sidebottom. Right in front of the Pies bench as McStay goes off and Darcy Cameron goes on. Straight into the ruck opposed to Grundy.
Nick Blakey's sores come off limping.
That's an interesting watch. Phil Pryor will keep an eye on that. That's a real concern for the Swans. He looks in serious pain, Nick Blakey. This could be a big story here. Errol Goulden with his second possession of the game. Picks it up behind the wing. Gave it to McCartan, who put Rowbottom under a lot of pressure. Crisp wrapped him up. Two of the best tacklers in the game, Rowbottom and Crisp. Level ball up just forward of the wing for the Swans. Collingwood lead by 2 points.
Up it goes. Grundy down to Heaney. Around the football in the end. Hand pass fired out by Pendlebury, and now Roberts can't track it before it's out of bounds for a throw-in. Down to Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Yeah, Nick Blakey was not putting a lot of weight on that left leg.
Just seeing him in that contest and a replay of how he succumbed in that injury.
It's an ankle problem.
Yeah, it looks sore. Looks in much discomfort. Nick Blakey. Back in it comes. At half forward for the Magpies. Half back for the Swans. It's socketed forward here and over for deliberate. So it's going to be a Swans ball. Scott Pendlebury was it who gave away that one. He just stuck out the right boot and socketed it out of bounds here. So Errol Goulden here for what will be his third disposal of the game so far. Sidebottom standing the mark. Goulden's kick up the members' side. Spoil from behind. Howe wins it down though for the Swans. Adams kicks towards half forward. Frampton slides out to meet the footy, and it goes out of bounds for a throw-in.
No, we've spoken about it already this quarter, but as Errol Goulden did get his third touch, Sidebottom is doing such a disciplined role or job on Sydney's major ball winner to keep him quiet and also rack up 8 disposals himself. It's a really selfless role, and right now it's a bit of a coaching masterclass by Fly.
Craig McRae's kick is...
Craig McRae?
You had his name in my mind. Isaac Heaney's kick is smothered by the Pies, who now bounce off half-back. Schultz to Crisp. And they work it to half forward. Well done by Florence, who intervened. And then again, excellent attack on the football by Braden Campbell. How about that for a 1%er? Got it to Warner, who has a couple of bounces. Handball to Amati. Just inside 50. A flying shot on goal. Just misses. Oh, they would have gone straight to Braden Campbell if that went through. They will anyway. What an excellent effort at half-back to set up that opportunity for Amati. He couldn't convert, though. Collingwood lead by a point. 20 minutes gone in the second term.
Quainer caught some late contact from James Rowbottom. Half-back here for the Magpies. Call to play on now. The Collingwood defender. Up to a contest on the wing. Stood away by Grundy. Swooping through McCreary. Kick was smothered. Great work it was down there by Mills. McCreary tries again, though. Under it there. Trying to get something going. Sidebottom now just hacks it clear towards half forward. Picked up by Florin off half back for Sydney. Shares it with Goulden. Back to Hayward. They can switch quickly here, the home side. Amati on the outer side of the SCG. Hey, he marks and holds things for a moment. We've just hit time on in the second term. Magpies by a point. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
Joel Amati. Kick into the right forward pocket. Robbie Fox with the jump. Knocks it away from Darcy Moore. We'll have a boundary throw in the right forward pocket. Phil, what's the latest with Nick Blakey?
He has the left boot off, and it does appear as though they're trying to strap it, which is a suggestion that perhaps they're going to give it a go. We'll have to wait and see.
Looked like he was about to go down the race and then had a bit of an argument with the physio, said, no, do it here. I don't want to go too far away.
An important player for that Swans back line. Marty out of the right, tries again with a snap, but it's going to go out of bounds on the full. So it went the solo effort that time from the stoppage, Joel Amati, and it won't work out. It remains a 1-point buffer Collingwood's way. 22 gone, second term here on ABC Sport. Blakey putting his sock and his boot back on. They come to the outer side here and the kick out, or the kick in here for Collingwood. Goulden snaps back into space, and Marty sees Nick Dacos coming the other way, and it's over for a throw-in right near the junction of 50. One of these Friday night lights at the SCG.
There's so much to play for here at the SCG. The Swans trying to resurrect their premiership hopes. Collingwood trying to stay in the finals race. We're getting close to half-time. And we're no clearer to knowing how it's all going to pan out. Collingwood leading by a solitary point. The quick kick inside 50 is marked by Billy Frampton. Premiership player, of course, at his third club now, after stints with Port and the Crows. He goes short to Braden Maynard, an All-Australian from a couple of years ago. Sends it up to the wing. Lipinski can't mark. Bouncing ball on the outer side. And in the end, the Norm Smith medalist from last year, Bobby Hill, takes it over the boundary line. Back down to Phil Pryor.
Yeah, Nick Blakey just took a couple of laps up and down the boundary with his boot back on, and he does look okay. I reckon he's going to give this a go.
It's not the most convincing hobble there from Nick Blakey, but we'll get him back out there before half-time as Grundy wins it down, socket away by Heaney, and now Chad Warner runs into some spuds, into some trouble. He's almost thrown to space.
Bit disrespectful.
Run down by Ned Long. Schultz off here as they go forward here. The Pies inside forward 50. Bouncing ball toward the post, picked up by Tom McCartan in defence. Needs some defensive supports at the tackle of Hoskin Elliott. Under real pressure now. Lipinski back to Hoskin Elliott. He can snap. High ball towards the hot spot here for the Pies. Long gets down there, spills the grab. It's come here towards Bobby Hill, who can snap. He got through traffic. He hits the posts.
I know he's a West Australian, Spriggy, but not everyone's a spud.
Bobby Hill, he hits the post here for Collingwood. It is a 2-point ball game their way. 6-7 plays, 6-5, 24 gone, second term ABC Sport.
Getting close to half-time. Good kick from Braden Campbell to Robbie Fox. He couldn't mark. And it's kept in by Frampton. He's caught holding the ball. Well, he had the chance to take it over the boundary line, Frampton. I don't think he would have been penalised if he did.
It actually did go out of bounds.
And then he just, for some reason, brought it back in. Robbie Fox thought, well, I'll jump on you now. And he's caught him holding the ball just behind the wing. Fox kicks to half forward. Good leap by Amati. Darcy Moore's right there with him, though. Punches it away. At the base of it was Goulden. Right foot kick inside 50. But Jeremy Howe has lots of space in game 250 to clear the area. And then Hoskin Elliott has a couple of Swans, Fox and Campbell, right with him. They see it over the boundary line, right in between the two benches. Collingwood a 6-7-43, Sydney a 6-5-41. As we get close to half-time, it feels like we're set up for a thriller here at the SCG on a Friday night.
Last time these sides met was that 2022 prelim. Swans won it by a point to get entry into the premiership decider of that year. Up against the reigning premiers tonight. Crisp sends the Pies forward, deep inside 50, but Cunningham tracks back and takes the intercept mark. So again, Harry Cunningham will use the outer side of the ground. After Florent, a slow start in the game for him. Nexus defensive 50 with his kick, wide for Mills, outsmarted by Maynard, wins it back here for the Magpies, pulls his kick short, but Warner marks it centre half back. He has a room to bounce now. Off to James Robinham. He kicks inside forward 50 now for the Swans. They get there in no time. Mark spilled by Amati. At the drop, Jordan searching through it as well, but Darcy Moore gets there first. Maynard's hand pass almost picked off. Nick Dacos tries to regather. Adams back for the Swans. Shares it now wide to that man McLean. He's run down. Amati breaks the noble tackle. Got the ball away. Did he? Yes. Umpire, no. Non-controlling umpires spotted the free kick here.
Very loose, the umpires.
Which will, a bit of push and shove here with Adams and Pendlebury, but it will be Noble's tackle rewarded. So it was that non-controlling umpire coming from out wide, and the Pies worked their way forward of halfway. The wide kick to Quainer.
Well called, Spriggy. That was tough then.
Quainer short to Jamie Elliott. And now Jack Bytel, methodical from Collingwood, who lead by 2 points. 26 gone in the second term. Vitale just points and says, I'm kicking it inside 50. McCartan spoils it away from the contest, and then Hoskin Elliott with a strong tackle to wrap the ball up. Just inside 50 for Collingwood. The tackle was on Braden Campbell. Ball thrown up pretty swiftly. Clever tap from Mason Cox, but McCartan's underneath it, throws it on the boot. He's turned it over, though, straight to Darcy Cameron, and back into attack for Collingwood. The football will go.
He's still 70 from goal, Darcy Cameron. Also set it long here at the round weekend. 2 points is their lead. He does go short in the end of Jack Vitale, one of their earlier goal scorers. Nick Blakey's still off the ground, but he's trying to get back on. Vitale toward the pocket. Cox leads up. Spoil from behind. McCartan off hands for a throw-in up against the right behind post at the Randwick or south end of the SCG.
Such an advantage having someone of Cox's type there. It just gives you some structure, just an ability to open a team up in the air.
Goal here will be very valuable for Collingwood as we get close to half-time. It's deep inside 50 for them. Elliott tries to make something of it. Can't collect it cleanly, so boundary throw in from the same spot as the last. Right forward pocket for the Pies. Goulden up to 6 disposals now. Being involved in the game. Nick Dacos 14 for the Pies. His brother Josh with the 11. Rowbottom 15 leads all disposal getters. Socket off the ground by Hayden McLean. Still inside 50 for Collingwood. And then side bottoms handball to Nick Dacos. Isn't clean, so we'll have another boundary throw in inside 50 for Collingwood.
Pies by 2 points. 6-7 plays 6-5 as we approach half time. Margin was 13 Collingwood's way at quarter time. 6 lead changes in the game so far. Umpire tosses it back in. Cox down to Elliott. Lost it, regathered now. Pressure from Mills. And crisp into the back of Rampy. The ball rumbles towards Roberts. And again, we're ball up. Phil Pryor on the boundary.
It does sound as though they're trying to get Dane Rampy off. I think Blakey just wants to have a go at this ankle before half-time.
Cox to Nick Dacos. Slips the tackle. Fires on goal. It's taken down there on the last line by Tom McCartan. I'll look at this just to make sure, but I don't think Nick Dacos was too. No, he gets there first, McCartan, and doesn't quite control the ball for a mark. It will be a behind, based on my reading of that. So I'll go to the arc and double check this, but there's no actual mark from McCartan until he's well behind the goal line. So he did touch it on the way through. A behind for Nick Dacos, and Collingwood leads the game by 3 points. 6-8-44, plays 6-5-41 as we approach the half-hour mark here at the SCG in this second term. Friday night footy on ABC Sport.
So the Pies led by 13 at quarter time. 3 points their lead as we get close to half-time. Up to the wing the ball goes. Amadi does well opposed to Maynard, and he's held after winning front position. He's having a good game, Joel Amadi. He's been the best of the Swans' key forwards. Very strong in that contest to win the free kick, just backward of the wing. Sends it up to half forward. McLean will leap at it. Pendlebury overran it. And we'll have another ball up. There's been a lot of stoppages in this term. Collingwood lead by 3 points. Ball up left half forward for the Swans.
Umpire wastes no time. Cameron down here. Missed Hoskin Elliott, gathered by Sidebottom. Tackle dispossessed. Crisp. Wrapped up by Grundy. And again, the umpire says, give it to me on the members' wing. Craig McRae down there coaching from the bench. As we approach the major break. Tammy Elliott tries to trap it now. Sidebottom extracts it for the Pies. Off to Hoskin Elliott. He can just thump it down towards half forward. Mason Cox in the contest with Tom McCartan. Over for a throw-in once more. Stoppage galore in the second term so far. And the Pies keep a 3-point lead.
It's quite hard to commentate.
Must be hard to play in. The tension is palpable around the SCG. Big minute or so here before half-time. Sidebottom wins it, kicks inside 50, positioned well. Was Logan McDonald back there, up against McStay, and he takes an important mark. Let's go short to Rampy. Stop for a moment. And kicks outside defensive 50. Punched away from Florent. And then Hill and Roberts see it over just outside attacking 50 for Collingwood, who are 6'8", 44, Sydney 6'5", 41. A cagey second quarter, to say the absolute least.
Been really impressed with the Collingwood's forward pressure, particularly deep inside 50 this quarter. Sydney haven't been able to move the ball that easily.
Voice of Giant for Magpie, Alicia Eva on ABC Sport. Quainer back to Pendlebury, turns blind away from Florent. Quainer soccers it towards the boundary line. Guess what? Another throw-in. Was it deliberate? Yes, so it's actually Sydney ball. So there you go. Wasn't a throw-in, Sydney hit the free kick, and it comes to Ollie Florent. Trying to see if they can go coast to coast late in this second term. Called to play on now. Takes on the man on the mark, Pendlebury. Comes back inboard now, Florent. Attacking side of the wing, up goes Amati. Parker into trouble straight away. Underground hand pass back to Amati. Back to the veteran Parker.
Well done.
Swings it back to centre half forward for Blakey. He's 55 out. Pops it high to the pocket. Goulden is down there with Sidebottom. He needs some space. Gets an unkind bounce. And it's over for a throw-in. Deep at left full forward for the Swans. It's the Pies who lead by 3 points here. Had some long quarters so far. 6'8", plays 6'5", 41. 32.5 played in this second term on ABC Sport.
Blakey's in serious trouble. He's tested out that ankle. He did kick it inside 50, but he's limping severely. This is a big watch for the Sydney Swans as we get close to half-time. Elliott soccers it away from the contest. And that will be the main break. Collingwood with a narrow lead, trying to keep their finals hopes alive. 6'8", 44. The Swans are 6'5", 41. Delicately poised. Sums up this first half of the SCG. And it may not be the best game of football we've ever seen, but the stakes so enormous. We cannot wait for the second half on ABC Sport.
So Collingwood retains its quarter-time lead, despite the fact the lead did swing a couple of times in that second term. 3-1 in that second quarter, with Luke Parker now having 2 goals for the game. Singles also to Chad Warner, Hayden McLean, Will Haywood and James Jordan, while for the Pies, who lead the game by 3 points, it's all singles to Quaynor, Elliott, Crisp, Bytel, McCreary and Mason Cox. They're 6 goal scorers so far. We'll update you on day 14 of the Paris Olympic Games very shortly. In the meantime, your experts here on Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport are former Eagle and Swan Callum Sinclair and current GWS Giant Alicia Eva.
Well, I think it's been a very interesting quarter. Probably both teams, Alicia, playing 2 similar brands of football. Really high pressure. They're both playing in a telephone box at the moment. It just seems like whenever anyone is trying to penetrate the game with some pace or hit the corridor, no one's being allowed to actually do it. Collingwood have come with an extra focus on that. You can just tell guys like Isaac Heaney. Warner's had the occasion where he's been able to break away, but he's been very lucky too. Goulden's probably struggled to get into the game. Both sides are just really not allowing any penetration on the ball whatsoever. I think probably the shaky part for the Swans is when it goes to ground level inside 50. That's probably when they've scored. I think that even the behinds that they've scored have also, the Collingwood have scored, have been from those sort of situations. But just looking at some stats, Alicia, Nick Dacos copping a hard tag. But I'll tell you what, he's finding a way with 15 disposals and 9 clearances. Still side bottom Garbs, as kind of you've mentioned throughout the plays. Seems like he's been given a really selfless role to go to Gordon. He's doing a terrific job. He's finding a fair bit of footy as well. But Errol Gordon, I'm not too sure, Alicia. He's probably one to talk about his form at the moment. We know he's such a great player, but he's probably finding now, coming into the back end of the year, getting a lot more attention. Fatigue is kicking in. You're in the dark days now, as you would know when you're in the season, in those back-end games. He knows he's going to play finals, but it's probably a bit of a worry for him. Teams are now going to come after him, knowing that you can shut him down, because I'm watching him a little bit around the ground. He's probably kick-chasing a little bit. He's trying to run around the back of players and get into the game. I'd be curious to know your thoughts on how he could probably break that.
Yeah, he's been lining up at half forward at every centre bounce, and Steele Sidebottom is next to him on every single occasion. And then when the ball goes up, he's kind of he's running wherever he wants to go, but he's got a shadow with him. And credit to Steele Sidebottom, the old boy. He's doing a good job, and he's kept Goulden to 6, and he's racked up 15 disposals himself. But I think if you think about Goulden in the first half of the year, and I know we've mentioned other names, when Sydney are dominating games, Goulden's getting 30, 35, 40 disposals on occasion, and he's actually their leading score assist player or score involvement player. And when we think of Goulden at his absolute best, he's a running handball receive player. He's kicking inside 50 and he's hitting targets. We haven't seen any of that tonight. All of his possessions have been loose scrambles that have spat out of a stoppage, and they've been pressured. So we haven't seen him work into any form of space. But likewise, we haven't seen Blakey, and of course we know he's got an injury now. But we haven't seen any free-flowing footy for either side really. And
Correct.
It really is an arm wrestle at the moment. Neither side are relenting or giving in, and it doesn't surprise me that we've gone stoppage after stoppage, because it really is, as much as it's a battle out there, it's a battle in the coach's box right now, because you can see numbers are coming up to stoppage. We're seeing Collingwood have 3 forwards at one point in time. So there are just numbers surrounding the footy. It's just going to be really interesting to see who gives in that arm wrestle in the second half.
Just on Goulden, it was interesting watching players go to him at half-time, get around him, try and guide him through this tag. He's still a young player. We forget that. He's played a lot of footy, but he's still very young and he's not used to this. He loves getting his hands on the football and he gets frustrated when he can't. So they were just trying to advise him at half-time. But, the big watch, the big talking point coming into the game was the Swans' energy. Do they have the run in their legs? Can they pressure like we know the Swans do at their best? They haven't got the free flow, but it looks like their pressure and intent is there. That's something to take out of the first half for Sydney, considering where they've been the last 2 weeks.
I know exactly what John Longmire would have said during this week. He would have said, overalls on, roll the sleeves up. If we're forcing stoppages, it is what it is. That we need to get back into the game at some point, because they've had a bit of luxury, you know what I mean? That 11 weeks, they definitely deserved all the luck that they got, but they were probably playing corridor football. The midfield was getting possessions that we've never, ever seen before. But now that we're getting to the serious end of the season, it's a stoppage game. We're going long down the line. Collingwood are actually playing a bit of a finals game at the moment. They're not necessarily shying away from long kicks down the line. They're waiting for Mason Cox and Darcy Cameron to get forward. They're being a little bit more patient going inside 50. They're happy to force a stoppage. They're happy to go long down the line and bring the ball to ground. I'd say their dynamic up forwards actually suits finals football. It's just whether or not the Swans can kind of absorb that. They just need to get back on track. I feel like we're slamming the Swans flat out at the moment. Keep in mind to our listeners that they're still on top of the ladder and still very much in this game, but it's just very different, isn't it, Garbs and Spriggy and Alicia, to what we saw in that 11-game winning streak, I think it was, that they had.
Yeah. Anyone's game from here. Half-time, it's the Magpies by 3 points over the Sydney Swans. We'll have the second half underway here very shortly. We'll also update you on day 14 of the Paris Olympic Games with Corbin Middlemass very soon after ABC News. 0437 774 774. Rich from Ocean Grove says there seem to be a lot of Scottish names on the field tonight. A Cameron and more Max than a Highland gathering. There's a few, man. McStay, McCreary, McDonald out there for the Swans. McLean. I hadn't even thought of that, but yeah. There you go. Thank you, Rich. Get to more of your texts later on here. 0437 774 774. Magpies by 3 points here at the SCG right now. Time for ABC News.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. There are concerns government assurances may not be enough to ensure foreign nuclear waste won't be dumped in Australia. New political commitments between the Albanese government and its AUKUS partners, which involve the transfer of naval nuclear technology to Australia, have raised concern about waste management. The Australian Conservation Foundation's nuclear policy expert, David Sweeney, warns of a legislative loophole that could allow the pact members to dump radioactive waste in Australia.
That legislation is there. It has been confirmed by a Senate inquiry that that's possible. It has been confirmed by Defence, and it has been confirmed by the senior legal counsel of BAE Systems, who play a huge role in the UK nuclear submarine. It's not misinformation or a furphy. It's a real possibility.
Administrators for Rex have told a creditors meeting that the regional airline is $500 million in debt. Sam Wilkinson reports.
The first creditors meeting, held by administrators from consultancy giant Ernst & Young, has heard that Rex's debt totalled $500 million, owed to 4,800 creditors. The airline was placed into voluntary administration late on the 30th of July after grounding its services between major cities. Several creditors are former employees of the airline who were told it could take months before they're paid their entitlements. Administrators also said the capital city services were not viable and would not resume, even if a buyer for that division division of the business is found. However, administrators are confident that Rex's regional business will continue.
The outgoing South Australian Liberal leader David Spears says he always planned to leave his leadership position if he seemed to be limping along with little support. He claims some people in the party couldn't wait for his policy plans to roll out and they undermined him. Mr Spears announced his resignation from the position yesterday and says he's exhausted from battling local media and a couple of bad apples in the party. That's the latest ABC News.
Has something in the night sky ever taken your breath away? This Science Week, the ABC wants to hear about it. Vote for your favourite night sky experience. Help us to measure light pollution across the country. Tell us what's blown your mind in the night sky. Science Week on ABC Listen and online. Find all the details at abc.net.au/night sky.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Namadi takes the mark. Out in front of Darcy Moore. Just inside the square. High ball inside 50. McLean will leap and grab it. He had eyes on that from 15 metres away, Hayden McLean. 2 goals last week in the massacre at Adelaide Oval. 2 in a row for the Sydney Swans in the second term. Cunningham, he kicks just inside 50. Underneath it is Parker, roving it with his row bottom. Gets it out to Heaney, darts inside. The handball now for Warner. He's got space and he will finish it off. Here is Pendlebury, high inside 50. Mason Cox, strong grab, too strong for Brodie Grundy for his second goal tonight. Pulls it a little short. When it was an attack though, hand pass comes, ultimately it back to McCreary who can snap, and they get the result in the end. McCreary with the goal.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
A tight first half, befitting a tight premiership race here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. It is Collingwood 6-8-44, the Sydney Swans 6-5-41. Brett Sprigg with you on Friday Night Footy alongside Daniel Garb, Alicia Eva, Callum Sinclair and Phil Pryor. Let's get an update on what's happened so far and what to look forward to on day 14 in Paris. Clint Wilden, hello to you.
G'day to you, Brett Sprigg. Here's what's happened already. We've had the marathon swimming with the Aussies, Nick Sloman finishing 11th and Kyle Lee in 13th. Great news coming from the canoe sprint. The men's K2 500 crew, Tom Green and John van der Westhuizen, set a new Olympic record in qualifying for the final. The gold medalists from Tokyo, they won the K2 1000. They'll be going for gold in about 25 minutes' time. The women's K2 500 pair, Ella Beer and Ali Bull, have also reached the final. They finished 4th in their semi. They'll be in the water sometime in the next 10 minutes. Big games tonight, particularly in the women's basketball. The Opals take on the United States, the US chasing a 10th gold medal. They've won their past 59 games, if you can believe it. The Australians have never beaten them. They're 0-19 in international competition, but we do think that they're a big chance. Lots of WNBA experience in the Opals side, and perhaps one last dance for Lauren Jackson, who played the last 3 times these two nations were involved in gold medal matches, if you can believe that, back in Sydney, Athens and Beijing. In the beach volleyball, our women will be fighting it out for the bronze medal up against Switzerland. In the cycling, 2 great chances for gold. Matthew Richardson will be involved in the men's sprint, and Georgia Baker and Alexandra Manley, big chance in the women's Madison. And in the diving, Madison Keeney qualified 2nd for today's final of the 3-metre springboard. Lots continuing on in Paris 2024. Brett?
Thank you, Clint. And a reminder, of course, if you are listening through Regional Australia, we'll take you there after the footy for full coverage of day 14 of the Paris Olympic Games. Likewise, if you're listening through Adelaide, Hobart, Canberra, Darwin, or in certain areas around Australia where we can bring you our full Olympic coverage. Thanks to Clint Wilden and the team there. Halftime score here, Collingwood 6-8-44 leads Sydney 6-5-41. Across the codes in the NRL, the Sharks have beaten the Titans on the Gold Coast 44-0. There's an unlikely leader in the second half where Parramatta leads Penrith 16 points to 14. That's at Western Sydney Stadium across town from us here in Sydney. So that's NRL round 23. There's still about 4 or 5 rounds left of that competition.
Of course, we're underway here in the AFL with the first game of the third to last round. Also a bit of a talking point around Taron Thomas, and this keeps sort of coming up from time to time with clubs having various discussions around him. And St Kilda, the latest club that were seen to be talking to Taron Thomas through their veteran recruiting boss Graham Allen. So the AFL have issued a statement through their CEO, Andrew Dillon. The statement only came out a couple of hours ago and reads as follows. While we have communicated this several times already, to reiterate the AFL's position and make it crystal clear, Taron Thomas is not eligible to play football or sign with any club. He is not eligible for the draft and he is not eligible to be recruited to a club. There is a pending court case in late November, and in conjunction with demonstrated behavioural change and continued education, a determination will be made post those legal proceedings on any potential eligibility, if any at all. Thomas is currently undertaking a comprehensive education and behavioural change program that he will need to successfully complete and then over time consistently demonstrate a change of behaviour for any application on his behalf to even be considered, regardless of the court outcome later this year. That's from AFL CEO Andrew Dillon around the future of Taron Thomas. St Kilda issued a statement earlier about this meeting that took place earlier this week in Melbourne with regards obviously to a potential lifeline back into the AFL, but I think most people in the AFL's official position is that he's had a lot of chances, Taron Thomas, and they'd have to witness a lot of change, and even then he may not ever be eligible to be an AFL player ever again, which, not to editorialise too much, I think is certainly the right decision. So, you can keep your text coming, 0437 774 774. But a bit of a story around that which sort of comes up in the past few weeks and months, and I know that certainly his old coach at North Melbourne, Brad Scott, has talked about Taron Thomas as well, but that's the latest on that. Stan from Victoria says he's really enjoying the call and special comments. Save me looking it up. Always learning from you. Oh, here we go. This is a request. Which other Pies players, apart from Frampton, have played for other sides? Thanks. Well, it shouldn't be. It's okay. Patrick Lipinski.
Jeremy Howe.
Look, go on the list. Go on the list. So, yeah, Jeremy Howe, correct. Patrick Lipinski. Lockie Schultz. Dan McStay. Darcy Cameron. Billy Frampton. Bobby Hill. Jack Crisp.
Jack Bartell. St Kilda.
Yes. This is his first year as a Magpie. Will Hoskin-Elliott, who was a former Giant. Jeremy Howe. Ned Long. There we go. There we go, Stan. That's your list of Magpies now at their second or third club.
I thought we'd ask Alicia while we got an impromptu question. One of the other big stories that will chug along is the West Coast coaching vacancy. Brett Montgomery's name has been mentioned. They have contacted him, the West Coast Eagles, to speak to him about the vacancy. You work closely with him as part of the coaching staff of the Giants. How ready is he for a senior coaching job, and how close do you think he might get to the West Coast vacancy?
Give us a scoop. Come on.
Oh, well, I'd like to think I'm pretty early in my coaching journey, but yeah, I as a development coach of the Giants, I do work really closely with all those coaches and are mentored by a number of them. And Monty, he's brilliant. He, you know, for Adam Kingsley to have Brent Montgomery at his disposal, it's awesome. And he's such an amazing teacher of the game. He can be very down the line and very matter of fact when he needs to be, but that's what you want in a coach. You want someone that's definitive, but then also builds really strong relationships with the players, and I think that's what Monty really he does really, really well. You know, in all of the meetings I sit in, I walk out and just think, wow, he's taught that concept of the game so well, and I'd like to emulate what he does. And you know, I feel really fortunate to have worked with a number of great coaches over the time, but he's certainly high on the list in terms of coaches that I want coaching my footy club.
There's a lot of people who think that when it gets to the interview process, he's going to be very hard to beat, and no doubt there'll be plenty of people analysed by the West Coast Eagles closely, but he feels like he's ready to go really far in that process.
Jamie Graham revealed to us on ABC Sport last week, pre-game at the MCG, that he was not pursuing that West Coast coaching job. Don Pike had reached out to him, and Jamie Graham, at a different time of his career as well, you would say, Garvey. He's only 41, so he's not in any rush to have that opportunity. But as you say, Brett Montgomery might be the right man for the job out west. And it will be, as you well know, Cal, from playing there, it will be a thorough process. And it's sort of one of those funny things, whether they're better off getting someone who understands the landscape over there or going completely outside it and having a fresh approach. And as Adam Simpson was all those years ago, albeit different situation he inherited, which was a grand final in his second year, versus what's in store for West Coast fans in the next few years.
Well, it might be interesting. They might go down that similar situation to maybe what Paul Roos did with Melbourne. He kind of bought them some time a little bit and kind of, I don't think Paul Roos kind of came into...
To be a premiership coach.
Yeah, came in to be a premiership coach, but he got them just to kind of get them to a point of, I guess, on-field stability. They had a lot of... I'm not sure, maybe someone like, not putting a scoop out here or anything like that, but maybe a Ken Hinkley type, someone of that kind of stature that come in there and can just kind of stabilise the kind of on-field performances a little bit.
The feeling is that they're not going to get... It's unlikely they'll get a senior coach who has been there before. Correct. There's just no one in the market. So then if it's an assistant, the feeling is they're leaning maybe towards a more experienced one like a Brett Montgomery who can just see off some of the tough times that will likely come for the West Coast Eagles in these early stages of the rebuild. You see what Adam Uze is going through now. It's not fun. And someone with a bit more experience like Montgomery might be the right fit and then still ready to go again when the Eagles can charge for the finals once more.
The second half is not too far away here. Collingwood leads Sydney by 3 points. Half-time at the SCG. One correspondent here says all the competitors that swim in the River Seine Marathon deserve a gold medal, says Michael. Yes, as Clint mentioned, the men's marathon swim, open water swim underway. Enjoying your call, sitting by the campfire after a day detecting for gold at Outback Tibooburra. Go the Pies, Bruce and Mary. I hope you found something, Bruce and Mary. Thank you for your correspondence as we head boundary side to Phil Pryor.
Yeah, g'day guys. Moments away. The Swans, once again, the same four at the bench, and Nick Blakey, he's going to give that ankle a crack. He is in the back six right now.
Okay, thank you, Phil. Magpies by 3 points. Who wins from here, Alicia? Cal?
Going to be a close one all night, and I'm similar to a prelim, I think.
That was 1 point the Swans' way.
You're going 1 point Swans?
Correct. Back underway. Here's Daniel Garb.
It's 3 points Collingwood at the moment. Here's Pendlebury. Now ball to side bottom. He's doing an excellent job on Goulden. Sends Collingwood inside 50. And it's marked by Jamie Elliott. So the old firm of Pendlebury and Sidebottom combining in the middle. And one of the leaders of the forward line in Jamie Elliott to kick on a 45-degree angle from 55 metres out by the time he strikes it.
Probably had been relatively quiet tonight, Jamie Elliott. Only the 5 touches.
And looking for just his 20th goal of the season. Only played the 13 games. Runs around now onto his right, a fair way, allows for some extra distance. It might just have the journey. In fact, it's punched back into play. Bytel gathers it. Lipinski snaps over his shoulder and kicks a miraculous goal right in front of the Collingwood faithful. He had to swing that around an enormous way, Patrick Lipinski, and did so right over the goal umpire's head. And the Magpie Army wave their huge flags. Collingwood lead by 9 points now off the back of that Lipinski goal.
It's another forward 50 ground ball goal, Cal.
Yep. Something that's going to be heavily reviewed on a Monday, I think, is when that ball comes to ground, what are the Sydney Swans defensive setup doing? I know sometimes there's a bit of bad luck and the ball falls in your hand, Alicia, but there definitely is a theme running tonight, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I'm watching the replay now, and
they just lose sight of their opponent just for a split second every now and then. I know it's unlucky, but whether they're caught ball watching just a little bit, but that'll probably be their 4th or 5th opportunity tonight they've let slip.
That was Harry Cunningham a little bit late on Pat Lipinski, the goal scorer. Collingwood leads by 9 points. Back in the middle, Grundy slaps it down here. Goulden separates himself from Sidebottom, hacks it inside forward 50. Spoiled away by Frampton. Loose footy. Quaynor out to meet it now. Sockers toward the boundary line and sees it out of bounds for a throw-in. Just took it there himself amid cries of deliberate from the home crowd here at the SCG. Alas, it will be a stoppage at right half forward for the Swans, left half back for the Magpies. Collingwood by 9.
Grundy and Cameron has been an absorbing battle. Both ruckmen getting plenty of the football. Jack Crisp roves us in plenty of space at left half back and now hits up Elliott, who started the third term well, just forward of the wing.
Getting a bit of separation on Dane Rampy there. He was very frustrated with Robbie Fox not being able to hand over.
Elliott hits up Lachie Schultz. Sorry, Josh Dacos, in fact, who's marked in front of James Jordan's got the tagging job on his brother. Now Dacos plays on. Copeland Trophy winner from last year. Kicks inside 50. Off hands. Gathered by Schultz. Gets free of a tackle. Back to Elliott. Squeezes it to half forward. Quainer gathers it. Handballs back to Dacos, who gives the bounce. Pass handball back to Quainer, who has some space to run and kick inside 50. It's marked down there by McStay. Big grab down McStay. Just got his hands onto the football in that contest and controlled it to himself. And he'll kick from 20 out on an angle to the left.
Just saw some vision of the coach's box there. It wasn't exactly, probably a little bit animated, but I think Alicia, they're just utilising that top of the goal square kick in fast and slow play really, really well.
This is his 4th game of the season. Missed out on the premiership last year. He's kicked a very important goal in the 3rd term. Collingwood with the first 2 goals of the 3rd quarter. And the lead is now out to 15 points. And you can just feel a bit of anxiousness starting to reverberate around the SCG on this Friday night.
Collingwood just look multimodal at the moment. They're happy to go. They're happy to just slow the game up and wait for Cameron to get back to the goal square, or wait for Cox, or wait for McStay to get set forward of the ball, and then they're happy to put speed on it again. It just, some games you go to and it seems all panic disposal, or they've got to move the ball in a certain way, but right now it just looks like Collingwood, when they get the ball in their forward half, they're really measured, and how they move the ball inside 50 is quite calculated.
Multimodal. I like that. That's
heard that one.
15 points, the game high lead now, 15-point lead the way the Magpies. Dan McStay, his 4th game back from that ACL. And a goal here to lift the visitors again. Side bottom, shrugs the tackle of McLean. Sends it towards half forward on the bounce. Picked up by Campbell. Dicey handball. Picked up though again by McStay. Wide to McCreary. Centering ball back here. It's marked by Schultz. Schultz takes the overhead grab. 35 out directly in front.
I'll tell you what, they're strong in that midfield, Alicia. Still side bottom, whether it's experience or strength, but just a shrug, 3 tackles there, and the strength through his core and his hips, but unlucky errors there from the Swans defensive 50, but you just can't turn the football over there, unfortunately, and that's what happens.
Collingwood starting to just increase their stranglehold on this game. Lockie Schultz, the former Docker, kicks from 40. Paddington end, it's away to the right-hand side. A reprieve for the Swans' defence. They extends their lead, but only by 1. 8-9-57 Collingwood. Sydney 6-5-41. 6 gone 3rd term. ABC Sport for your Friday night.
That's a costly miss from Schultz, but that's a poor disposal out of halfback by Jake Lloyd. Uncharacteristic from him, and now out of bounds on the full. Bytel will take the free kick just forward of the wing. And Collingwood will go inside 50 again, attacking the left of your radio dial or ABC Listen app. And Cameron's taken the grab in front of Logan McDonald. Well, it's far too easy for Collingwood to start this 3rd term. Pies fans loving it. That grab taken right in front of them. But Sydney look to have slowed up completely. And the kick from Cameron will be from just inside 50 on a tight angle to the right.
Multimodal distribution, statistical distribution of values with multiple peaks. Not sure if I'm with you there, Alicia.
I think my definition is only applicable to football.
Darcy Cameron, the former Swan, to make it 3 straight in this 3rd term for Collingwood. Long run up. And an excellent effort. Once more in front of the Pies fans here in Sydney. What a start to the 3rd term from Collingwood. Their lead out to 22 points. And those pre-game fears about Sydney and where they're at starting to come to the boil again.
And they're fired up, Alicia. Collingwood, I'm looking at them now. Their body language is up and about. Swans are just gathering up as a group, as a defensive unit. The midfield's together now. They're probably just asking a few questions. And just looking at the Swans forwards, they're kind of asking some questions as well. Can we get a clearance? Can we get some momentum or some penetration going inside 50? But tell you what, it's a tough spot in the ground for Darcy Cameron to kick that. What a great finish.
He's marked that ball in between 4 or 5 Sydney Swans defenders and mids that just couldn't quite get there, because they're probably expecting the ball to go to the top of the goal square. And then it drops short into the pocket because Darcy Cameron has ticked back up.
They're playing for their season, Collingwood, and playing like it too.
Restart in the middle. McLean hand pass to Warner. Onto Roy. What it was there for Josh Dacos first. Tackled by Roberts and slips the ball down here towards Crisp. Socket forward away here. Roberts. In fact, Roberts gets it back and tries again. Off to McLean. Not 15 play on. Now Warner fires ahead. Half forward. Adams over the top here. Florence slips the tackle of Quaynor. Gets it away back here towards Chad Warner from 55. Long to the hot spot now. Needs a mark there. Won't get it from Haywood. Howe out the back in defence for the Pies. Can just rebound the football beyond defensive 50.
He'll kick it straight down Cunningham's throat, though, who was made to wait under pressure from Bobby Hill, but took the grab. So a repeat entry coming for Sydney. You need the next one badly. Trailing by 22 points. Cunningham into the left forward pocket. Well done by Mason Cox back there. The big men for Collingwood are having an impact. Darcy Cameron and now Mason Cox dropping back into the hole and taking an important contested mark in the right back pocket.
I think he's had a really good game, Alicia. Like, he's tried hard, really good contest in the air.
Cox off to Howe. Long raking ball to the outer side. Cunningham there for the Swans. Back to Roberts. The left footer pops it back inside forward 50. Amati up in front. Rode by Haywood. Gould running by on his preferred left. Bounce it to the goal square. Bouncing across to the right-hand side and through for a minor score. The Swans need to create more opportunities like that. They trail by 21 points. That's Collingwood's lead. 9 gone, third term. Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
They go short to Bytel in the left back pocket. Side bottom up to 17 disposals, tagging Goulden, who has just the 8 touches. 21 points the Pies lead by. That was a big leap. In the wing by McStay. Crisp roves it, kicks to half forward, coming out with courage to meet it. Here's the veteran in Harry Cunningham, putting his heart and soul into that contest and taking the grab just behind the wing. Once more, though, Collingwood back in numbers, stifling the Swans' flow. Cunningham kicks to half forward. Off the hands of that contest. Rowbottom attacks it hard. Here's Quaynor, throws it on the boot, took a big hit and turns it over to Blakey. He's trying to play through that ankle injury. He's marked on the wing, and here he goes, the Lizard.
Plays on from the logo, pops it inside 50. Cox up in front of McLean, rode by Haywood. He can snap from distance and curls it around from 35. A second goal for Will Haywood. Not a moment too soon for the Sydney Swans. Back to a 15-point break Collingwood's way. 9-9 plays 7-6. 10 minutes played, third quarter. ABC Sport, your experts, Callum Sinclair and Alicia Eva.
Well, the Sydney Swans boys all got around Nick Blakey then. Just that kick inside 50. It wasn't necessarily to advantage, but it put the Collingwood defenders, particularly, well, put Mason Cox under the pump. And Will Haywood, the beneficiary, getting to the front of that contest. But Nick Blakey clearly limping. He's definitely on one leg out there, but the importance of his kicking inside 50.
Exactly right. And they just needed something, didn't they? I think it's all been Collingwood the start of this third term, all over the ground, but they're certainly making it hard for the Swans to score. They're needing a bit of luck there, go their way to put them through the big sticks.
The Collingwood's lead back to 15 points after the Haywood goal. Blakey bravely trying to soldier on. Rowbottom with another clearance win. Got it to Heaney. He got the hands free and handballed it onto the wing. Florent tried to tap it forward, but the Pies gather it. Long with the long kick inside 50. Tom McCartan couldn't mark for Sydney. Now they're under pressure. Elliott soccers it forward a couple of times. It bounces up. Campbell knocks it away from the contest. Grundy gets hands to it. Importantly, at centre-half back and got it to Rowbottom. Tumbling ball inside 50 for the Swans now. Parker chasing. Well done by Jeremy Howe. With all of that 250 games experience, gathers it in defensive 50 and finds Noble.
Noble a short kick to Lipinski, who wheels and goes from the members' wing of the SCG. Bytel, McCartan makes the contest late. Florent wrapped up by McCreery, manhandled. Roberts can kick here, back here for the Swans towards half forward. Off the bounce here, it's with Howe and now Lipinski to Nick Dacos. It's shucked by Taylor Adams. He can come further afield now, or it's with Heaney on the members' logo. Now Blakey marks the back edge of the cricket pitch with 50 here as Bobby Hill wouldn't let him go.
That's a costly effort from Bobby Hill. He just did not need to do that. He had Nick Blakey set up, and I can understand the panic.
And Nick Blakey is just trudging towards centre-half forward, which is where that 50-metre penalty will take him. And he's not looking a convincing
Walker on 2 legs, Nick Blakey.
This will be huge if he kicks this. I think everyone in the crowd can see that he's not right.
He's played every game this year. One of 10 Swans players who've played every game. He's under duress for most of this game so far. He connects from 45. It's away to the right-hand side and missing. So Sydney 7-7-49. Trail Collingwood, who are 9-9-63. 13 going third term. Friday night for on ABC Sport.
It's another turnover, though. The kick from Howe is straight to Ollie Florent, who is marked just inside 50. Slightly worse than a 45-degree angle to the right. Couple of bad turnovers from the Pies in a row. Dacos on the wing, Nick, and now Jeremy Howe straight to Florent, who's lining up for the shot.
Little Ollie chant there in the background, Garbs, for the soccer fans out there.
He doesn't kick too many, but he is a big kick at his best. This looks really good.
Oh, yeah.
Ollie Florent with the massive major for the Swans. And it's back to 8 points, the Collingwood lead. He only had eyes for goal after taking that mark. He's a bigger kick than people give him credit for. And that's a fantastic strike for Ollie Florent for his 5th goal of the season. Important goal, Sydney.
Well, you can just turn around so quickly. We were getting 5 or 6 minutes ago, Alish, we were getting worried about the Swans and going, what's going on here? This is going to be a disaster. But probably just a bit of an infection there with Nick Dacos turning it over, Jeremy Howe as well, and just an undisciplined free kick from Bobby Hill. It just wasn't needed. Just got them inside 50 and very disappointing. But got a game on now. It's back on.
Down to Phil Pryor on the boundary.
It seems as though the Swans are trying to send a message that they want to go the +1, indicating +1 behind the ball now. So, experts, take a look at that.
Thanks, Phil.
31 +1. So, we start back in the middle. Cox, Soccer towards Matt centre bounce clearance. On the bounce for Jamie Elliott. Now to Schultz, who's run down from behind by Lloyd. Didn't hear the footsteps. Great chase and tackle from the Swans defender. And Jake Lloyd has it inside defensive 50 now. Momentum with the Swans. They trail by 8 points though. Toward the outer side. Punch from behind. Howe at the drop. Josh Dacos wide to Maynard. Back to Lipinski from the wing. Josh Dacos positioned well. He's too fast. Robbie Fox goes inside 50. McDonald takes the intercept grab for the Swans. He'll go further back towards the defensive goal square for Nick Blakey. Collingwood by 8 points. Blakey a short chip back to Logan McDonald.
So the new key defender, Logan McDonald, playing in defence tonight. Pies have set up nicely though, so they've trapped him in the left back pocket. He'll kick up to the wing. Frampton's there, as is Robbie Fox, and it's over the boundary line. So Sydney have fought their way back after trailing by 22 points early in this third term. It's now just an 8-point margin in favour of Collingwood, 9-9-63. Sydney 8-7-55 with so much at stake on a Friday night at the SCG on ABC Sport. Here's Brett Sprigg.
Back in it comes. Cox and Grundy. That won't go anywhere this time. Jordan wrapped up by Nick Dacos.
He's been all right, Logan McDonald. I think tonight he's worked his way into the game pretty well. He's taken a few good intercept marks. Seems okay down there for the time being.
And now Hold will go the way of Brodie Grundy. Cox gives away the free kick. And the Swans make the most of this. Margin was 22 points to Magpies' favour. It's back to just 8 points now. Bearing in mind last week in the final quarter against Carlton, led by 32, before the Blues banged home the last 5 goals of the game. And lost it in the last kick. Up to the outer side. McLean wins it down here. Bustling through is Warner. He tackles more. The footy comes loose. Nick Dacos shares it with brother Josh. He dives on the football now. Heaney, in fact, gets there first. Back to James Jordan. And again, it's over for a throw-in at left half forward for the Sydney Swans.
You can certainly see the Swans have gone up a gear. Warner and Heaney just throwing their bodies at the footy. Good energy.
The ball spun back in, just outside 50. Left half forward for Sydney. Grundy and Cox wrestling, and the free kick's against Mason Cox, who can't believe it.
They're just having a patch here, Collingwood, of undisciplined play, giving away free kicks. I don't think it was against Cox. It might have been against...
Well, it's going to Heaney, yeah. Eventually, they gave the football to Grundy, so it looked like a free kick against Cox. It's not. It'll go to Isaac Heaney. Heaney just puts it up into a dangerous spot inside 50. Top of the square. Parker put a mid out. fell the way of Chad Warner. Flying shot is out of bounds on the full. Collingwood lead by 8 points. Callum Mills, just the 6 disposals. He's struggling to have an impact, the captain, isn't he, since returning to this team. It's noticeable that he can't really get into the game, an All-Australian and best and fairest winner from 2 years ago.
Not sure if he's suited for the wing guards, to be brutally honest. He's a slow game sort of midfielder, a little bit different to the style they played at the start of the year.
It's the outer side. Heaney comes through with Schultz for company. Footy's picked up by Hoskin Elliott. Kicks up to the members' side wing. Elliott toes it away here for McStay. Back off to Ned Long. He was sent by Rodman. Got the kick away. That goes inside forward 50. Bobby Hill.
Wow.
Got separation on Campbell. And he is paid the mark. 20 out directly in front.
Terrific body work there from Bobby Hill. I don't think Braden Campbell was overly happy with. Maybe a free kick could have been granted. Not too sure. It could have been a little bit unlucky, but not much you can do when it comes in that quickly as a defender and you're one out, regardless of what size you are with Bobby Hill. But I'll tell you what, a leisure, great use of his body there, and Pies certainly need this one.
Last year's Norm Smith medalist on the approach for a steadier here for the Pies. He makes the goal umpire work, but sneaks it in. They recover some momentum here, Collingwood. Back out to a 14-point lead. 10-9-69 plays Sydney. 8-7-55. 19 gone third. 7 ABC Sport. Your experts, Alicia Eva and Callum Sinclair.
Yeah, he's spot on, Cal. It would be a very scary place to be as a defender when the ball is moving with speed and there's a paddock of space behind you and you're trying to keep up with Bobby Hill. And I think that's such a strong feature of his game at Collingwood. Working back into that open space. We often see him taking marks in that area of the ground now, and certainly he's kicking it. He's having fun. He's enjoying his footy, and this system is really suiting him.
Kicked 1-4 last week, Bobby Hill, and he made the goal umpire work, but it's through. And that's important. As Collingwood just extend this lead back out to 14 points. Chad Warner soccers it off the ground, almost nearing time on in the third term. Strong mark at half forward by James Jordan in front of Noble. So the Swans will go inside 50. Can they muster a response? Top of the square, the kick goes off hands, gathered by Florent. Handball to Heaney. He'll snap over his shoulder and just miss across the face. It had a good look at the big sticks, that football. Nice effort from Heaney. Through for a behind. Collingwood's lead is 13 points.
This is where a Tom Papley goal would be handy for the Sydney Swans. This stage of the game. Collingwood by 13. Going to keep their premiership defence alive. Maynard just controls it. Slows things down in the left back pocket. Raking left foot kick beyond offensive 50 out to a 3-on-2. Blakey goes to spoil. Comes down hard. Lipinski with the footy out the back there with a hand pass to Schultz. Lipinski keeps running off that wing. He burns past Roberts. Pops it on the entry here. That leading man in McStay. He's 55 from goal. They're all surging back in black and white jumpers. He goes on a ball towards right full forward. Hoskin Elliott off here towards Long, who's dumped by Dane Rampy over for a throw-in just inside 50 at the end of the SCG. Phil Pryor on the boundary.
It's nothing new. We've seen it before, but Craig McRae, the Collingwood coach, he is playing that role down at the bench as the animated coach.
His team enjoys a 13-point lead at the moment. Cox and Grundy wrestling inside, attacking 50 for the Pies. Rowbottom with a strong tackle on Crisp, locked him up, and that is holding the ball. He pinned the one arm, James Rowbottom, one of the best tacklers in the game on Crisp. And that's holding the ball nowadays, despite you not being able to get the other arm free and not having much time initially. Rowbottom, the kick to half forward, good leap by Amati, but just ran underneath it a bit. And Darcy Cameron took the grab instead.
Off to Josh Dacos by hand. He can rebound off half-back. Lipinski marks in space. Shares it now with Crisp. He's goal side, 65 out. Pops it in with a centering ball again. McStay leads up and marks. He's 45 out. An angle slightly left of centre, but a real opportunity here for Dan McStay. Perhaps sensing that momentum is so precious as we've now ticked past Tom on him this third quarter. Already has one goal tonight, Daniel McStay. He'll kick from 55. It's fading left. It'll stay there for a minor score. 10-10-70 Collingwood. 8-8-56 the Swans. 22.5 gone third term. ABC Sport.
So many had written Collingwood off. Still got a lot of work to do just to make the finals, but they are showing some enormous fight here at the SCG on a Friday night. No DeGoey, no Tom Mitchell, plenty of other players missing. A lead by over 2 goals as we get close to three-quarter time. Ball in dispute on the wing. Socket into the middle of the SCG. Taylor Adams against his old side, who's been quiet, couldn't grab it. And then Logan McDonald is wrapped up. Just the 8 touches for Taylor Adams as well. Going through a bit of a lean patch like so many Swans at the moment. Palm down by Grundy, Tahini, and Rowbottom is well tackled by Darcy Cameron, who does some excellent work at ground level after the ruck tap. He's been good, Darcy Cameron, hasn't he, in the ruck for Collingwood.
Been a great battle between both of them.
Pendlebury is taken high by Callum Mills. It will be a free kick. In fact, it's going to go Darcy Cameron's way. So a Collingwood free kick for the ruckman. Attacking side of the bullseye. Every player on the ground sets up inside attacking 50 for the Magpies. He goes short to find side bottom.
I wonder who'll be at the top of the goal square, Alicia.
Yeah.
Wonder where this will go.
Look who's working his way down. Cameron.
Mason Cox is down there too. High ball to the pocket. Cox up there in the contest. Cameron, hand pass off here as Maynard's soccer ball goes towards Crisp. He's dumped and now Blakey can clear the area. Well, still goes high in the air. Sidebottom takes the mark. He watched it well. It was up there for a long time, but he controls the ball to his chest, deep in the right forward pocket, still Sidebottom.
Bobby Hill giving a bit of lip there to Harry Cunningham. Maybe he could have gone a bit hard. I'm not sure of the footage, but I'm sure you saw it, Alicia. It's probably one of those moments where you need a contest from a Sydney Swans defender just to maybe put that one out of bounds, but great composure there from Steele Sidebottom.
Let's open up the angle here, Steele Sidebottom, to extend the lead at 20 points. He does kick on that left boot, pulls it near side for a minor score. 10-11-71. So what's that? 4 goals, 3 this quarter so far. 8-56 the Swans. Margins 15 points Collingwood's way.
Swans try to get it moving quickly through Blakey. That's a good kick to Joel Amartey. His mark just outside defensive 50. Wants to play on. Guides it to half forward. Now Adams is underneath it. Darcy Cameron read it well. Punched it away. Mills couldn't gather it. Grundy with the tackle. Forces it free. It goes the Pies' way. Pendlebury, Josh Dacos, now Lipinski to Crisp in the middle of the ground. His handball, though, missed Quainer at half back. So Florin can try and swoop on it. Just couldn't gather the football cleanly. That allowed for Collingwood to escape that dangerous situation through Crisp. Sends it up to the wing to McCreary. High ball inside 50. The leap from Hoskin Elliott. Blakey was well camped underneath it. McDonald tries to paddle it away from the dangerous area. It's still alive. Lipinski and Blakey now wrap it up. Ball up inside 50. Collingwood did well to recover that situation after the missed handball at half-back. They still lead by 15 points.
26 gone, third term, ABC Sport on this Friday night at the SCG. Umpire just taking his time. Taking some of the urgency out of the game.
The blood rule with Brodie Grundy, I think.
He hasn't signalled, has he? Or is he waiting for another ruck there? McLean arrives. I think you're right, Cal. To the outer side here, McCreary. Robertson back of him. Nick Dacos up against the boundary line. Goes across the face. Hoskin Elliott was beaten in the contest. Goulden mops up here in defence. Shares it with Campbell for the Swans. Back to Errol Goulden. And a short kick to McCartan on the half volley. It was Dicey. Wrapped up by Pendlebury. Umpire waiting and says holding the ball. As you say, one arm pinned. Collingwood free kick deep in the right forward pocket. Scott Pendlebury has it. He's 30 out on a 45-degree angle. Phil Pryor on the boundary quickly.
It does not look as though Brodie Grundy's nose is pointing in the right direction.
Okay, that's, yeah. Tells you all about that. You're seeing a replay of that Pendlebury tackle on McCartan, which means he's got the footy here and a chance to extend Collingwood's lead back out beyond 20 points.
A clever tackle. Just to kind of politely pin the arm, I'd call it.
From Buddy Franklin's pocket here, sort of right behind that reverse angle on the eastern side of the SCG. Scott Pendlebury can put it across the face. He can't quite finish in this quarter, the Collingwood side. 10-12-72. Lead the Swans who are at 8.56, 27 gone third term.
They've wasted some opportunities to potentially put Sydney away, but Sydney are struggling to get over halfway, and they've given away a free kick again for a hold on Maynard. Just can't get any run out of half-back. They do this so well, Collingwood, don't they?
Yeah.
They just suffocate you. Swans starting to get frustrated. Collingwood playing it superbly. As we get close to three-quarter time, the short kick goes to Josh Dacos. He'll just kick long into the pocket and chew up a bit more time with a 16-point lead. Off hands gathered by Elliott. He's wrapped up by Braden Campbell. And we are 27 and a half gone in the third term. The Sydney Swans fans frustrated. The Collingwood fans up and about in the pocket. The ball will be thrown up in front of them.
This game very much on the line. Cox wins it down. Hacked away by Sidebottom. Getting into it first. Bobby Hill gets it away. Ricochets back to him. He can snap again. Bobby Hill. And he curls it through. A second goal in this third term for Bobby Hill to extend Collingwood's lead back out to 22 points. Equal game high. 11-12 plays 8-8. 29 gone in this third quarter on ABC Sport. Your experts are Callum Sinclair and Alicia Eva.
Over to you, Alicia.
Wow. Well, from another stoppage scenario, the ball was bobbling around, and again it was still side bottom. Just the smarts to knock it forward out of that congestion. He knew Bobby Hill was running onto it. We're going to see a replay here. I know you can't see it at home, but I'll try and describe it. A big knock on forward, and Bobby Hill is running that forward pattern towards goal, knocks the ball on himself, dodges around three other players, and then snaps the ball over his left shoulder from the goal square. That's a brilliant goal, and the Collingwood supporters, like Bobby Hill, would be very happy with that.
It's the perfect example of that repeat effort, isn't it? Inside 50, and the goal was his reward.
He started that run from behind the pack on the other side and just kept going, Bobby Hill.
It's wet weather footy they're playing,
yeah.
Really. Just paddling it on, making sure it goes forward towards goal.
He's their leading goal kicker. He's arguably their best forward now, Bobby Hill, the Norm Smith medalist. Bit of individual brilliance to put them out to a 22-point lead. Close to three-quarter time. Once more, the Swans fans fearing the worst about their hopes of a flag that looks so promising in 2024. Here's Heaney, though, winning the free kick. Can they get something going before three-quarter time? Deep ball inside 50, off the hands of Amadi. Parker with the snap. Quain is there, so is Robbie Fox. And it's knocked through for a rush behind. 21 points. Collingwood lead by. They're going to need something heroic in this final quarter, Sydney, to make sure of hanging on to top spot by the end of the round.
Dacos the kick out. He plays on and goes by hand instead to Jeremy Howe. Long beyond defensive 50. Blakey's out there for the time being. McCreary busts the tackle. Nick Dacos swooping through as well. And we'll ball it up as we approach three-quarter time. Phil Pryor on the boundary quickly.
Now Tom McCartan looks as though he's a bit proppy on that left leg. They've already got Brodie Grundy and Logan McDonald down here on the bench.
Thanks, Phil. McLean follows up his own ruck work here. He's beat the ground level by Jack Crisp, and that will be it. Three-quarter time. 21 points is Collingwood's lead here. 11-12, 78 plays 8-9, 57. We saw two goals in that third term for Bobby Hill. Two very important ones. Singles also to Lipinski, Quaynor, Elliott, McStay, Cameron, Crisp, Bytel, McCreary and Cox. A good spread of goal scorers for the visitors. Meanwhile, for the Swans, Hayward has two, so too does Luke Parker. Singles to Warner, McLean, Florent and James Jordan. Three-quarter time at the SCG across ABC Radio, News Radio, and of course the ABC Listen app. This is Friday Night Footy on ABC Sport.
Hey Google, play the footy on the ABC.
Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Oh, that is amazing!
Play ABC AFL.
Time to steady and pull the trigger!
Get the best call, the biggest experts in the game, every round of the AFL season.
Can he bend it back? You bet he can!
On your favourite station, ABC Radio. Your home for footy. Now on your smart speaker. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2024 AFL season. Every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Jamie Elliott runs around now onto his right. A fairway allows for some extra distance. It might just have the journey. In fact, it's punched back into play. Bytel gathers it. Lipinski snaps over his shoulder and kicks a miraculous goal. right in front of the Collingwood faithful. Quainer throws it on the boot, took a big hit, and turns it over to Blakey, who's trying to play through that ankle injury. He's marked on the wing, and here he goes, the Lizard.
Plays on from the logo, pops it inside 50, Cox up in front of McLean, rode by Haywood. He can snap from distance and curls it around from 35. A second goal for Will Haywood.
It's another turnover though. The kick from Howe is straight to Ollie Florent, who is marked just inside 50 at his best. This looks really good. Yeah. Ollie Florent with the massive major for the Swans.
Cox wins it down, hacked away by Sidebottom, get into it first. Bobby Hill gets it away, ricochets back to him. He can snap again, Bobby Hill, and he curls it through. A second goal in this third term for Bobby Hill.
The 2024 AFL Premiership season.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Every moment matters for Collingwood. Losing is not an option. They lead here by 21 points against the Sydney Swans, who look to be in free fall. Out to avoid 4 straight defeats. This is what the closing stages, the final home and away rounds of an AFL season are all about. This is Friday Night Footy at the SCG. Brett Sprigg is my name, alongside Daniel Garb, and your experts are Callum Sinclair and Alicia Eva.
Well, Alicia, I think, Collingwood have got a lot to play for in this next 25 minutes, 30 minutes of football. Swans know they're going into September, but at the moment you just feel like it's probably all Collingwood at the moment. The thing about the Swans is we know they have the ability to score really quickly. It's only 21 points, but I think you probably have just seen the real desperation and hunger, and particularly when that ball goes, you've made the point a few times, when that ball goes inside 50 for Collingwood, just how ferocious, particularly their small forwards are, of just keeping it in there. I think the Swans, what they're really struggling with, from what I can see, they just can't get any penetration and pace on the ball. They're very used to that, and I think now what sides are doing, just not allowing it. Blakey, Warner, Gordon, not allowing them to get corridor side of their opponent, not allowing them to get any run. I'm just curious to know what you'd be thinking if John Longmire is saying there. Very animated there at three-quarter time. But if you're Collingwood, you just want to keep putting the foot on the gas.
Yeah, it was for about a 5-minute patch there. The likes of Heaney, Warner, Ollie Florent got involved. Sydney were looking pretty dangerous. And then it just looked like Collingwood, they also lifted the pressure. They got going. We've spoken about it at length already. Just they're winning the loose balls, particularly inside 50. And Cowie hit the nail on the head. Sydney, they're just not able to move the ball with any speed, change lanes, get any run from behind. Blakey's trying, but Will Hoskin-Elliott is always onto it, or a Collingwood forward is always onto it. So it's been very few and far between getting any run on the ball.
I think you can see defensively they're set up really, really well. A number of times they've actually tried to come out of defence, but they're just looking at black and white everywhere. So I think structurally, I don't know what might be happening maybe off the ground in the coach's book, but they need to sort something out. I don't know if the Swans forwards are potentially getting a little bit too high, but I think every time the Swans have actually won that ball, they just kind of find that defensively kind of being a little bit outcoached there by Fly.
Bear in mind, last week at the MCG, Collingwood led by 32 points early in the final term. They kicked the first goal that final quarter, in fact, against Carlton. Carlton banged home the last 5 goals of the game, only to lose it with that Mitch McGovern kick after the siren. So the Pies were lucky that day. Can they learn from that and withstand any potential attacking thrust from Sydney late in this game? Because they lead by 21 points. Let's get down to the boundary. Phil Pryor.
Yeah, as the Swans coaching staff were making their way onto the ground, Dean Cox, the assistant, who was cutting a particularly distressed figure, somewhat matching some of the reactions that we saw from the players in that third term. Callum Sinclair referenced the body language, of course, as well. There's a lot of frustrated Swans tonight.
Thanks, Phil. A few numbers, Garby.
Roberts with 22 disposals for Sydney. Mills just the 6 touches. Goulden up to 10 now. For Collingwood, Dacos, 20 possessions. How about Scott Pendlebury? A week after his 400th, 15 disposals, 6 tackles, 6 score involvements. All the energy that he used up last week, and he's backed it up with a huge display.
Just quality, Garbs.
He's amazing.
Yeah.
Side bottom, 19 touches and 6 clearances in that tagging role on Goulden as well. So the 2 veterans having a big impact for the Pies when they need it the most.
21 points is Collingwood's lead. Can the Swans pull it back in front of a packed SCG? Into the final turn we go. Cameron palms it down here. Pendlebury missed it. Gathered by Warner off to Heaney. His hand pass was overcooked here, looking for Roberts. Gathers off half back. He was run down by Schultz. Hoskinley gets it back here towards Nick Dacos. On to Elliott. He balks around one. Dropped by Lipinski with a bit of pressure. And now McStay in the pocket in company with Rampy. He sees it out of bounds for a throw-in. A surefire goal goes begging that time.
Huge missed opportunity from Collingwood there. Just didn't they look good on ferocious Cubs? Just
quick centre bounce clearance.
Collingwood should be out of sight, really, on the balance of play. Sydney still in this somehow. Florence under pressure, though. Grundy gathers it. McCartan then loses the football and is caught holding the ball. Well, they deserve this, the Pies. They are all over Sydney, swarming them. And Ned Long will have the shot from 20 out, slight angle to the left. Couldn't possibly miss this one. Well, he could, but he shouldn't, based on what Collingwood are doing to Sydney inside attacking 50 at the moment.
Back yourself.
The tackle pressure from Collingwood has just been enormous. So many forward 50 turnovers just from tackle pressure.
Denied a goal early in the game, Ned Long. This oh so important for the Pies to make it 27 points. Do not write this Collingwood side off. So many have. Fighting for their finals life. They have a 5-goal break here on Sydney at the SCG.
Couldn't agree more, Alicia. Like, they're really playing, I guess, a brand and a DNA football that probably says, you know, we're desperate, we want to play finals, and if we get in the finals, this is the standard that we need to play to. Because to tell you what, if that ball comes to ground in their forward 50, they are ferocious tonight. They're aggressive. They're tackling to hurt as well, and they're just not giving up on the chase either, particularly on quality pace like the Swans have.
Voice of Callum Sinclair on ABC Sport. 27 points, a new game-high lead for the Magpies. With their season on the line, looking for 3 straight wins. Grundy palms it down here. Heaney, quick centre bounce clearance for the Swans. High inside forward 50. Sidebottom, strong intercept grab. He marks between fullback and centre-half back for Collingwood.
He's been great tonight. I know this is I think, 20th disposal, but what he's been able to do to shut down Errol Goulden tonight. Goes
for a run and a kick beyond offensive 50. Cameron in the contest with Grundy and a towering grab taken by the Collingwood ruck.
Sydney's spirits just starting to fade away again. Collingwood turning the screws. Cameron, who's been brilliant, kicks to half forward. Out in a long lead is McStay. Got some separation on McDonald. There was barely any pressure. He's happy to slow it down. They'll waste some time, even though it's early in the last, and continue to frustrate the Swans. McStay's long kick into attack. Mills flies, punches it towards the boundary, and then Blakey takes it over. It's slow going for Sydney. Collingwood just grinding them down. 27 points they lead by. It's a long way back here for the Swans.
Opening 3.5 minutes of the final term. Umpire tosses it back in Randwick end. Running to the front with McStay. Chad Warner there. Tries to get away from one. He slips over. Hand pass out wide here. Trapped by Quaynor for the Pies. Snaps a high ball back to the top of the square. Spoil again from Mills. Down to McCreary for Collingwood. And now Schultz. Off here to Nick Dacos. Serving ball responded by Jake Lloyd. Swans can rebound the football here. Loose ball though chopped off by Frampton. Back to Noble. Sends it deep inside 50 again for the Magpies. Mills a running start in defence. At the drop, Chad Warner. Arm was pinned by Schultz. Not 15 play on the kick to Lloyd. He can clear the area now for Sydney.
The Collingwood set up so well. Bouncing towards Darcy Moore, gathers it, kicks Collingwood back inside 50, and all Sydney can do is punch it over the boundary line for another boundary throw in attack for the Pies, who lead by 27 points.
Just the defensive structure just set up so brilliantly by Collingwood. They're just being pulled apart a little bit, the Swans key forwards. That's what happens when the ball comes to ground defensive 50.
Back in it comes. Grundy snatched out of the ruck, shares the hand pass with Rampy. Just got to kick away in time beyond defensive 50, and Parker makes the contest on Noble out of bounds for a throw in, not far away from Phil Pryor on the boundary.
Yeah, I referenced Tom McCartan looking a little bit ginger just before that three-quarter time siren. It did appear to be a corky, and obviously he's out there, so he does appear to be okay, just working through that.
No movement so far for the subs. Caden Cleary and Joe Richards, I beg your pardon, for the Pies, as it's out of bounds again. It's deliberate this time. So Lloyd back to Jordan, and the Swans will at least control possession, but Collingwood leads here by 27 points.
Just can't get any run outside of defensive 50, Sydney. Collingwood choking up the corridor. Campbell goes short to Warner. They do find Parker in the middle of the SCG now, the Swans. Quick handball to Warner. Darts around, gives it to a teammate who spots up Hayward. It was Mills, in fact, the captain, with the important kick to Hayward at centre half forward. Plays on now from 52. Long ball. They need this badly, the Swans, but he's pulled it to the left. Through behind. Collingwood's lead is 26 points. And even when they do go through the corridor, it just doesn't have that same flow about it, Sydney, that we're used to.
Kick out from Josh Dacos. Wide to Noble. And just patiently build with a chain of kicks to side bottom. Defensive side of the wing. Thumps it down the line. McStay, big pack grab.
He's gotten good tonight. He's gotten better as the game's gone on. Very good hands.
Lightning fast return from the ACL only just under a month ago, Dan McStay. Magpies lead by 26 points here. The former Lion, McStay, up to a 2-on-2. Spoil from Rampy. Quaynor is ragdolled down there by Adams, and Rampy and balled up again. Park all over him as well. Up it goes. Grundy down to Parker. His kick smothered. Bounced off Quaynor as long was met front on by Grundy, and that will be a free kick Collingwood's way. There's definitely plenty of feeling out there.
It's been reversed.
Oh, it's been reversed going Parker's way.
Long's caught Parker. Throwing an elbow back. Caught him high.
So the Swans move the footy from left half back. They trail by 26. 7 going final term. ABC Sport.
Parker goes long to half forward. Hayward's underneath it with side bottom. That's a free kick going the way of Hayward. He was held. Did well to just win that free kick, and now Goulden kicks it to the top of the square. Darcy Moore with ease opposed to Robbie Fox. Just punches that through for a rush behind. Collingwood happy with that situation as Sydney broke. The margin still 25 points in favour of the Pies. Mills 7 disposals. Adams 8 touches. Swans fans will be asking about their form at the moment, their place in the team. They're struggling to get into games right now, Adams and Mills.
Moore, right back pocket. Touches the footy on the ground here. Shares it with Dacos, who drives it beyond defensive 50. Up in front of the members' stand. Spoil from a carton on McStay. Out of bounds for a throw-in. As it stands right now, Sydney's percentage is actually not the highest in the comp, so it's finally come down below Brisbane's.
Wow.
Of course, the Lions face the Giants tomorrow. That'll be their opportunity to go top, assuming the Swans don't win here tonight, which is a pretty safe assumption based on this 25-point lead. Collingwood's favour, 8 minutes gone final term. The Pies won't yet be in the top 8. They'll still need some results to go their way, even with a couple of wins in the final couple of rounds. Chris flips the tackle. Hand pass out the back here. Chad Warner beats Lipinski. Footy comes loose though. McStay paddles it away here towards Pendlebury. Hand pass back to Chris. Dumped by Warner. Footy comes loose again. Lipinski soccers forward. On the bounce there, Jamie Elliott. Paddles it away towards John Noble. Kicks inside 50. Out of bounds on the full. Sydney get the footy back in the left back pocket. Can they make the most of this? Pies by 25.
Mills to Cunningham. Across his own defensive goal square to McDonald, who marks in the right back pocket, and he took too long and he's caught. Holding the ball. Will Hoskin-Elliott with the excellent chase. And perhaps a bit of uncomfortability for Logan McDonald, trying to bring the ball out of defensive 50. And Will Hoskin-Elliott caught him cold.
He's been chasing hard all night, and we sing his praises now because he finally gets a holding the ball and he gets to kick the ball. But he's been chasing all night, putting pressure on inside forward 50 all night, causing turnovers. So you'd love to see him kick this.
A selfless display from Hoskin-Elliott, as is so often the case. Just his 7th disposal, but he's kicked it out of bounds on the full. He doesn't make the most of that opportunity. Collingwood still lead by 25 points. And Sydney just don't look like engineering any sort of zip in their game. There is still time for them. They need to get going quickly.
Didn't get some big scoring runs going in games earlier this year, but they were a very different team then as Darcy Cameron takes you to set ground.
Outstanding today, Darcy Cameron.
Very good.
Close to best on ground.
Cameron swinging across here towards his skipper, Darcy Moore. From the bullseye, middle of the SCG. High ball inside forward 50. Or leaping from the back, Hoskin Elliott at the drop. Jamie Elliott busts through one tackle. Rampy wraps him up, and now Cunningham has the arm pinned by Bobby Hill over for a throw-in alongside the right behind post at the Randwick end of the SCG. 11 gone final term. Collingwood 12-12-84. The Sydney Swans 8-11-59. 25 points is that margin.
Boundary throwing inside 50 for the Pies. Another goal here. And they probably kill Sydney off. Parker's almost caught. Got the hands free. Now Heaney. Now the Swans try and get some run going. Adams gave it back to Heaney and now Lloyd. Handball over the top to Goulden. They move through the middle of the SCG. Goulden puts it out in front of Robbie Fox. Paddles it forward. Maynard just tries to push him off the football. And that's insufficient intent against Robbie Fox. And that's pretty harsh. He was trying to soccer it forward. Maynard put some body contact on. Went over the boundary line. Collingwood win the free kick in front of their fans. They love it. A bit stiff on Robbie Fox. Maynard will bring it back in. Left back pocket.
There's always a Magpie army somewhere in Australia, isn't there? Plenty of black and white fans here in the building. Outnumbered, of course, by the Swans, the home fans. But it's off hands and over for a throw-in on the outer wing of the SCG. I'll be loving this. The Magpie army. 25 points is their lead. 12-12 plays 8-11. Sydney needs something quick. We keep saying it. Time is soon to be not on their side. Long beaten, was wrapped up by a couple of Swans. Swans umpire says it's brought up. Phil Pryor on the boundary.
It looks as though Caden Cleary's about to be activated. Not yet, but it appears to be in the happening now. We're just trying to figure out who it's for.
Marty's on the bench, so it might be for Joel Marty. Wait and see. The kick into the pocket by the Swans is not deemed to be insufficient intent. So it's from Isaac Heaney. We'll have a boundary throw in. Deep in attack for Sydney, who need the next goal badly. Collingwood leading by 25 points. 12 minutes gone in the last term here at the SCG. McLean and Cox doing the ruck work. Palm down by McLean. Nick Dacos is there. His handball favours Florent, though, who snaps it back inside 50. Darcy Moore's underneath it. Good contest by McLean. Dacos' handball to Darcy Moore wasn't clean. We'll have a boundary throw in that right forward pocket again for the Swans.
Would you almost say, maybe as a rule change, if you're an attacking player who kicks inside 50 and it goes out, it can't be considered deliberate or insufficient intent? Maybe it's something to ponder.
I'll have a think about it.
Thank you. Back in it comes here. Parker slides out to meet it now as Maynard looks to clear for the Pies towards half back. McCrea makes the contest there on Roberts. Lipinski again going in hard. Footy comes loose, picked up by Long, and now Josh Dacos can clear. We're only as far as Blakey. One-handed mark. 65 from goal. Wheels and goes. Now the Lizard pops it inside forward 50. Hayward, is he paid the grab? He is. Will Hayward was a couple deep in the pack. Brings it down here, 30 out directly in front.
Again from a Nick Blakey inside 50 kick.
So it was a good mark. He almost got sandwiched there by two. Maynard and Moore absolutely clobbered him up and could be a little bit lucky to be paid the mark, but nonetheless, it was a great contest.
I suppose you've got the rule AFLW as well, where it's between the arcs. It's out of bounds. Last touch, yep.
I'll come back to that. I'll let you call
Yeah,
this.
Will Hayward. This is a big moment here for the Swans, potentially. Will Hayward lining up for his third goal to keep them in the contest here. He does steer it through. Margin back to 19. Collingwood 12-84. The Swans are 9-11-65. 14 gone final term. ABC Sport, your experts, Alicia, Eva, Cal Sinclair.
So you're saying if you're the attacking team, you kick it inside 50.
That goes out.
And even though you... Okay, what if you're up by 3 points and there's 30 seconds left on the clock and you don't want to get to the middle of the ground?
To take the adjudication out of the umpire's hands, just say it can't be, you can't penalise the attacking team if they go inside 50 and it goes out of bounds. I don't know. It's just a little brainworm of mine. Phil Pryor on the boundary.
I'm with you, Spriggy. Let's simplify things a little bit. Robbie Fox is the one that's been subbed out for Cleary.
Okay, I thought it'd be a good week to be a Fox based on what we saw from Jess and Naomi in Paris, but Robbie Fox won't get his moment today.
Did you
He's
have
been
that?
subbed out. I'm hoping he'd do something, but anyway.
37,854 in the house. Can the Swans muster a comeback? Just maybe. Luke Parker with the clearance, and Logan McDonald's now gone forward and marked it.
He's probably due for one of these, Logan, to put him through the sticks. He's had a couple of big moments this year he hasn't quite capitalised on from similar distances.
Is this the moment of reprieve for Logan McDonald?
Third time lucky, guards.
To bring it back to a 13-point margin and make it back-to-back goals for Sydney. McDonald will strike it from 55, slide angle to the right. It's a clean effort. That's the one they needed badly. McDonald's got it. After missing a couple of big ones in losses, Logan McDonald might just deliver a crucial one in a come-from-behind victory, because the margin all of a sudden is back to 13 points in favour of Collingwood.
Had a bit of luck go his way, but not a bad move from the Sydney Swans coaching staff. Put him forward, probably a little bit disappointed in his holding the ball effort maybe a few moments ago, but something for the Collingwood defenders to think about now. You've got Logan McDonald down there, pops up every now and then, natural forward. Just got to change it up to try and maybe bring some sort of different dynamic forward of centre. And he loved it too.
Didn't he? What big moment. Back-to-back goals for the Swans. Margin back to 13 Collingwood's way. Restart in the middle. Cox and McLean. Socket away here by Chad Warner. Contest on the wing. Florent gets there first. He was unmarked. Just threading his way through. Shares it now with Jordan. He's bundled to the ground here and will ball up 60 out from attacking goal for the Sydney Swans. Seeing Tom Papley and Justin McInerney out there in the stands on the big screen. Sorely missed, I'm sure, by John Longmire and his men. Warner pops them back inside forward 50. And Marty slides out there. At the drop, Adams brought to ground, just gets some kind of kick away, but it goes straight to Bytel and Collingwood can clear.
He throws it on the boot. That'll evade Darcy Cameron, and that might be insufficient intent. Yes, it is. All the momentum Sydney's way now. And Blakey wanted to play on quickly, but he did so from over the mark. So he'll have to come back.
Luke Parker is just itching to get back out on the ground. They've been thrown in the midfield this quarter, and he got that last centre clearance that resulted in that goal.
Oh, hang on, they've reversed the decision.
They reversed the decision. I think that...
Well, that's bizarre. Swans fans furious, understandably.
Did that happen?
I don't know why they reversed it. It's either insufficient intent or it's not. Unless someone else touched it before it crossed the boundary line. That might be the reason. Anyway, boundary throw in on the wing. Swans win it again anyway, through Rowbottom. Bouncing ball to half forward. Well done by Hayward. That was clever to soccer it towards Goulden. Side bottom, though, is right there with him. He has been all night. It falls away of Warner. Snapping ball. Swans have another. Chad Warner with a massive major. His second. 3 in a row for Sydney. Marching back to 7 points. The comeback is on.
We've got a game on our hands now. Tell you what. Just when you think Chad Warner's been out of form. We've probably been talking all night, Alicia, like the Swans are done and dusted, but we've got a game in our hands here. It's like the prelim of 2022 all over again.
Just his follow-up from stoppage. The ball bounces inside 50. It looks like it's going to go to another stoppage, and then pops out again, and just Warner right place, right time.
Got the good bounce as well. Confirmation of that sub, Phil Pryor?
Yeah, well, maybe, but Luke Parker, he was like a bull at the gate waiting to get back out there. He's been firing up the boys here. He just had a chat to Brodie Grundy as well, just saying, come on, give us something.
And Robbie Fox is subbed off as Phil forecast a short time ago. 7 points. Momentum with the Swans. Both rucks missed it. Parker. Crisp gets there first. Warner makes a contest with him. Nick Dacos out to the wing here for Bytel. Onto Crisp. The Pies go forward of halfway. Elliott leads up. It bounced off his chest. out there in the contest with Campbell. Elliott still going, and Campbell tackles him over the boundary line for a throw-in. 65 around from attacking goal for the Magpies. So hang on here to a 7-point lead as we approach time on in the final term.
Well, the Pies rue those missed chances. Sorry, Cal Sinclair.
Continue.
They had so many opportunities, didn't they? End of the third term, started the last, didn't take them. They've opened the door for Sydney to get back into it. Here's Bytel, though, for the Pies, just outside attacking 50. Tries to work it towards Elliott. Slap back in from Crisp. Now gathered by Lipinski. He can snap over his shoulder. He misses. The Swan lost his footing back there in Callum Mills. That afforded Lipinski some space, but again, fails to make the Swans pay. The margin is 8 points in favour of the Pies.
Blakey somehow seeing out the game here. Little 1-2 from the kick out. Now Cunningham, the recent 200 gamer, goes beyond defensive 50. Howe spills the grab. There was a hold though. Swans free kick on Heaney. Heaney was being held, so he has it here at left half back for Sydney. It's the Magpies by 8 points. Heaney's kick wide here for Lloyd. Lays it off behind of Blakey, keeps running. Out in space all by himself is that man in Caden Cleary, the sub. Back to Lloyd. Pops it high inside forward 50. Leaping up McLean, who's there at the back. It's only in defence with Cameron, and now they can go again, the Magpies. They can clear through Bytel. High kick beyond defensive, 50 through Bobby Hill's legs. Cunningham, who's wrapped up by Bobby Hill, and will ball up again. 60 out from goal. That's the Swans attacking goal. They're painted into the SCG. 8 points is Collingwood's lead. 21 goal in final term.
Collingwood's challenge here is to be really disciplined, not giving away any free kicks.
Plenty of time left, but the nerves are kicking in for everyone already. Well done, Cameron, though, to win that clearance from the ruck contest, and McStay is marked on the wing. Just in front of Blakey. We'll go short to Hoskin Elliott. Does Collingwood try and attack, or do they, again, take the sting out of the game once more?
I think there's still plenty of time on the clock, Garbs. You've still got to try and score.
Hoskin Elliott goes short to Quainer at right half back. He'll kick to half forward now. McStay's underneath it. Blakey leaps, punched it down. Elliott's there, he's caught, and here go the Swans again. The 1-2 between Heaney and Lloyd, but they were waiting for that, Collingwood. Heaney managed to get the hands free, but there's excellent pressure. It spills the way of Schultz. His kick on goal bounces wide, and we'll have a boundary throw in deep in attack for the Pies. They were ready for the Swans to try and go off half back, and they responded with pressure.
There are some sore boys down there. McCartan, Heaney, sore. Guys all over the ground. Been a brutal night, particularly with the Collingwood pressure they put on.
Back in it comes inside 50 for the Magpies. Cox down to Crisp, spilled up the tackle. Parker there, can't clear now for the Swans. In goes Rowbottom, and will ball up again. 22 minutes and 18 seconds into this final term. Ball in the air. Cox and Grundy. Crisp again, first to meet it, but he's wrapped up by Roberts. Another stoppage.
If I was Dan McStay, and I know he's sitting full forward next to Nick Blakey, but he better have his skates on, because as soon as Sydney get the ball, Blakey's going to be off. He looks like a man on a mission.
Grundy wins the ruck tap, and then Warner can clear the dangerous area. It's a clever kick. It's over the top of the Collingwood block, but Noble tracks back to get it. Back to Howe. High ball, well done by Callum Mills. That's a captain's mark at half-back, and gives it to Florent. He has a bounce and a second. Moves towards half-forward. Excellent smother. Darcy Cameron got in front of the kick and then wins it again after it's socket off the ground. Florent wraps him up. The ball didn't go 15. Darcy Cameron, what a football game he's had.
I reckon this is a career best game for him. He's been absolutely fantastic today. He's been absolutely everywhere, defensively behind the ball, ground balls, and putting on percentage pressures like that. Outstanding.
What a finish coming up. Magpies by 8 points. 23.5 gone here at the SCG. Florent can't find a path clear. Noble leaves it there for Lipinski. He's wrapped up by Rowbottom. Well, balled up again. 70 out from the Swans attacking goal at the Paddington end of the SCG. Grundy down to Heaney. Can he get goal side? Takes on Quainer with a big fend. He's 45 out. Centering ball down. McLean's in the contest. And it's killed dead by Hoskin Elliott. Over for a throw-in. In fact, it just went wide off his knuckles and over for a throw-in in the pocket in front of the Noble stand. So a stoppage inside 50 for the Swans, who trail by 8 points.
Oh, it's tense. Collingwood have had their lead whittled down by Sydney. You can feel the energy around the SCG as time ticks down. Here's Pendlebury, caught by Jordan, now gathered by Warner. The shot on his left, it's marked by Heaney! Top of the square. The superstar standing up for the Swans. And he'll snap this from straight in front to bring the margin back to 2 points.
Holy moly. Certainly didn't see this coming.
Isaac Heaney is leading from the front. He's been Sydney's best. He's kicked his first of the night. Collingwood led by 27 points at one stage in this final term. Now it's just 2 points.
I'd like to know, you've got the stats in front of you, what Warner's had this quarter. It just seems like he's just got going. He's brought pace into the game for Sydney, and then he gets that clearance. He's kicked the last goal before Heaney.
Warner and Heaney both with 10 disposals in the last.
Wow. Massive. As we watch this forward 50 stoppage for Sydney this time again, Warner just finding himself with a bit more space, and he just puts the ball to advantage, albeit from a quick snap kick, but Heaney marks that very nicely in an easy snap-on goal in the end.
You can feel the tension. 38,000 in the building. Magpies by 2 points. Restart in the middle. Palm down there. Off to Warner from Robin. It goes back now wide to Mills with the outside of the boot. Wobbly kick inside forward 50. Quainer and Heaney in the contest. Both missed it. Unkind bounce. Out to beat the football is Howe. And now they can go through Long. Off half back. It's just bouncing towards the wing where Rampy got a hold of Mason Cox. It's going to be here. Deliberate!
Oh,
he's pinged Mason Cox. I thought if anything, Rampy held him. It's a Sydney ball though. He wastes no time, Rampy. Up towards 50. Off the bonce of Darcy Moore. And now he battles it towards the line. This will be deliberate as well.
This is nuts.
Back-to-back deliberate calls against the Pies. Heaney puts them inside 50 here, the Swans. Fratman spot. McDonald goes out of bounds for a throw-in. 25 around from that left behind post. Deep in attack for the Swans, who trail by 2 points.
If the Swans can win this, my goodness, they might just be very hard to stop for the flag. They trailed by 5 goals at one stage. It's 2 points now, the lead to Collingwood. Boundary throw in deep inside 50 for Sydney. Strong tackle by Heaney and Grundy on Quainer. We'll have a secondary ball up.
Couldn't be much football left played in this quarter.
27 minutes gone in the last. And Sydney kick another one. Grundy down to Goulden. Goulden with a snap. It's coming back. It is through. Oh, Errol. Sydney are in front.
Defensive 50 stoppages, Alicia.
Yep.
It has been the biggest theme tonight of how either teams have scored. That was an amazing finish from Errol Goulden. Oh, wow.
It does not have to be your night, but you can still have your moment.
Oh, tell me about it.
That's a fantastic goal. And the one stoppage, he doesn't have Steele side bottom next to him. I don't know what's happened here, but that is a beautiful finish.
They are literally dancing in the aisles here at the SCG. Every single person up and about and bouncing.
Just think, this was Collingwood's thing in the past couple of years. The comebacks, winning from anywhere. Now, for the second week in a row, they're having it done to them. They did win against the Blues last week, but they gave up the last 5 goals of the game. They've given up 5 in a row here against the Sydney Swans, who lead it by 4 points. Centre clearance. Warner. Back to Roberts towards half-back. Shrugs away McCreery. Pressure here from Mills. Got a hand pass away, though. Out in space. Left behind McDonald. He goes again. Here like McDonald. Now it's going to be Nick Dacos who wraps him up, extracts the football. Off here to Vitale. Back to Chris. The Pies on a wide entry inside 50 on the bounce for Jamie Elliott. Inside the 40. It's across the face for a minor score.
I reckon he took that over, Jamie Elliott.
Swans by 3 points. 29 gone. Final term at the SCG.
Wowee. How often do we see it when a lead gets surpassed, then the other team responds? Big chance for Elliott, not taken.
How's the shifts in the crowds tonight?
Yeah.
And now it's a mentality shift for Sydney because they have the lead from nowhere by 3 points. But they keep attacking it. Or do they chip it around? Because time is ticking down. Getting close to the half-hour mark in the final term. Strong grab. Hasn't he been superb in the last? Isaac Heaney taking that mark at right half-back. And he'll just square it up to Cunningham. Still plenty of time left for Collingwood to win this. It's only a 3-point margin, but Sydney are chipping it around defensive 50.
It's back there with Jake Lloyd. Still enough time here for a score, any score. Swans lead by 3 points. Lloyd drives it long beyond defensive 50. Amati goes up there, could have marked but went to spoil. It's out of bounds for a throw-in. Between wing and half forward for the Magpies, or in their attacking half at least. We've just ticked past the half-hour mark. Hear that buzz around the ground. Back in it comes. Grundy needs a Sydney Swan. But Nick Dacos gets there first. Slaps it forward. Florent was brought to ground there by Hospital. On the other lap here with McCreary. Hand pass goes back wide again. Schultz goes inside forward 50 off balance. McCartney's there for the Swans. Parker breaks the tackle. They can clear here through Rampy to the outer side.
Bouncing ball though. Hayward's up against two Magpies. He managed to get it free and got it to Heaney, who got away from trouble. Shared it with Warner. They've been huge in the last. Warner out to Goulden. Now the Stars are combining. Goulden to Lloyd on his left up the wing looking for Hayward. And Howe fisted over the boundary line. That should have been deliberate. It's not. Boundary throw it in front of the Pies bench, and they're running out of time now, Collingwood. 31 minutes gone in the last. Richards about to come on for the Pies, their sub, with not much time left. Here's Brett Sprigg, a thriller at the SCG on a Friday night on ABC Sport.
31 minutes played here at the SCG. McCreary busts through the tackle here. He's wrapped up by Chad Warner though, and the umpire says holding the ball. That could be a game-saving tackle from the Chad.
He had to try, McCreary. He had to try.
Swans by 3 points and they have possession.
Massive last quarter by Chad Warner here.
He goes now with a kick towards half forward. Numbers back there in defence. Darcy Cameron's second bite rules with the intercept mark.
You want to play on quick, Cameron.
He's been fantastic for the Pies. He goes into the middle of the ground because time is against them. Mason Cox launches at it. Well done by Josh Dacos down to Pendlebury, who finds space as he always does. Now to Bytel. Here goes Collingwood. Crisp looking for Nick Dacos. Just keeps it out in front of him. Handball to Schultz inside 50. Well done, James Jordan. Intervened, and Heaney took the mark again. At left half back. What a heroic quarter from Isaac Heaney. That might just do it for Sydney. There is still time for Collingwood.
Collingwood have got to man up everywhere around the ground, not give up an easy mark.
Heaney plays onto a pack on the members' side. 2 on 2. It's off hands over for a throw in.
What a last quarter.
14 touches each for Warner and Heaney in the last.
Swans hanging on to a 3-point lead here at the SCG.
Big stoppage, 30 seconds to go. Signs come up.
Back in it comes. Grundy and Cameron wrestle. Josh Dacos bursts through. He explodes up the members' wing towards half forward. Finds the target, McStay. He's 65 from goal. Reels and goes now. Deep down the corridor. Needs a marking target. Numbers in defence. Rampy is there for the Swans. Florence is out of bounds there as Richards runs it out of bounds for a throw-in. Deep in attack for the Magpies at the round weekend.
If we know anything about stoppages, Alicia, this game, this is the you got to score. This is the one.
Can someone win it for Collingwood? Time ticking down. Cox palms it down. Blakey will clear the area. Ball in dispute. Parker's there. He'll just kick for space. And that might be enough for Sydney. He puts it out in front of Amati. He'll tap it to his own advantage and keep his feet. Here's Hayward. Slips over. Works it forward to Heaney. That'll be it for Sydney.
Isaac Heaney, what a game he's had. And the Swans, with a spirited fight back, regain top spot for at least one more week and land a knockout blow on Collingwood's premiership defence.
14 points at quarter time by 3 points at the half, 21 points at the final change, and just like last week at the MCG, kicked the first goal of the final term to lead by 5 goals. It was 27 points the margin. From there, the Sydney Swans, inspired by Chad Warner and Isaac Heaney, kicked the last 5 goals of the game to pinch it by 3 points. And a Friday night thriller on ABC Sport.
Cheer, cheer the red and the white. Honour the name by day and by night. Lift that noble banner high. Shake down the thunder from the sky. Whether the odds be great or small, Swans will go in and win overall. While our loyal Swans are marching onwards to victory.
There will be no back-to-back for Craig McRae's men. They were gallant here on the road tonight, but the Swans, when it mattered most, forced a 7th lead change, the last of the game, through Errol Goulden, and win 13-11-89 to 12-14-86, I beg your pardon, the Swans by 3 points. In the end, it was 3 goals for Will Hayward, 2 for Chad Warner and Luke Parker. Singles to Heaney, Florent, Jordan and Goulden, the most important of those, while for the Magpies, 2 for Bobby Hill. They were both tremendous goals in the third quarter. Singles to Lipinski, Quaynor, Elliott, McStay, Cameron, Crisp, Bytel, McCreary and Mason Cox. But in the end, the Swans get their 15th win of the campaign. As I mentioned, hang on the top spot for at least one more week here in their quest for what looked like a certain minor premiership. They break a 3-game losing run to win here at home, and help us make sense of it. Dan Garb, Alicia Eva, Cal Sinclair.
Just quickly, how's the party here at the SCG? They are literally dancing in the aisles. You feel for the Pies fans. Their team was so gallant. But this is some sort of atmosphere. The Swan song goes around again, and they are just loving every single lyric here at the SCG. What a comeback.
I would love to see a replay of the coach's box as well when that siren went, but you're right, it is a party atmosphere, and so it should be. I think we were sitting in here and probably thought Collingwood had it midway through that last quarter, and what a finish. I know you'll get to the stats in a moment, but Isaac Heaney, Chad Warner, take a bow. That last quarter was something else. Off you go, Garby.
We need to talk about it because they literally won the game for the Swans, the two of them. So both had 14 disposals, 5 clearances in the last term alone for Warner, 3 for Heaney, 4 inside 50s for Heaney, 3 score involvements for Warner, and both kicked a goal in the final term as well.
It was clearly just a display of saying, boys, come with me. Like, we're not losing this game. Enough's enough, and we're getting our season back on track, and we're showing why we are the best team and maybe the best couple of players in the competition, because that display over those 2 guys in that last quarter was old school, where it was just, Dustin Martin-like in those grand finals. They were just outstanding, and good sign of respect there for Jeremy Howe and his milestone game with all the Swans players there. Just
a guard of honour here with the Swans and the Collingwood players lined up, and Jeremy Howe on the shoulders of Scott Pendlebury, as was the case last. I think it was the same 2 guys last week with Scott Pendlebury on the shoulders of Jeremy Howe and Steele Sidebottom. So in his 250th, a fitting ovation for Jeremy Howe, and the players with the last of their shaking hands, and the Swans will lap this up with their home fans here. 38,000 here tonight, and that they look gone. They look destined for a 4th straight loss, but that is, as I mentioned, a spirited fight back, and in the end, a worthwhile result for John Longmire's men.
And what a fun game to call as well, particularly there were so many ups and downs throughout that game where, Alicia, we thought they were cooked at many times throughout that game, and they just hung in there. They just didn't allow that margin to just get too far out of the way, and particularly in that last quarter, I think at one point they were 27 points down. But I'll tell you what, if you're the Collingwood coaching staff, you'd be reviewing that stoppage where Errol Goulden just had a ball on his left side and didn't look convincing coming off the boot. But I tell you what, they were outstanding.
Yeah,
Chad Warner, 33 touches. Isaac Heaney ended up with 32. Matt Roberts has probably been a player, guys, that probably hasn't got enough credit over the last probably 5 or 6 weeks. Obviously because they're losing, but he's really hitting some form and kind of cementing his spot down back, and probably a great effort from Nick Blakey as well, guys, to tough it out. Looked like a pretty nasty sprained ankle, but...
So what does this do for a group? A win like this, so now they lock up top spot, you know, a home final or top 2 spot is all but guaranteed, you would think now. The energy from this, though, put that aside, what does that do for Sydney's hopes of winning their 6th premiership?
Oh, this win will go a long way. You'd like. I mean, we said it many times tonight, Cal, that it seemed like Collingwood were playing a finals brand of footy.
Yeah.
And it was ugly at times, and it was an arm wrestle. And if anything, Sydney were holding up really well. Probably in that, what did the lead get out to, 25 points or whatnot? 27 points. And then they go, okay, we've got to put speed on the ball here. We've got to put speed on the ball. We've got to open the game up. We need our stars to step up. And they did. And not even, and we're talking Heaney and Warner. We know that Goulden, he was followed all night tonight, but he has his moment in the last quarter. Blakey, who's clearly playing out there on one leg, you know, when he's fit and healthy, we know how damaging he is. I love what Luke Parker did in the last quarter too, and I know he only said his name a couple of times because he found himself forward of the ball a lot, but in that last quarter you could see his body language down on the bench. He hasn't played a lot of footy this year, but what he must mean to the club and to these boys, just by how he communicates, by how he leads. I just thought he changed. That last McDonald goal, that came from a Luke Parker clearance, which was pivotal in the game.
Well, we look at Luke Parker, that last quarter, his stats are very good. 7 disposals, 4 clearances in that last quarter. So did a bit of grunt work, might not have got the glory that, you know, the stars we hear of usually are getting, but I think it's fair to say that it shows they're the best team in the comp at the moment. You know, they've had a rough couple of weeks, but they just found a way. They would probably acknowledge that they're not playing their best football at the moment to the best of their ability. I think what they probably have to work out is, how do we play when we're not getting speed on the ball? Are we a good enough long down the line team? Can we play, can we play slower? Can we use the ball patiently? Because you know what? The guys like Warner, Gordon, Heaney, Blakey, Lloyd, Campbell tonight as well, Matt Roberts even, they're fast game players. They want speed on the ball. That's their strength. But I think when they go into, hopefully they go, into September, but they're going to really have to understand what does our game look like when those guys aren't getting that much space. I can guarantee when they go into finals, and they'll be aware of this, the dynamic shifts. You don't get corridor play. If you penetrate the corridor during a final series, you want to make sure that it comes off. So very interesting.
There's cheering and fist pumping as they make their way down the Paul Kelly race. They had 15 wins this year. This one, I feel like it means the most of them. Outside of the derbies as well, but this, from where they had to come from, this season looked an absolute freefall. And yeah, it's just one more game, but 2 weeks to go and a chance to clinch the minor premiership, the Swans, and be in the box seat for those 2 home finals and a grand final and maybe a premiership beyond there. It's a long way still from there, but they make their way into the rooms where Phil Pryor is waiting for them. Phil.
Yeah, g'day boys. Down here now. It's getting a bit loud. It's getting a bit raucous, as you can imagine. The boys have just made their way into the sheds. And this is going to be sung with some real gusto, you would have to imagine. The players are just coming in to their circle now. It was just pure guts that got them over the line.
The Swans belted out. 3-point winners here. As I said, we had 6 lead changes in the first half. We didn't see one until the very end there with Errol Goulden's goal, but it was the match winner.
And the celebrations are certainly apparent here, the Swans. We'll get some more reaction from the winners in just a moment. And hear from Phil Pryor with whomever he has a chat to in the Sydney Swans rooms. By the way, Billy Frampton was the man who was subbed out very late in the game for Joe Richards. We saw him there in that late scramble. Joe Richards is... that's what this time of year is all about, Cal and Alicia, the big moments. And the Swans withstood the pressure, which was coming not just in the last quarter, but really across most of the game from Collingwood, who controlled the game, as I say, leading at every quarter break, Collingwood. But they had those big moments in the end, thanks to Goulden and Heaney and those guys who have got them there so far.
Absolutely. And if you're Collingwood, you'd probably say to them, guys, we let ourselves down in those big moments.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, concentration lapses, some ordinary free kicks, Alicia, that we probably saw, some tough contests. You know, don't want to talk about umpires, but they were hot, you know, on giving the deliberate out of bounds tonight. And there was a couple of interesting ones that your eyebrows raised their guards.
There was one in the end that I reckon if it's in the middle of the second quarter, it gets paid. McStay took the mark. I reckon Tom McCartan was 2 metres over the mark. If that's in the middle of the second term, quiet part of the game, it gets paid. I think we would have all been asking, why do you pay it then? But Collingwood fans right now are saying, how was that not paid as 50? Then McStay's march forward and Collingwood win the game. But, you know, sometimes they don't get paid in close games, and Collingwood fans will be arcing up about that tonight. But then the breaks.
Well, there was a few interesting decisions tonight as well. And I don't want to sit here and, pot umpires, but even the one where they overturned the deliberate as well. So, no, I couldn't agree more, Spriggy. It's an amazing effort. And I think back to your point, what would this feel like if going back into, player mode? And Alicia, you would know this. I think it would just be relief. I think you'd go home tonight and you'd just be like, oh, thank God we got that win. Because coming in Monday, if you're a Swans player after a loss, wouldn't be too much fun.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And, touching on Collingwood, I think they missed opportunities in front of goal in terms of set shots.
Yep.
I know that they were pretty clinical at stoppage, and they were pouncing on that loose ball, but they had a few set shots. I think in the third quarter, it was Lockie Schultz. Probably should have kicked that goal. A few missed set shots, which I'm sure they'll be ruining.
Down into the Swans rooms with Phil Pryor.
Yeah, g'day guys. Down here with Ollie Florent, one of the Swans heroes. Describe this last 10 to 15 minutes, Ollie.
It's a mixed show. It's completely exhausting, but electrifying at the same time. So it's a great feeling.
I described it just before as just winning on pure guts in the end. Did it feel like that out there?
Absolutely. Like, as you see, all the boys around here right now are all sort of hunched over, sitting on the ground and just in pure belief of, we just backed ourselves in to stick fat all game, and it just turned in the last quarter, which was unreal.
You must be sore, your teammates must be sore, because Collingwood brought the heat for 4 quarters.
They did. It was a very, the pressure was high all game, and we knew that it was going to be there, and just to be able to absorb and get the ball going forward and, kick a few goals, and it was credit to the fellas.
How was the week?
Tough, seriously tough, but we stuck real fat together and made sure that we were going to walk in on Monday or whenever it was with a positive attitude, ready to take on the week, and that's what I love about this group. We're going to be right in the absolute lows and the absolute highs together, and it's a great bunch of boys.
We've got Cal Sinclair and Alicia Eva upstairs. I might open it up to them if possible.
Ollie, Cal Sinclair here, mate. Congratulations on a terrific effort, mate. I just want to point out a couple of guys in that last quarter, Chad Warner and Isaac Heaney. Have you ever in your time seen two guys literally just say, come with me, boys, we're going to win this thing?
Mate, it's an absolute pleasure to be playing with both of them. They're both absolute champions of this footy club, and the way they held themselves today after a really tough week was a real credit to them.
One thing that we commented on up here in the box was probably just the ferociousness of Collingwood's forward half pressure. It just felt like whenever the ball hit the ground, that was their major strength. Can you maybe just share with us what that was like? I think it was fair to say that their pressure forward of the ball was absolutely outstanding this evening.
Yeah, we didn't have much time with the footy at all down there, and with the likes of, the small forwards that they've got, they're they're just very live wire, and it's very hard to sort of get any sort of space and time. But we just had to scrap down there. We knew it was just going to be a big scrap, get the ball going forward, no pretty footy. And we were able to sort of get it out of there.
And last one from me, Ollie, what were the burgers in Thailand like?
Mate, as you know, they're not as good as Bon Jovi.
Alicia, get us
An
back.
inside joke. But,
Ollie, Alicia over here. Congrats, mate. I have no idea what that question was about.
yeah, don't worry.
We'll get back to the
You
footy.
wouldn't get
Hey, talk to me about your mate Nick Blakey. He looked like he was running around on one leg out there for the best part of the game. Just how important is he to your lineup, and what difference did he make tonight?
Yeah, he's a real pleasure to play with. He can play tall, he can play small, gives us real run and bounce off the half back, and I love playing with him. He's an absolute superstar on and off the field, and he's a big part of why we won tonight.
And just a question, and I know playing footy myself, I know you go through the highs and lows. Just how important were your leaders this week? And what would have been pretty tough coming off a big loss. How important were your leadership group, the senior guys? What message did they have for all of you, I guess, after the Port Adelaide loss coming into this game?
Yeah, well, it was just basically just stay positive and stick fat with each other. We're going to be in it together, no matter what, win or loss. We're a really close group. And I think it really showed tonight how much the boys really wanted to get it done. And, we just need to bring that every week going forward.
Absolutely. And I'm sure you would have heard it out there, but we commented on it was just a party outside with the fans. So enjoy the win, mate, and congrats.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Go on, Gubby.
Yeah, we better let Ollie go. But yeah, a big thank you to Ollie Florent.
Okay, thank you, Phil. Thanks to Ollie Florence. So he's off. We'll see if we might go to get a quick word from the Pies rooms, Phil. But, try your best. They might be out of here pretty soon. He's played all 10 games. Oh, sorry, all 10. He's one of 10 players for the Swans that have played every game this year, 20 games. And I'd love to know how the players are feeling that extra couple of weeks. I know we spoke pre-game to Leon Cameron about that and the 24-round season, with the extra bye, of course, but just Ollie Florent now. He's a vital cog in that Swans team, isn't he? Had a slow start tonight, but was obviously there in some big moments at the end.
Played further forward during times tonight, and he kicked a massive goal. That goal in the third term, when the Swans were up against it from range, when everyone thought he doesn't have the leg for it. I know the Pies missed opportunities. They could have put the Swans to bed potentially, but that was a huge moment by Ollie Florent, and he took it upon himself. Didn't look to share it off. He said, no, I'm going to deliver this goal here for my team, and that was a sign of great experience and maturity for a player who's now played 162 games and I think close to 115 consecutive games, which is extraordinary.
Yeah, he's got a fair bit of durability about him, Ollie, and started as a midfielder, and not that it didn't work out for him in the midfield. It's just a hard area to crack into. He's got a great disposal and he's got good dash, but he's really found his way off half back.
What I like about, we've already spoken about so many of the Swan stars, but just the role players in their team. I know Rowbottom started really well tonight, but Ollie Florent, he's always just been one of those players that, he may not rack up the same amount of disposals. He may not kick the match-winning goal, although if we talk about the amount of goals tonight, he hit the scoreboard, but he's one of those role players, and a lot of respect for a young man that just goes about his role and week in, week out, it's not necessarily pretty, doesn't necessarily accumulate, but you can just tell he's one of those players that's very much team first.
How's sport? I know we're in the midst of the absolute pinnacle of sport at the moment with the Olympics, but halfway through that last term, you're thinking about Swans fans who had already booked their grand final tickets, probably wondering, what have we done? We've coughed up the chance for a premiership. Collingwood fans are thinking we're still alive in the run to make the finals after winning the flag last year. And in 10 minutes, those emotions just flip on their head. Swans fans now thinking the premiership is ours for the taking once more, and Collingwood's finals hopes are dashed. It is. It's an incredible thing that we live in all the time, isn't it?
I do agree with you, Garbs, and as a retired player, that last 30 seconds of that game, I just kept an eye out on just looking down at the crowd and I guess what it actually means to people. And it's very rare. We're very, very lucky in this country, and the opportunities in which particularly our kids and a lot of our schools and everyone has to be able to enjoy team sport and enjoy community like this, because the world's a tough place. We're getting a bit deep here, but the world's a tough place. And I look down when that siren went, and at the end of the day, and I will say this, when you finish up, and Alicia, you'll have this when you finally do call it, but it really is about the fans. It really is about the little kids, the parents, and everyone that comes to games wearing, I guess, their favourite jumper or coming here for their favourite player. They you just saw the smiles and the dancing in the crowd. I wanted to be out there. I don't want to be hanging out with you guys. I wanted to be out there just, getting amongst it. But it's a great point, Garb. I couldn't agree more.
I'll give you some credit. You called at three-quarter time. You said it could be just like the prelim a couple of years ago. So the score that day, Sydney, 14-11-95 to Collingwood 14-10-94. It was a 1-point win. It was 3 points here, 13-11-89 to 12-14-86. So
I'm here.
They got there in the end. Collingwood's fade outs are going to be a problem, or they have been a problem for them this year, I suppose. There's only a couple of weeks to go, but I'm sure the fans will lament the fact that for a team that was such a great last quarter team, they're having the opposite done to them now. They are the team that is fading out and having those defensive lapses.
Well, I think it'd be a tough review for them, that one. I think particularly in that last quarter, you'd be analysing moments of free kicks, lacks of concentration, the stoppage goals, like it. Swans would probably review a few ordinary moments as well, but particularly when the game counted, just shows that they might not be there this year.
Yeah, there was a few instances that come to mind. The start of that last quarter, they have a chance. There's a handball chain. Pat Lipinski's running into the goal and his eyes light up, but then he fumbles the ball. And then they get a repeat shot on goal through, I think it was Hoskin Elliott, chase down tackle, but he doesn't quite nail that. So there's a chance gone begging. It just seemed, I think they did a lot right tonight, Collingwood, and was particularly impressed at ground level, inside forward 50. Yeah. Their chase pressure, their clean hands from ground level, but just some, I guess, some of the more fundamental skills like the set shots on goal or just running in and a dropped handball, just those opportunities. I'm sure they'll certainly be brewing in the rooms tonight.
I've just had a little look at social media. Collingwood fans seething over the umpiring. Absolutely furious.
Well, that's going to happen. That's
some of the deliberates that were paid. There was that period there, you called it, Spriggy. There were 2 or 3 back-to-back.
There was 2,
Well, I think you just call it for what it is. It was pretty ordinary.
Yeah, that's the way Collingwood fans feel tonight.
You can have, naturally fans will be complaining about that, and I totally understand that. At the same time, they gave up 5 goals of the game. Yeah. But you shouldn't put yourself in that position to start with. But you can't, again, you talk about the emotion of sport, the rationale doesn't always sort of...
no, it's raw.
No disrespect, Magpies fans. I've got a few texts, actually, if I can. 0437 774 774. Matt in Queensland says, are the Pies now losers? I would say so, and that's coming from a Pies supporter. He says he's a Pies supporter, so I'll take that on face value. Thank you, Matt. Well done, Heaney, says one correspondent. What else? Hi, team. Can Cox change his mind about the Eagles job? I would certainly not want to be in the box with Longmire. Well, I think you'd be okay now. And we had another one. I think it's our man Paul, who's in the Lakes District in the UK, listening in, says, go Pies. So thank you. I think it's Paul who texts in from the Lake District in the UK all the time. Thank you very much for that. 0437 774 774. And yes, some of you have already headed off to Olympic coverage, and that will continue if you're in regional areas or indeed through Adelaide, Canberra, Hobart, Darwin, et al. Next up, the Swans are away against Essendon. That's at Docklands on Friday night. Then they'll host Adelaide back here at the SCG. So that's their final remaining 2 games. As I mentioned, they are still on top. Even if Brisbane beat the Giants tomorrow, they'll still have that half a game buffer. Of course, there's Port Adelaide, who are also in form, as well as the Giants, who have that game against the Lions. So that top 4 is still very much taking shape. And even beyond that, I mean, Geelong are outside the top 4 on percentage only. Fremantle are half a game behind them. The Bulldogs are also in hot form as well, that look every bit as threatening as they did outside the top 4 in 2016. So then there's Carlton. I don't quite feel exactly 100% confident saying that Collingwood's season is done. I think there might still be a mathematical way somewhere, but I don't think any fans expect that there will be any realistic path back to the grand final or any sort of meaningful finals. they're 11th now, and because Carlton plays Hawthorn on Sunday, one of those teams has to go into the top 8 and stay there. So I can say that Collingwood would be now done with those 2 games left. They've got the Brisbane Lions. That's on the Saturday twilight game at the MCG next week, and then Melbourne the following Friday to end in round 24.
It's becoming increasingly hard to defend a premiership. So Richmond had that run, we know that, and then they fell away after 2020, so you give them some reprieve. But Melbourne after 2021 went out in straight sets in the finals. Geelong after winning in 2022 finished 12th. And now you've got Collingwood, who won't make the 8, you would think, almost certainly after winning the flag. So what do you think it is? Why all of a sudden now are teams really struggling to go the entire distance the year after winning a premiership?
I'd probably say the other teams are getting a significant head start. You know, I remember over my career I did, 11 pre-seasons, and generally the earlier that you start, the more prep you are for the season. So if you've played the last game in September, you've probably got 3 or 4 weeks off. You've got a big chunk of your guys generally getting surgeries. They're not back on the track till about January. Games are starting. Intra-club games are really starting 2nd, 3rd week of Jan. So if you're not getting your momentum, if the momentum of your game plan and your best players aren't out there, it's getting very, very hard to back it up. But also what we're saying is how important it is to time your run and play your best footy towards the back end of the year. Bulldogs are a terrific example. Port Adelaide a terrific example. Brisbane Lions a typical another great example. These guys, these teams, you probably don't want to play them. At this, if you're the Swans, who've probably been the most consistent, top 10 this year, you mightn't want to play them, if that makes sense. So it's very interesting. You're seeing teams falling out of the 8 really, really quickly. But it's a great point, guys. But I think just probably the lack of summer and maybe the celebrations too.
Premiership hangover.
Who's going to do the votes in the ABC Player of the Year?
Well, we're both.
It's Alicia's last game for the year.
Oh, Alicia,
I haven't
pestering me all week to do it.
No, you got a couple of minutes.
Right.
I'll ask you, Cal. Who was Alicia does the votes. Who of the Swans inclusions? So Rampy came back from the calf. Amadi was good in the first half.
Yep.
Braden Campbell did some things. Caden Cleary was the sub. Who of the Swans inclusion? Let's talk about who's not there, of course. You highlighted pre-game Justin McInerney, who's, I think, an underrated presence in that Swans team. But who of the inclusions for the Swans you think stood out the most and made a key difference? As well as Parker, of course, being in the 23 this
not
week.
necessarily from a statistical point of view, but I think Dan Rampy would probably help them in terms of a leadership perspective down back. I think if he wasn't there tonight, it'd probably be pretty tough. As you made comment, the pressure from Collingwood going into that defensive 50 would have been really, really tough to handle. So I think his leadership would have been a massive inclusion for them. I guess, to be honest, I think we could, Mills and Parker, it'll be an interesting decision what happens there in a few weeks' time when Papley and McInerney put their hands up and they're ready to go. Garbs, you made the point that, that Mills probably... he's not probably getting the numbers. We definitely know he's had a very disruptive start to the year with that nasty shoulder injury he had. But, I guess we kind of asked the question now, did they not necessarily bring him back too quick, but did they bring him back to AFL level too quick? He didn't play in the VFL. I'm sure he would have had a really decent training block. But I think there'll be a conundrum. As we know, a week's a long time in football and injuries do happen. But I'll be very interested to see how they play Mills and how they play Parker in this team because with the way Warner and Heaney and Goulden at their best, it's very hard for them to get midfield minutes at this point in time. And, I just wonder about Mills, where he's best suited at the moment in this team.
He did have 6 possessions in the last, Callum Mills, and Luke Parker had 7, so... the question marks asked about them. Everyone's having these debates in their own mind during the game. Where are these guys at? They stood up when it counted.
It's just hard. There's only 22 players that can play, so it'll be very interesting.
All right. The suspense is killing me. Alicia Eva, who gets your 3-2-1? We'll start with the 1 in the ABC Player of the Year. I always do. I'll take full responsibility for this. I always stuff this up and make it very, very last minute for all of you. So I don't make it easy for you. That's granted.
So 1 is... I just looked at Cal. 1, I've given the votes to Chad Warner. I thought just his last quarter, he was quiet in the first half, but his last quarter, Garby, you went through the stats before, he's ended the night with 2 goals. He's more or less changed the game with his partner in crime, but I'll get to him in a minute. So 1 vote to Chad Warner. 2 votes has to go to Darcy Cameron.
Yep.
I thought he was outstanding. We mentioned his name a number of times. If Collingwood win, he probably gets the 3 votes. But he's taken the 7 marks. He took some big contested marks.
5 contested.
5 contested marks. There you go. Thank you, Garby. And I just, probably his best game. So well done to Darcy Cameron. And then the 3 votes has to go to Isaac Heaney. Just, again, he was consistent throughout the game, but that last quarter, he just really stood up. He was everywhere, across half back, kicking goals. He was just everywhere and took some really important marks in really big moments, slowed the game down, led the way. So 3 votes to Isaac Heaney.
3 for Heaney, 2 for Cameron, and 1 to Warner in the ABC Player of the Year. Thank you, Alicia Eva. Just while we've got you, we lose you now. You're full into the pre-season for season 9 AFLW now. How's it all coming along with the Giants?
It's looking really good. We've got 9 new players this year, so the list has changed pretty significantly. We're pretty young. I'm definitely the oldest on the list now. We're not telling anyone that, though. But,
really?
Yeah.
Officially the oldest?
Yeah.
It's confronting, isn't it?
Taking that mantle, but that's all right.
Do you find it confronting? Because I struggled at the back end with just some of the conversations. I'm so far away from Call of Duty and TikTok. Yeah. I don't know how you cope with that, but I struggled.
I definitely feel the oldest at times, but no. Our group is very young, Cal, so,
And Beck Beeson, the new Giants skipper.
Yes, the new captain, so she's going to do a fantastic job. Incredible story. So for those listening, get along to a Giants AFLW game this year.
Always love having you on ABC Sport, Alicia. See you next time. Thank you, Garby.
What a night at the SCG. I mean, that was just something else. We've seen a lot of big nights here in recent years, but that was as big of a party after the final siren as we've seen in a while.
Thanks, Cal.
Thanks, guys. It was great fun. Really enjoyed it.
See you next time. Yeah. Thanks to our team. Thank you to Phil Pryor for his ABC Sport debut on the boundary, to Craig Davis back in the studio, and to Nathan Turnbull, our tech here at the SCG. To you, most importantly, for your company as well, what a finish. The Swans with the last 5 goals of the game to keep the minor premiership alive and land the hammer blow on Collingwood's premiership defence. 38,000 here at the SCG tonight, seeing the Swans win by 3 points. We'll see you tomorrow.
ABC Sport doesn't just bring you all the action of the AFL every round. We bring in the experts, like Mick Malthouse.
Geelong have a bad year. I've got Ling next to me. A couple of years ago, it was just horrific. They won every game. Lingy's there with a big grin on his face. I love the way he goes about it. I love the way he dissects the game. Terrific bloke.
Join the experts alongside the AFL commentary team each weekend of the 2024 AFL season. Hear it live on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio, your home of BBC Stumped.
LBW, first ball.
Tremendous catch, tumbling forward. From the BBC World Service, in association with ABC and Akashvani, this is Stumped.
Hello and welcome to Stumped, your intercontinental hit of news, features and debate from the quirky world of cricket. I'm Alison Mitchell in London with slightly achy legs at the moment because at the weekend I hiked the Seven Sisters, which is beautiful rolling cliff tops on the south coast of England. But I tell you what, there are more than 7 sisters. I reckon I counted at least 9 bigger hills that we climbed up. But it was, stunning weather to be out enjoying the countryside.
Glad to hear you staying in Nick there, Ali. It's Jim Maxwell for the ABC in Sydney, and most of Australia is bouncing, jiving, whatever. It's gold, gold, gold for Australia, gold. We've never seen so many gold medals at an Olympics, so really little else matters in the sporting world other than that.
Good for you both. No golds yet for India at the Olympics, so there's been a lot of disappointment, not just there, but in the series versus Sri Lanka as well. Hello, I'm Charu Sharma for Akashvani. in this rather picturesque eastern seaboard union territory of Pondicherry, just below Chennai. The Pondicherry Premier League is on. I'm involved, and well, it's good that there's more cricket going on in India, but whatever's going on in Sri Lanka is certainly very disappointing.
Oh, well, we're going to talk about that more in a moment. Jim, I should have added that while we were walking, of course, having BBC radio in our ears, because the live radio of the Olympics is absolutely stunning. You don't miss a thing, bouncing between all the live action that's going on. I really feel it's such a great way to consume an event like the Olympics. But, right, later on in this show today, we're going to be talking about England's 100-ball summer cricket competition, named, of course, the 100, with the business end of the tournament fast approaching. But we are going to start in Colombo, where Sri Lanka is celebrating after their first men's one-day series victory over India since 1997. They won the third and final match of the series by a whopping 110 runs to take the series 2-0. So that's 2 wins plus a remarkable tie in the opening game. It's meant that Gautam Gambhir's tenure as India's head coach has begun with, well, many India fans somewhat baffled by the team's performance. But for Sri Lanka, Charu, a 27-year wait for a series win is a long time, and that third ODI was quite a thumping.
Well, it was. I mean, there was a suggestion that India had done well enough with the ball to get Sri Lanka out relatively cheap in one-day internationals. People expect as many as 300 by rote these days. But in the mid-250s or so, you'd expect India to get that, wouldn't you? But they failed quite miserably. And there's a fair amount of chatter in India right now. People are a little confused. We've got a new coach. We've got lots of very good players, international stars. And yet going down to Sri Lanka next door was entirely unexpected and going down big.